Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatoria. Anena. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta minjuba. Yeah. Anina Equatoria. Teresia Samagesi Manina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina Guluahi. Equatoria Birapa. Yabiru Afijama. Asan Belet na Birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatoria. Anena. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande. Kanita Mai. Au kukuye. Anina Equatoria. Kelene na hibone fusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba. Behaja delino. Hasan bele na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Bele Dwahid. Anina Equatoria. Anena. Anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my help Ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka. Koniga balanda bari. Kakuwa kiliko kuku. Lambo lukoya. Ajoli tokosa mundo. Nyangara morove mali. Mundare. Nyambara. Otumu mari makutudo. Lubara buga ya lobe.
Tokosa Mondo Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina wahe.
All right. Greetings to you, my fellow brothers and sisters, my beloved Equatorian and non-Equatorian. Welcome in this Equatoria Free Forum. I really am glad to see you guys. I'm sorry we're late today because we had some technical issues and also we were waiting for our brother, revolutionary brother, and also the warrior that was, during the SPLM, Charles Itahile, Mr. Charles Itahile. He will be here with us shortly. So waiting for him. While at this time, we're just going to have a question to him because I have so many questions that we're going to ask him like we promised. So please, guys, if you don't mind, share it in your pages. Share it in those forums that will allow our voices to be heard, because we have seen some other forums, they refuse to acknowledge our voices by blocking us not to even be shared. But those who share our voices and those who respect us as South Sudanese and as Equatorian from the region of Equatoria, I would say thank you for sharing our voices there in your forum, because that shows where the beginning of healing can start. But at the beginning, we have to speak the honest truth to each other. Regardless, we agree or disagree, we must respect each other's voices, opinion, regardless how we look at each other in the point of truth. And this moment, I wanted to say thank you for those who are watching, sharing, and acknowledging us all the time, and also, discussing the topic that we sometimes open up and discuss. Yesterday, we talked about identity, al-hawiyya in Arabic. But today we talk about Brother Charles. We have some questions for him because I know he's one of the most famous person, and mostly know everybody knows him based on his very articulate and very radical stand in the IO and also in political movement that he speaks of. And I respect that because even though we can disagree to agree, but at the end, I respect that he actually have he had to give us that privilege to come to our a forum to speak out on some things, and we have some questions for him, and he was very clear and open that he don't have any problem, and that's he wanted us to come and have an interview with him. So we will wait for him. I know there was a time that he was late because he had to do some other work, so we respect that. But at the end, at least it's good time that we are here now. And if he'll be here, we'll be able to start speaking. But at this moment, I wanted to say thank you for joining us. And let me just start by putting some points here, and I wanted to welcome also Hadassah. She's here in the studio. I remember, and there is others who are supposed to be here, but it's not okay. But because the topic today is going to be one-on-one, as you read the topic, it's going to be one-on-one with Mr. Uh, Charles Itahile. So if you're here, Charles, please get in the studio because I did not see you yet. I sent you the link inside your inbox. So we're looking forward to hear from you as soon as possible because we have so many questions about IO and your experience with it, and also about Equatoria. As an Equatorian son, what is your perspective and what is your vision, your fear, and your hopes in Equatoria's issues? So I look forward to hear from you, and everyone who admire you and listen to you also looking forward to hear from you. So please join us as soon as you get a chance. Uh, the podium is for you today. So, and then I want to announce also tomorrow we have someone. He's an American, one of those American born. He's a European, from originally native of Europe, but he's going to be here with us tomorrow. We had talked with him yesterday, and we will have a chance to bring him tomorrow around evening time. So he will be here with us to talk about some similarities of Equatoria and United States in some points, and we will have a lot of questions to ask him. And he's an advocate for human rights. He fight for human rights, for justice, equality. He have seen how African American are suffering in the United States, and he also seen the Native American how they were deprived from their land. Their land have they've been marginalized, and even they're now a silent society. And these people are the native of the land. So he will give us enlightenment on the in United States Constitution, also, and about the American Native American and the Black American, those who are called minority today, anyone who are non-European, and how this constitution have played a role, and also federalism too, because I know some questions about federalism has been played a lot in our minds, especially with the politicians. If you talk about the opposition or the regime inside, we have been talking about federalism all the time, and you could hear federalism has been running around recently among these oppositions how to implement federalism. But in reality, federalism is not something that can be implemented when there is no uh, ground for it, because right now we have a nation that is built in a totalitarian and tribalistic regime that is impossible for these things to happen. But we are looking forward because people say you always have to put hope. Like a soldier, when you go to a battlefield, you put your hope on your training, you put your hope on your knowledge, your skills, your ability, and that's how we go forward as a community, as a society in this world. And that's the success of a person who always have a vision. And for me, I don't disagree that federalism has a point, but for the reality that we are seeing, or the ground that we see as a separatist, and I would respect everyone who don't agree with me in separation, as a separatist and as a Equatorian nationalist, I see that the federalism is it has been become a long gone case, a long gone case. By mean that federalism could have worked the time when we became a nation, but it was taken away from us by abuse, by the way how this regime have put themselves as the force and the power of this nation. Even they disrespected the voices of the people of Equatoria by degrading them, by calling them. They did not fight for us. They did not fight for South Sudan, but instead it was the Dinkas who fought and died. Excuse me. And when I say Dinka, Again, please don't misunderstand us. We are not hating the tribe of Dinka, but this is what we heard from the language of majority of the Dinka in social media, even in the ground, that you guys did not die, you did not fight. We were the one who died and fought. So it wasn't from us who brought this. It was from your mouth. And you could look back to the videos that have been posted in Facebook and other social medias, whatever it is. They talked about it. Even in public, they bragged that they are the one who died by numbers, while Equatorian are not mentioned in their death. Only they are just what they call it. They are the one who got the opportunists. Like they were trying to make us like opportunists, like people who have nothing but to offer for this nation. When we all been in the same foxhole, the same khandak, like they call it in Arabic, and we have been in the same battlefield, and our people have died as much as every tribe in South Sudan have died. But when Equatorians have noticed that we are marginalized, abused, in even our land, after they have, marginalized us in the political arena, we didn't care. Say, okay, we have a land, we can keep the land. But when they begin to abuse us in our land, that's when we started acting very aggressively to protect our land and identity. So, Mr. Charles, if you're here, please come in. We're looking forward to your entrance because I'm looking to wait for you. And I'll bring Hadassah because she's here in the background. Hadassah, welcome. Okay, Mr. Charles, thank you. Yes, sir. Welcome, welcome to the man of the hour. Mr. Charles, thank you so much for joining us. It's a great honor and privilege to host you today in Equatoria Free Forum. It's um, it's an amazing day because we wanted to hear from you, from your perspective politically, and also on other things that you've gone through in your young age, so you can actually enlighten us about the things that we might not know in the political arena, and also in some biographical things that you have noticed and seen it. Because this is going to be a record for our history. And please, people, when you share it, also make sure you save it for the purpose, because sometimes I begin to notice that some of our videos will be taken out from Facebook sooner as we talk. Because I found out that some videos that I've recorded it, some people are begin to remove our videos. So please, guys, if you got any chance, you have a download that video for record, for a great record, that you cannot lose those information, because this is actually a historical information that need to be recorded. So make sure that you record those videos in, if you have an Apple, or anything. Hold on a second.
Yeah, we can hear
Again?
you.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so for the record, must be saved so we don't have to lose it, because those are important information. I have some of the videos in YouTube, but I don't know if it's there. But just make sure if you're in YouTube, go to Equatorial Free Forum. But first of all, I want to welcome our brother and warrior, Mr. Charles. I can't pronounce the middle name, Ifu Itahile, or what is it called?
My name is Jais Displaced, Charles Spencer.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Yes. Okay. So welcome, Mr. Charles, Brigadier General. So thank you. And then I wanted to give a chance to Hadassah to speak, and then from there, she can open up. And I wanted to say welcome to all our fellow brothers and sisters who are here watching us. Please share and join us. Uh,
Um, uh, Hello, everyone. Hello to you, Charles, and good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, my name is Hadassah, and I'm usually part of the show here. Part of the team, the Equatoria Free from separation team. So, and usually when we talk about this, this the separation, which people call us the separatists, people think that is only the couple of us, but this is a big organization with a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the background that, even though they don't come out, they do come out and watch and type and write, and some of them, they have not spoken out here, but we we are really a great number of people. We have some important people with us, so we're just the front line of the media talking and stuff like that. So I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself as Hadassah, and it's really a great pleasure today to have Charles and to have some discussion with him, to get to know him even better and more. We also proud of our brothers that have served, in the country and stuff like that. So thank you. I'll give it to you back, Etika, and if you can
Thank you.
let me know. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Hadassah. Starting with you, Mr. Charles. Today I'm going to call you formally Mr. Charles. Even though I look at you, I call you uncle with highest respect. That I'll give you today the title Mr. Charles because you have achieved a lot in your life. It's an amazing thing that you have been through a lot. And when I hear you, even when we talk personally, you have gone through a lot of stuff. And I'd love to hear from you and everyone who are watching us today to hear your story. So let's start with introducing yourself to us and to everyone who is watching and listening. So about yourself, biography, where you come from, what area in your country our land, our homeland of Equatoria, Great Equatoria. So welcome, Mr. Charles, and the podium is yours now to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Equatoria Civil Society for Diaspora, and let's say our Equatorian separatists here, and the viewers, and we have who's going to be here, the host, you, Etika, and Hadasha, and the rest who are going to join us. Thank you for this opportunity, and not to forget also our viewers, okay? Those who are going to comment, those who are going to raise the questions, okay, on issues that affect Equatorians, okay? First and foremost, I want to thank God, for protecting me, for giving me a second chance, after the ordeal of August, 19 days in an emergency hospital is not easy. My name's Charles Wani Pionson. Okay, I'm a brigadier in the SPLMIO, one of the senior leaders in the Kitgwang Declaration. Of course, I'm Equatorian from Eastern Equatorian State. From now, these current counties, they say Torit County, but I'm from Western Torit, Payam, and I'm from Itahile tribe. Itahile tribe is located in Western Torit, okay? And about myself, I'm just Charles, and simple and like that. I started my education, I believe, in 1970s, 78 in San Joseph, in Juba, and then I studied there. I think 2 years, 2 years. We are moved from San Joseph to Mahad, and then from Mahad we are moved to Cassava, and then in 1983, I was staying with my elder brother and my late Honorable Angelo Lopro Tongol, one of the SPLM leaders of Equatorians who left the movement, the country, to fight for independence of South Sudan in the late 1983. And then, of course, they were succumbed to their, I call it an assassination, although they say they died because of thirst. That one delayed my examination because I supposed to do my exams in Juba, but because of that, I went to Torit, back home, and then I set from Langario Primary School, but then we don't have the center. Then I went and set from Torit East Primary School, in which I was one of the best for Western Torit Payam. That is including the 4th tribe, I believe the 4th tribe of Firga, Imurok, Lokoya, and Itahile, okay, and some part of Ifau, they call it all on this side. And then, of course, as I said that when we lost our brother, my elder brother, who was I was living with him, then I was not able to join my intermediate school. I was admitted as a best student. I was admitted in Bullock A intermediate school. Most of the people who know Bullock A is the best school in South Sudan and intermediate school. And so I joined Bullock A in 1986. Okay, in 1986. So I joined my intermediate one. I went to intermediate two in 97, 98. You know, there was that hunger, you know, in South Sudan. So I was not able to cope. My family, I have my brother's family that was caring for me. I have to care for them. So I have to bring my brother's children back to the SPLA liberated areas. That's when the time I joined the SPLA in 1988, you know, and then we walked from Juba up to my village, you know, in Kudo Payam. Kudo, we call it Kudo Payam, but that's in SPLA. Kudo County in SPLA state geographical location. Okay. So, but that is in Western Torit. So I went to Langario, whereby, you know, I joined my parents, you know, my stepmom and my dad. Okay, and then from there in 1980, I started teaching in the liberated areas in my own village, and then in 1989, Mamur and I was taken and deployed to teach in Ketre Red Army Military School. That was 1989, and then in 1990, you know, we were taken to Kidiopo Military Training Center. Then we graduated there in 1991, and then again deployed back in the civil military administration, where I worked with the court. Okay, and then from the court, then we worked there, and then came the division of 1991. Okay, where we joined Nasser faction. Okay, most of Western or Eastern Equatoria was with Dr. Riak. So in 1994, you know, because there were, as I say, I think yesterday, you know, there was a lot of problems in the movement. So
we're gonna ask you questions later, but you can brief it. Just want to ask you. I think Hadassah have a question for you, but I don't want you to go far. But thank you for that. We just wanted to have a brief biography of yourself. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So we're gonna ask about your experience in life and adventures in the political arena and also in the military arena. Thank you.
Okay. You know, if I talk about what I did a lot, is gonna be taking a lot of time, but it's okay. I work as in a court system for 4 years in the liberated areas. Then I came to Uganda, you know, because I was having injuries, I was shot, you know, and then I was treated in Achua Hospital, and then of course with the treatment that was not good in Achua, I was referred to Mulago Hospital in Uganda. So whereby, you know, they attempted to dislodge the bullet, but it was not successful. Though, of course, I joined education in Uganda, where I joined in senior 2, and then because they evaluate my intermediate in South Sudan and the equivalent to senior 2, so that was 1994, and then 1996 I finished my high school in Uganda. That is a comprehensive high school. I'm in Kampala Comprehensive High School, and then from there I went to the, you know, I was also one of the best students in the refugee camp called Changwale. I was the best student, and then I was sponsored, and then I went to advanced A level. They call it in Uganda A level, and then you know, I completed my A level from Magister High School, where we set from the center of Natete Makai College, one of the government institutions in Uganda. Again, from there, I was admitted at Makerere University, I did the first semester, of course, with the, I pay myself, and then the rest of I drop out. I was not able to finish my degree in education at Makerere University, but at least I did some courses in Makerere University, business administration, and also public administration, public management, and public administration and management, in which I got all my D in those courses. Of course, I came to Canada, in Uganda. When I was in Uganda, I was information secretary for the school from my intermediate, from my high school until my A level, and then in the Kampala district, we formed the Prefects Association, in which I was elected vice chairman for the Kampala district Prefects Association. Kampala district is the biggest district in Uganda for the schools. So I serve different organizations. I work. I also I did my internship for when I was doing my business administration with one of the South Sudanese restaurant in Arua Park. Okay, those are Moses. We are partners of that restaurant, and I work also with South Sudanese Women for Peace, South Sudan SAWEN Empowerment, the South Sudan Women Empowerment Network. That was headed by Mama Iba, the mother of Francis. Okay, I volunteered there, and I was also volunteering with the Sudan Human Rights Association and as African Network for Children. A lot of organizations that I work, of course, with our Itahile tribe organization that we founded in 1999. That I formed, to champion the issues of Itahile tribe. Any question?
Oh yeah. No. I say amazing. Thank you. That's it's a biography, and I'm proud. Go ahead if you have it still, and then from there, Hadassah will come and ask you a question. Yeah.
Yeah, I will be missing a lot. I work with the human rights organizations, Refugee Law Project, and I did my refugee law and human rights from Refugee Law Project, Makerere University Department for Department of Law, and in Uganda, there's a lot, there's a lot of political things that I don't want to talk here because it can jeopardize. It was publicly known that in 2002, myself, for standing for the refugees, for South Sudanese people, there was an attempt of genocide against the South Sudanese in Uganda, in Changwale refugees camp in particular, in which, I told our community that nobody should go out, no children should go to school, nobody should go and get water. So in that, I was taken as a ringleader, and our life was almost attempted for, and that lead for, we are given 24 hours to leave the camp, and also the representative of the UN, was also given us 72 hours to leave Uganda. That is a representative saying, and we are transferred. Before that, I was arrested, for standing for South Sudanese people. But thank God that when I was in Changwal, when I was arrested, the South Sudanese people were able to stand and remove me from jail, forcing the government of Uganda to release me from jail. And then, of course, the situation became tense, and then, our life was tempered until we had to run back to Kampala. One of my wife was arrested, and my child was arrested, thinking that I would surrender to them. Again, of course, when we came to Kampala, the one of the organizations, was able, to process our documents. Not forgetting that also I stood for for the widows. You know, if you know, there were some women that were brought to Australia, 10 women that widows, and some of the widows that were also brought to America. And all the South Sudanese who were in Changwale refugees camp, I'm the last person to come. You know, but they pray for me that even though they block you, one day you will join us. One day God will bring you to diaspora. And this happened in 2014, no, 2004, and then I was able to be processed by a human rights organization. And then I don't want to mention the human rights organization that will process my immigration. And then I'm proud of Canada, who accepted, you know, the principle that I stood for, and defending the voiceless people of South Sudan and the Africans and anybody who is a refugee. In Canada, I did a lot. I volunteered with the city of New Westminster when I came, and I was elected as appointed as the first African representative in the city of New Westminster. That was in 2005. I volunteered up to 2007. Yes, 2007 in different various committees. You can Google it in Google, City of New Westminster. You'll see the minutes. Our discussions are also there. In 2008, I formed an organization called Canada Relief Services Society. You know, we start teaching students, you know, with the life, very hard. We help people. We try our best. Canada Relief Services Society is still active here in Alberta, but, you know, we are not as active as much because we have other very important issues that affect our country. Of course, it should not be, you know, also that during my time with the city of New Westminster, where I was able to influence the first time the mayor of the city was able to attend the South Sudanese independence, you know, and this brought a problem with South Sudanese who have been in the city or in the province of British Columbia to ask, who is this Charles who just came 3 months or 5 months, 6 months ago, and start to be known here, the mayor introducing that he did a lot to the city. Okay. You know, the story is too long if I'm going to, you know.
Yeah, you don't have to go too far because I know you have a lot, and we would love to even, you know, this is actually a book, and it's good to write it a book because I don't want to go far because we have some questions we can ask you, so you can give us your own input, your own ideas on the situation that what's going on in South Sudan politically and all that. So I'm really thankful to you for coming in and also being very vocal and honest and sincere with us to speak about your experience as a refugee, as a warrior, as a South Sudanese, as a person from Equatoria, from the native of Equatoria, telling us the situation even from the Sudan. Remember, we were once Sudan before we became South Sudanese, and you know, to the point that you have gained a lot of experiences and you have suffered. And I'll be honest with you, and I'm sorry to call you Uncle Charles in this moment, even though I'm supposed to call you formally, I have to call you Mr. Charles because I wanted to give you all the respect on this interview. But to tell you the truth, it touched my heart when I hear what you have gone through from your young age. I never been in your shoes. I will honestly bow my head to you. I never been in your shoes because you've been in a hardship, especially when it comes to this violence that you have gone through, and you lost your sibling, and you have been in a lot of tough time. Even your wife was threatened by these violent people, and you still stood your ground. That shows a real man. So even we disagree with each other, and I know before we disagreed, we got into a lot of heated debate. But you know, I respect that you have shown your manhood by protecting your family, by standing up for who you are since you were born. You never gave up on and what you believe and what you want to do. So I bow my head to you, Mr. Charles, and I wanted to give a chance to, you know, to kind of expand your thoughts on what's going on in our country that is known right now. We have to accept, yes, that this is South Sudan we are in, but we always remember that we are Equatorians, because this South Sudan is just a political identity based on the country that we are joined by the belief that we are one people, until when Equatoria woke up now, found out that we are not South Sudanese, we are Equatorian, because we were a kingdoms before we became this part of South Sudan that is now even taken from North. So I won't go far. I want to give chance to Hadassah to give up her question. I mean, to put her question to you, and then you can answer your question to her. And then I have another question because we have a lot of questions. And if anyone want to come later, it is going to be on your consent and your permission because you are the guest, the main guest today. So we are not going to allow anybody to come in without your permission. So, Mr. Charles, welcome and thank you so much for your honesty and sincere.
Let me just, not to cut you short, let me just finish a bit so that I come to the SPLA. So that I guess
we have a question. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, welcome.
You know, as I say, in the SPLA in 1994, I was, you know, I was deployed in Torit area military. Torit area military Torit area independent command. Torit area independent command, and I was deployed also with the medical corps in the SPLA. Other appointments, yes. And then, of course, let's come to the current situation of the SPLA now. I see, you know that, you know, the SPLA, the incident of 2013, December, was more provocative to the people of South Sudan. And from that day, December 15, I was the first person to champion, you know, the call for the South Sudanese people, you know, to rise against the government. And I also helped the Nuer people, you know, try to use my own money, you know, to send them to Uganda, hide some of them within, you know, and of course on the 18th, I wrote a letter appealing for the people of Equatoria to join the SPLA under Dr. Riak that time before he betrayed us, some of us. And then also on 23rd, I wrote an article appealing for the South Sudanese people to protest against the government and the regime in Juba. These things are all online. You can read it from Nyamlapedia. All these are documented. And also, you should be reminded that I'm the first South Sudanese to form the SPLA-IO in diaspora. I started in Vancouver. I moved to Calgary. Organized Canada. And then United States joined us. That was the first city to join us, or state, was Arizona. And then Melbourne in Australia joined us until all the SPLM is spread into different countries. And also to be reminded that I'm the first SPLA-IO democratically elected representative in Canada from the 2014 to the time to again when Ezekiel Lol and Hussein Mar came to Canada with his team, you know, whereby, you know, they also come and betray me, and they elected, you know, the brother of Diu Matok, Lual Matok, Ambassador Lual Matok was, you know, instead appointed. It are corruption by the
so I was pushed out. Charles Galek, sorry, I got a gal mixed by Jubek. Lano Finasma, I think they don't. Sorry guys, I didn't know that some people, I apologize. So انت فيك تحكي بعربي جوبك عشان تقدر توريهم قصة يكون واضح. شكرا. لكن لسه انت فيك تميكس الانجليش and Arabic. شكرا لك.
طبعا طبعا جاء عملوا ابوينتمنت على الوال ماتو ده لجوانا يا جاك ولجوانا في جوفرا يا انا جدي يا but still big in December of 20 I was put as you know, after Lijuana for Ofra de Jakutana Secretary General of Canada, the SPLM-IO. And then when we have the Pagak conference, Zaman Indina, you know, conference for Pagak, you know, I was the one that led, you know, the Canadian delegation composed of the 13 leaders, you know, and we attended the Pagak conference, and I was the only senior leader, you know, who represented the Canadians, South Sudanese, SPLM-IO. I represented even the Nuer, and then I represented Itahile. I also represented Equatoria. Dr. Regal, Malita Kulugi represent as yeah, I'm the one here. Okay, Equatorians are in Canada. And actually, Etika, you should also be reminded that I'm the founder of ESCA Canada. Okay, I'm the one who founded Equatorians South Sudanese, you know, association.
Yeah, Equatorial community ta kulu sana bamulu charities are there. in the Kominak, yeah.
But taban ya una stani amon ne satumun ne gidin gali ya kita fi SPLA yode kilta bedi gidin tehet yala na ba mo lugajide, you know. Yeah, you see. But at the end of the day, ya turujana zato minak. Taino amolana kuka mani.
Asma tari dekuli yom hayasal. Asma la mak hak ana I don't want to interrupt you like if I don't go haja because it's one-on-one talk and I bashkura kadir في عشان انا اسف انا قاعد نتكلم انجليزي كان لازم نتكلم مع اخواننا لانه بلد بتاعنا بيتكلم عربي جوبي عربي إيكواتوريا remember ما عربي جوبي عربي إيكواتوريا yeah so عربي إيكواتوريا بتاعنا ده لازم نحن نتكلم فوقه حتى لو مكسر ملخبط المهم فوق انجليزي فوق عربي
مكسر لو فيشل تاني
في جوك انا بس ده نقوله قبل ما نتي في جوك كده بناس سانتا إيكواتوريا انا سميته واحد انكل بتاعنا كده قال شنو قال يا اخي كان في واحد كده خواجه عربيه بتاعه دورته من زول شغال زول سواق عربيه ده لسه في هلا في مكان فوق مد يا خواجه ده جاي قال يسال what's going on ايوه تين خواجه سال I think Momo know because Momo يا ورانا كيسه ده funny so قال اسمع قال يا اخي لما خواجه سال قال what's going on زول ده بقى طبعا زول ده من بوندو يا جاك ما بيعرف عربي ما بيعرف انجليزي كويس ولا عربي كويس طب قاعد يلف يمين شمال اقول بلد وزولت بلد يا قال اسمع مستر كواجا the car is location no term regulation الى tomorrow كبره خواجه بيقى فتش dictionary قال عشان يفتش بلد what the hell this guy is talking about so بمعنى تاني the guy قال the car is location طبعا ده لسك بعربي لسك location وبس كاتب فوقه ايوه عندك يلا قال the car location no to regulation ما بيقدر يمرقوا إلا tomorrow كبره so كبره ده بيقدر يرتانتنا central Equatoria زول اللي قاعد يفتش قال ده انجليزي بيقى هو ذاته قال يعني طبعا كمان ترى زول ده ذاته سواق ده ذاته بوندو الخواجه ذاته جاي من village ما تعرف في خواجه لسه في امريكا هنا وفي كندا ده ناس country ما بيعرف حتى dictionary so زول اللي قال اوكي زول اللي مرات بيعرف انجليزي احسن منه so ده او كده يعني إنه لازم شنو نلخبط انجليزي وعربي so we need to figure out how we can understand each other but thank you go ahead
almas ma de biga muskila to so ya bes dugana betaga kida class ya biga na ya zamana na jaro fi pagak ya biga doctor ya point ana biga zesunu deputy representative fi Canada tabana yao kama hakila ana kevu zurub de zolde ja silu dikef I understand his situation and I'm proud of the newer community who stood with me and the South Sudanese in Canada who stood maana fi zamanda and then until that time you know in Pagak I know you should be also reminded that in Pagak conference anyhow Equatorian Algali Equatoria stand for self-determination. And this proposal should be put there, in our conference resolution. So nas kan genen nen kidan na kem dalla kelina raputu fogo. Okay, until the resolution day, ana gulo yaje kana jere mafinna. We don't stand for people, right? Because ana bar bija julumunas, yana gulu kan nas gija julumina, ana bifiku tanna bar zelta ngogi fogo asade. So, bigger if a resolution they pass it there. Of course, we are 52 Equatorians. For your record, there were 52 Equatorians in what? In Pagak. On the 17th of December 2014, Dr. Riak promoted me, give me the rank of a brigadier general. Okay. Kede sidu nas de bar block woman. You have a somebody now. Okay, so
yeah, and I block him. I'm gonna block this guy. Sorry, this is one of the hate, the racist. Those Nazis. Yeah, we're gonna block him. Yeah.
So in that we came, of course, in the events of again 2015. We talk about the agreement. And also during the Paga conference, I'm the last senior diaspora member also who, from Equatoria, so who last come with Dr. Riak. But I was the last to come with him on January 2nd, and then we come back from Pagak to Addis Ababa. Of course, in 2016, after the events that happened in J1, the representative Tana Lual Matok then joined the government with his brother, and then I become the representative of Canada until until 2017 January. Ya biga 2017 January na jalak bat kaman ma taban fina salge de rakel ya ujali go sulta de zatu min Equatorians de ma bagin kaman min nasanwer, so they were able, to use their powers until just Ilwana Bara, but that also marked the collapse of the SPLMIO in Canada. You see, so since that time I work other appointments that I don't want to talk here, and of course until the time when I say no to Dr. Riak on May 10, when there was appointments of the of the members of parliament, and Itahile tribe and other minority tribe were not represented, were not appointed, and no leader was there. So I say no. This is not what we fought. In our SPLA manifesto article 3, 21, 6, 1 to 3, it talks about that everybody is equal, and all, whether big tribe or small tribe, people should be served equally and have a right to promote their identity. But those things are the democratic values, or the representation that we talk in the SPLMIO was not reflected in the appointment of Dr. Riak. So I give him
Mr. Charles, sorry. I wanted to عشان نديك سؤال عشان نقدر نقدر
Go ahead.
حداثة عندك سؤال له Yes, اتفضل.
شكرا. Charles
Ita bagda kaman katibu inaka sanana bagda ragara bejai. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you so much, and welcome. So أنا بقدر أسألك قالي أنت بقدر وري لنا تبقدر elaborate لنا a little bit. أنت بقدر وري لنا كيف, how did you join the SPLA rebel movement in your youth?
Zaman I joined the SPLA movement as I think I was at the age of when I came first in 1988. I was around 17 years. I think 88 because 90 I was 20 years when I was in the training center. Okay, but I come in 1988. So I was 18 years when I entered the liberated areas. Okay, so I was at a young age, at 20 years, I joined the SPLA. That was 1988 at the age of. I'm just saying when I become a soldier, but before joining the liberated areas at the Manatic with the SPLA, I joined in 1988. Just 3 years after the declaration in May.
So you were still 18 at the time. You were just such a young, very, very young man.
Not 1994, I came. 1990. Yeah, 1990. Yeah, go ahead. Yes,
yeah,
at the young age.
Yeah, and also I was wondering, Edika, you would like me to proceed with just one more question right now before you interview?
Yeah, go ahead. I have a question for him after you. Go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
I know that we all know that it's really a struggle, for all of you who joined the SPLA movement in the bush, and especially young people like you, despite knowing the odds of the harsh weathers, the harsh seasonal weather, and let alone the wild animals, snakes and nemit and munu. There's a lot of odds that are working against you, especially for a young person like you that has joined around the age of 18 and stuff like that. Where did you get your momentum from? Where did you? What was your moral that kept you going on and on and on? That you kept going on until today. That you still, it's like having, you know, the hope and the belief and the energy and stuff like that. But back then, how did you keep on going?
Just for your information, my family is a revolutionary family. My father was a chief of Itahile tribe. You know, he was in Lowland, and then he during the Anyanya one, he was one of the leaders. You know, as a chief, and participated, and the Itahile people participated, you know, in the liberation of us during the Anyanya one. And you should also know that in the history of South Sudan, that the defeat of Sudan government was done in Itahile land in November of 1963. That is on the date of 8. And this message has been, you know, continuously said by our hero and freedom fighter, retired General Joseph Lagu Yanga. What kept me, you know, to be in this politics? My brother, you know, he inspired me a lot. Late Honorable Angelo Lopuro Lotongol, let him rest in peace, our elder brother. He's a graduate of Khartoum University in 1970s. He was an active politician in Sudan politics, in Equatorian politics. Okay, and of course he inspired me. Ajata kokora de, ajata chunu chunu de, ajade aurak de na bada dusu fi aurak kan bediri fi chunu fi fi, you know, consultant ge kati blane ni nak just block you. Kano ge just distract.
Mad worry, Mr. Charles. It kalam kalamak. This is your time. And as a big to head, it must leave them. They can talk. And I will deal with them. Finas the head not big to it must focus on the question and I'm the dick low. Alam de asela then the salak soal badi hadasa. Thank you.
So he keep influencing me. You know, I copy. You know, he copied also the leadership of our father. You know, and you know, my brother was a great you know, human rights activist, and because of him, you know, it influenced me, and I started doing journalism. You know, from 1980s, I started doing photography. Then when I was in the school, when I was when I was joining, when I was almost in P4, you know, I started writing. You know, because we speak English at when we are 3 years or 4 years there. You know, so I started writing even when I was in
Arabic makanindo kumkanda kuminjilizi. And you don't use Arabic at that time.
Is my brother.
Yeah, into English pattern.
Yeah. Zaman that occurred in 1980, they can move to Takota Beja in London, you know, but because Masiasa do Aba, you know, Lokan the Nasarin al Galbatum there Barade can Najatual, you know. So yeah, so Minak, you know, Odilana they opened me the ways, you know, to stand for the principle of our country. Of course, when I was in intermediate, I was a prefect. I was assistant prefect. For I will let me now. Dinka is Muchol. He was a prefect, and then I was his deputy. And also, I was also writing a lot. You know, I write a lot during my intermediate. You know, and then that kept me until even the time, you know, when I joined the SPLA. You know, I work with the court, and then I under leadership of the Red Army. I teach there for 2 years. You know, teaching the Red Army with the SPLA. Most of them are now brigadiers, generals. Some of them, you know, majors. Some of them are captains. You know, they occupied a lot of position in the South Sudan government.
You don't mind if I can ask you something about that for a second?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yes, please, because I want you, and if you can brief it to us, because it'd be great. When did you, like you said, how old were you when you joined the SPLM, if I might ask that?
I said I was 20 years.
You were 20. Were you forced, or were you like voluntarily? And if voluntarily,
SPLA have tricks, yeah, brother. I mean, Etika. SPLA have tricks of how they join the movement.
You say what again? Repeat it, sir.
I say they have trick.
Yes.
Okay.
So what was the trick that they played on you?
I was a teacher, right? You know, the way we joined the SPLA, just doing a galina machine for workshop. Okay, all the intellectuals, the teachers, those who are working in the different we call it a government under the SPLA institutions.
Yes.
Jakulu limu and talata arbata na zekule Equatorians. 3/4 of them were Equatorians. So when we reached Torit, I was teaching in Katire. So when we came, you know, all the teachers that were there, we are brought to Katire, from Katire to Torit. Min Torit, best Fimatara, Yazol ina ino best Waral. You know Waral? Fi Farabat Eskila no for Waral.
Yeah, I see it well, yeah. Waral.
Okay? Waral. Okay? So biga kalas nasgi gale biga nasgi goki biga dizamjesh. They listen to
so they trick you. They trick you guys. Yeah.
They trick. Yala mina kalas kwal manyang inak mamur manas kulin na kalas gire kibuna farabat. For Waral then.
This not come?
That was 1990.
Okay, wow. They work in Naman SPLA خسر a lot of life بتاع الجيش بتاعهم يا بقى يشيلوكم انتوا. وانت كان في منطقه انا من شالوكم من هناك.
انا اقول انا كان في كتري.
كتري okay. Anybody who knows كتري. Okay, I don't know كتري لكن anybody who knows كتري they understand where كتري is.
Yeah.
So I thank you. Yes. So yeah, but I will find out where كتري is later. No problem.
East of Torit. East of Torit.
Okay. Yes. Awesome.
Yes, silina for Waral tual min Waral ena kalas yakwe silina la khadi fi Kidiapo. You know,
and what was the reaction? What was the reaction? Reaction بتاعك كان شنو؟
our reaction
fail. After that you found out that you were tricked, and as a teacher, what happened?
We have no choice, you know. But suya kalasa bana biga ina kutu kutafa zere sa saba bilel ina si no sulina sa ashara kida no sa tamani wala sa tiza kida. Okay, ina kutu kutafa zere azo. Gal basu ya foko chopara satiza you know fi jesa american fi kiri opena ya zol torina be sort
I'm sorry, that's tough.
Kalas ya biga nastala kulu nastala and you know kalas ya okay kalas nas biga fi jesh mafteriga tederib bada Indina people leaders like who are present. Anna derib ma yaba lolek abuta ajede uncle Diana. You know, you guys know Diana lolek here.
Yes.
His uncle called Albert Ladola Lake. This is my colleague, Rajil Tanunukumba. You know, Festo Kumba. These are the people we train with them in the same camp, in the same training center. Those of Malek is he was the Minister of Public Service, and also for pensions. Ofi min Tonj, he's from Tonj. He was also a minister in the Warab government. So they can wala gizato kamani aje kaman futu gidur kanu gizeta keduze kanu gurafe bakana.
So بس ده نسألك سؤال ما نقاطع sorry خارج الموضوع. Okay, go ahead عشان اديك سؤال ثاني عن موضوع very important about East Equatoria. Yeah.
In Kidiapo, I was Ana Biga Kanzato. I was the leader of the Takatifa. Biga ja legatona Darmosite in charge of all the Katai. I mean Ketiba Tanade. And then also Vizamatana Nabiga gay act like Telemigi because I was very active. You know, I was very active. And even in June of 1991, Ana Gadamta, I tamam tanna fi legaran in Kidiopo. So you know this is the history we made, but not be forgetting, you know. Yeah, go ahead.
thank you Mr. Charles for your input because أنا في حاجات كتير لازم نتكلم فوقه في موضوع تاني كمان ده طبعا خارج من الموضوع شوية لكن فيك تبريف انت طبعا سميت بموضوع بتاع هنا ده انا كنت عايز اسال اسئله ثانيه لكن انا بسالك سؤال ده يلا بعدين وانا بدي لك how you feel about the SPLM when you before even you got in there it was the way how عمل لكم تريك عشان تدخلوا جوا في كان احداث حصل قال بتاع عيال بتاع لتوكا عيال بتاع ايست إيكواتوريا ان جنرال شالوم حاسجز زي عمل لكم حاسجز بطريقه تريك ده SPLM شالوم وعمل لهم قال اطفال صغار شلخهم بعلامات بيجيز ده يلا ودوم عشان يكونوا في حرب انت what ده كان يعني سنه كم لانه حاجه ده evidence ده true this thing happened اصل هذا اصلا ناس ايست إيكواتوريا قاعدين كراي بعيال تام الشرقون
don't talk about that data بدري. Let's talk about December 2017.
ما انا داير نقول شنو ما انا داير نعرف ما انت من معلومه بتاعك يعني it's okay يعني اوكي لانه في احداث اللي علم استوائيه ما ده انا انفصالي remember I'm a separatist.
Yes.
The reason why I always decide that انه الحاجات اللي حصل في إيكواتوريا it's SPLA is behind it 100% والSPLA كان هو create tribalism وحاجات اللي كان ما قاعدين mention بيكون لكن انا بريسبكت انت ما answer it I will not allow
I will answer it but first of all
في واحد في صحافي مشهور في صحافي تاني اسمه تشاكاليبو من اولاد بتاع ايست إيكواتوريا هو شويه كده اسبراني he's very famous actually one of my father actually met him before they worked with him together in work this guy's a journalist you know انا ما اعرف كتب تعرفه based on that لكن this is another topic is طبعا تشاكاليبو هو من اولاد ايست يبيستو I think من شماليه ده يلا هو ملخبط لا مو ملخبط هو من الناس بتاع ايست إيكواتوريا هو قادر يتروتان
انت قاعد تلام
يب لام انت عرفته هو وين هسه ايوه
اندرو لام في جوبا
okay yeah that one of my father's friend can that's good that's amazing but anyway we talk about it later but that one of the people اللي يعني هو cover up issues بتاع جنوب السودان لما الشماليين كانوا يقتلوا الجنوبيين حتى لما دخل في إيكواتوريا دبحوا إيكواتوريا جامد يعني atrocity جاي من كل الجهات لكن he's a man of great respect لأنه حتى British ديل كان respect his coverage when he was talking about طبعا بيكون ناس كبار خلاص ده ناس كبار عجايز خلاص بدي تفضل يا بعدين قاعد نتكلم عن عيال العمل لهم الدينكا سرقهم زي تعمل لي ده يلا ودوم هناك
yeah you know when we talk about the SPLA we should be all proud of the SPLA regardless of المشاكل SPLA عملوا we should be proud because we contributed in that liberation regardless كان سيلونا بطريقة ياتو ما في مشكلة لكن the issue is all كل ناس الرا في SPLA ده كل شيء له بتريكت بيجوا بنيا سولو بيدقوا بيستعملوا بلا تاكي لخد يال شباب بيقول لا أنا بدوق دوس زي هذا جه استعمله إيكواتوريا ده كان شباب زي توم ويال سكرين بدوق دوس قال لا الناس أنا ما بيستعملوا that's why they went all to Ethiopia to go and get Aram في زمان ده there's a problem فينا إنت ما بقدر جا في بلا فتاك there are conditions ممكن ناس تانيين بيقطعوا حقيقة تومن زمان تا division زي تا you know زمان الناس تا ناصر و تا SPLA you know في ناس become victims I give you an example في December 2013 ده في ناس قطعوا سادة من إيكواتوريانز كان سيلو من توريد إيسترن إيكواتوريا ده السيلو في من أجل
مالكال
السيلو في مالكال في أبا نايل قطعوا نمرة تبيجي زي تاني بيجا عنده 3 شريط تاني قطعوا نص أبو جريدة you know this thing is fact as a command some of them either do it voluntarily as a moment back they survive because they cannot come out
أزمة بدأ نسأل سؤال هنا في الموضوع ده ناس زينا أبا نايل ديل قاعدين يشلخوا ناس بتاعنا ده هم قاصدين شنو كأنت في رأيك in your own opinion قصد بتاعهم شنو لنا ده حقارة إنه إحنا عبيد ولا ده لأنه هم دايرين يقولون يا ماستر ولا ده بقى لأنه شنو they want to دايرين يزيدوا عدد
إتكا إتزولا عسكري لو ناس في شكله لو إتا في محل عمليات وإتا ممكن become a prisoner of war Ole ita mendu teriga santerga fe mahal take. What do? You have to do military tactics, right? You have to use your military tactics.
Of course.
Right? That's what happened my alternate Equatorians. We lost a lot of في Great Upper Nile. عيال كتير. You know? دوفا الكبار مننا من أكوتا عيال كبيرة سيبوا أكوتا عيال في أكوتا أنا وراهم. You know? Some of them, you know, they didn't come back. You know? They did not come back. You know? They either because they are forced, you know, to be as an Isalago, to, you know, it's just a simulation. Ita gal result anaja as
It is a simulation.
Ita zeta mondare. Ita mutakete ya wana ma mondare. Ita gal de chunu. Ma de simulation, right?
Exactly. I agree with you. The humiliation is it's slave بتاعي أنا بخطك زي ما تعاوز. Which is that's why I'm saying.
Ita hagara, that's it.
Exactly.
You know? Yes. Most of Equatorians of Islam are shakla tabor. You know? Yes, it is true. I came, right? You know? So, ajade hassle. We cannot deny it. You know? It is very unfortunate. You know? It's very unfortunate.
Well,
but this is part of the liberation in which
let me get out of the topic. Yes. Yeah.
That's what we are saying. You know? That's why we say, we as Equatorians, what did we benefit from this liberation?
Nothing. My opinion, I'm sorry, my opinion is nothing. But your opinion is different from me.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying. It's nothing. Some of us are still fighting. Some of us, they threaten them because we stand for our own values. We itama be join movement, Tani. You go with the objective of the movement that are good for you and your people. Right? Like at the end of the day, you are let down, okay? But you cannot give up. A struggle is a process. Until you achieve your hadaf itak, ya kalati tabgul hamdulillah. Lakini lo hadaf itak lisa ma hadidu, lazim taistimir. You know? So that's why people are still fighting, because there's no right. Even the people from people who contributed in the beginning, like the Nuer, they were the first army or who went to join the SPLA in thousands. Did the Nuer benefit it? No. Do they have the same luxury like the way that people are enjoying in Juba? No. They live in fear, right? Not even Equatorians alone. Okay? So, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your input, and I appreciate for your honest and sincere message, your answers. And about that narrative, during that time when they to the reality of being captured, and because I know I got to hostages in the SPLM. No, according to my opinion, I apologize. According to my interpretation, for Arjuk, don't. It's not the opinion of Mr. Charles Itahile. It's not the opinion of anyone, but it's my opinion based on what I see. Because you guys were tricked. You were tricked to go from your school, taken out, and then you were sent to somewhere where you found out you are now an SPLM soldiers. Okay, that completely you are a hostage. You've been tricked. According to any person, hatta for Western countries, you cannot take somebody without their consent. I joined the military based on my consent.
Etika and liberation. Yes. It has also removed.
I believe. Yeah, I am because I am 100%.
So if it can story, listen. It can story. There are many ways you're going to recruit people to join you. So it's not listen. Yeah. Listen.
No.
It can be trickery, but at the end of the day, all my people were in the SPLA. So even those that are local, because I was taken to Equatoria, I trained the Red Army, right? And then, of course, everybody is a soldier in the liberated areas. Why you want to remain as even a civilian? Yani kanzato kan masilana, listen, can be joined, right? So there's no, and it was not only for Equatorians, it was all across South Sudan. It is not. Talk about
Mr. Charles, Anna Infisali, radical. In my point, when I
Yeah, but
say this,
we have to
because I
accept the
believe
truth.
in it.
Let's say
So
this
I'm
is
not
the
saying.
background. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's your opinion. Like, you know, can go to the question, okay?
Yeah.
Lano, because when we talk about this thing, I know it's very sensitive. Like, I'm gonna see 8 years old. That I'm revolution. Revolution to start with your mind completely aware and confident. And it's to convinced, and this is the way. That's why revolution starts. Cuban revolution. أنا قاعد look at the Cuban revolution is the greatest revolution اللي حصل في تاريخ 20th century. لأنه Cuban revolution كان بدأ بإقناع. بمعنى تاني إقناع بمعنى تاني conviction that they are fighting for the truth and justice of liberating their own marginalized people from the from the atrocity of Batista, a dictator اللي كان أمريكا قاعد use him at that time. But anyway, coming up to my question هنا ليك وكان حداثة عندك أي question.
If I talk to you something, let me say this. For example, you are going to fight Salva Kiir.
أنتوا قاعد تسمعوني كويس؟ لأنه في ناس قالوا ما قاعد يسمعوني، أنا قاعد أتكلم بسرعة. sorry.
أنا قاسم.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so for example, they're gonna fight Salva Kiir, al dictator, al Gamul Ajad Batal Equatoria. You're gonna use a different tricks, right? Right?
I don't deny. I don't.
To achieve your objective.
Mr. Charles, I don't deny it. It amalta your best. I don't deny it. I never even disagree in it did your job. But what I'm saying is you were victimized by the SPLM, and that's where the question of ethics and morality and the moral ethic, like, you know, when I'm talking about أنا قاعد نتكلم عن المبادئ والأخلاقية، لأنه أي ثورة بيقوم مفترض الثورة يقوم على شنو؟ على مبادئ إنساني وأساسي بيدي حق أي مواطن، ما مفترض يقلعوك من بيتك. أنت كنت قاعد تدرس you know يعني
إتيكا لو الناس ما في القرى شكل إنت بعمل شنو؟ ما you have to use some trick. لازم تعملوا طريقات تانين. الناس بقدر جا join هنا. Yes, الناس بيكون very painful at the starting time. But the zaman bigger, for example, كان في ميدان هناك. أنا bigger كان bigger, you know, at the Armosite. وأنا كمان ب, you know, في زمن تاني I do the, you know, training. You know, at that age, you know, أنا بدربه, you know, and I become like one of تلميذين بيهيبوان حالس because of my activeness, and you know, that's why I was at the Armosite almost for 3 times, you know. So you know, let's not dwell on
yes.
something.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, just one second. You as a revolutionary, maybe one day you will use the same trick. So matter.
That's true. You're right. I apologize again. That's why I'm saying I recognize my mistake here.
Yeah.
I apologize. لكن بدأ سؤالي لك during that time of your struggle لما انت دخلت بقيت واحد من ال revolutionary warriors, you know, what was the time انت بقى افكارك السياسيه كان كيف؟ طبعا انت قلت انت جيت دخلت في فكره سياسيه later، كان التطور بتاعك او the evolution بتاع political ideology بتاعك during that time when you became part of the SPLM and a part of a big movement في السودان كله على اساس انه احنا with the new Sudan. What was your how the evolution came up? Did you evolve into the idea of the new Sudan? Or did it evolve into the idea of احنا السودان شنو جنوب السودان انفصال تاع جنوب السودان من شمال السودان؟
You know, when I was when زمان هنا في training center يا إتيكا عندنا حاجة واحد الثورة for the whole South, for the whole Sudan, a new Sudan. That was the vision of the SPLA. There was no South Sudan. Okay, what we know that the oppressive regime in Sudan oppress the people of South Sudan. They have not given their rights, and therefore we are fighting for our right. South Sudan independence was out of the topic. We only know South Sudan independent during the Nasir faction. Okay, from 1991 to 94, Zaman Dakfi, you know, during the Tuareg and Nasir faction inter-conflict. Okay, that's where we know that we will need for South Sudan. Okay, but after Dr. Riek also went to to Khartoum in 1997, that ideology of South Sudan independence also disappeared again because the SPLA put pressure on all the forces that were under Riek, and all of us, you know, end up within back to the SPLA because there was no way. Dr. Riek Majibulena Sila, Dr. Riek Majibulena Dam, Wile Akil, we depend on if it, I know, SPLM for Eastern Equatoria, depend mina Talagata Alna Gobud Minsunu, mina SPLA. So, you know, it was, you know, what Tadin Alkangi Bium in Jalaba. So, although the supplies in Jalaba it was not that much, right? Makan much, I'll be back there, you know, to as an Ikulu Sarafa Muatnin, I mean, Sakir Alkan join Riak Machar. Otherwise, SPLA Tagaran kan mutu, you know, but because, you know, bigger Minak, Kalas, you know, people give up, you know, and people end up again SPLA when Dr. Yakaman joined. He went back in Sibu Kalama Dia to independent, Warija Kaman for ideology Tasunu, the New Sudan, under the Dr. Garang.
Okay. Can you explain to me Nasser faction? أنا ما عندي معلومة عنه, if you don't mind. لكن أنت كمان there, كمان you can decline. أنا ما بعرف عن Nasser faction.
Was you know, a movement that was.
What is it? Yeah, because I have no idea. I have no clue, to be honest with you.
This was
Nasser faction.
You know, in the SPLA, there was one SPLA. So in 1991, August 28, you know, August 28, 1991, Dr. Riak, Lamakol, and Kong, you know, declared, Nasser faction, you know, to stand for democracy, human rights, respect, and, good leadership, representation of the people, and, you know, because that getting that time was a dictator. You know, it is unfortunate today also that the same message Dr. Riak passed in 1991 during his declaration, also he became the same word that is now applying to him. He forget the people, standing for the people, the value for democracy. Alo Kele Mugaleka, no, you know what? Oh, Gereng is holding SPLA as his family business. What happened today with the SPLA Mayo? The same, exactly the behavior of John Garang. You know, so Nazi faction born out of the SPLA. You know,
and it can't be disagreement.
We were SPLA IO. Now we have Kitgwang declaration. You know,
yes, so I'm coming to ask you about that.
Come out. To stand for independence of South Sudan. Later on. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yalla, another نسألك سؤال.
If I can inject, just
yeah, اتفضل حداثة. اتفضل.
In the fact that, you know, Etika has questioned you, where you talked about, you know, the movement was supposed to you know, to proceed all the way from you know, from you know, all the way from South Sudan to all the way to North Sudan. Like, I don't know how you call it, like how do they call it again? Oh yeah,
Nasser faction. Nasser faction.
No, you know how they were going originally for the whole Sudan.
The New Sudan idea, yeah, ideology.
Yeah, that ideology. Do you think that this ideology has already perished away with, you know, John Garang already died, or maybe do the SPLA still have the idea? Because I could hear from different people sometimes, you know, there are certain people that who are having these ideas. They like they still talk about, like, you know, originally we were for the New Sudan, you know, the whole New Sudan idea. So do you think the idea has perished away, or do you think it can be resurrected?
No. The idea of the SPLM of New Sudan is not going away. Honestly, Finas with the SPLM Jubada, they still have ideology as an Illuminas Makatun. Okay? If you look the way Salva Kiir ally with the SPLM North, Vizamata ta shakla tana ta SPLM ayo mahakuma de mahakani jabukulu nasa no se apeji shaklina. And this is based because of the ideology of the New Sudan. You know? So the ideology of New Sudan just Fadia Taban Jamulu Nazel, the majority of South Sudanese decided to become what? Separatists. You know? It is as like Asade, lo Asade Galikan Amuro voting. Galikan itum der limu
South Sudan.
Junub Sudan. My Ketire Kotora with them. Right? You know, even Alindu Besit Alindu Fadia der Galgan, we are one we are a united South Sudan. Bigger Nabijaja Bes Bera, Nabidakal Equatoria Bera Bes. Right? The Nasal Kadjam in Khartoum, Command Dakal Vijuno Bikida, Legoma voters. Oh, you know. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I was just wondering, just a quick question. Are you still with the IO, or if you don't feel like answering me, that is fine. I respect that. Are you still with the IO, or how did you even from SPLA to IO, SPLM IO? How did you change position? Maybe if you have
I
answered.
believe Bukurita can busy if mahal des gibera na gulu fi zaman ta that's the same.
That's what I was going to say. If you have answered before, it's fine. It's okay. But
no, Ana Gibel Joabo, but let me just remind
who can galek Ogal fi Nasir? Yeah,
No,
nobody
no.
already disagree.
I remember that.
Etika, Kelana Joabo, it's okay.
It's further, yeah, it's further.
Hadasha already did it.
That's me,
ده حداثة ذاته يا ديدي ذاته.
Do you know that
اسم بتاعه ذاته.
Yeah,
Etika.
Etika. Actually, it's like people get confused, like who's
Hadassa is Hadassa is Didi يا ذاته. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know that in a game as Didi في Kampala?
I actually got a situation whereby my social media has been hacked and stuff like that. So I sometimes change my name frequently.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, let me just answer you. I say how I joined the Anna SPLA. Like, but it was zaman when the South Sudan government was Ligonas bigger Ligobele. Those people, those of Salva Kiir, they discriminated other people, including I'm one of them who are not confirmed. You know, if you look Dufatai, Anas Alkan as Junior Lana, Asakir Alkan Junior Lana for Medan, you know, all of the SPLA, bigger Monsunu, bigger and bigger, some of them are ambassadors, or Tanin major generals, Tanin brigadiers. Like in Nasi Mama confirmed. Why we are not confirmed? For the reason best known to them, Nasal Group Sukun, because of Mother Alpha Nasal Info.
تمام قبيله بتاعهم صح؟
Yes.
كمان فوق قبليه. Yeah.
Yes.
لانه كان قبليه في اسفل جامد، يعني انت بتاكلي اسفل كان قد يرديك على قبيله بتاعك.
Yeah, some people they play that game. You saw? But juru asami tana de bara.
عشان انت ما من بيجيز، يعني بكل احترامي لدينك.
ما قال بيجيز، ده ايكوتوريا فوقه. ما تكوتو كلام لبيجيز. ايكوتوريا نيا.
كمان ايكوتوريا.
No.
كمان مؤرسين.
Yes, muarasin tana te kotere le bigis de umone abada kalam de. Let's ma fi aja tanin bigis mamulu.
Okay, I got you. I will not disagree on something kanta ita hinak because I'm not there.
So
did I respect your point.
So fi December zaman Salva Kiir katolo nas fi December 2013 I stood up with the victims the Nuer. You know, I stood very firm until began SPLA jaddak al biga. Tala SPL kan fi Hakuma tala biga Maria kuma bagijes taninde. That's when I joined the, I continue with them. But Jali Ghana to get fight because the article that I wrote on the 18th of December in 23, and then my campaign from there up to the time I formed the chapters in diaspora, to support the SPLIO, that's how we evolve in the SPLMIO.
Quick question to you, Mr. Charles Itahile. Namata Badeto Maraka, because you said you were injured, you were wounded in the battlefield, and so you're a warrior like us. Because a warrior always get to be in a fight, and then when they get injured or non-injured, they still be in a battlefield. يأتي بتكون لك سكار، عندك علامة جرح، إن كان شخصي، إن كان نفسي، إن كان في جسدي. فأنا عاوز أسألك, during that fight, إنت سميت يعني if you never witness، يعني أنت كما شفت بعينك، إنت سميت كان في atrocity جاي من الحركة الشعبية لبنات وأولاد استوائيين في خلال اقتحامات بتم لأراضي إيكواتوريا. لانه انا قلت التسعينات، انت دخلت في التسعينات.
انت تعرف حاجه اتيكا
يعني yes انا بس قاعد اسال ريبورت. yes thank you.
ما you have to accept that during the liberation في حاجات ماشي بطال. I told you جبال في حاجات الناس الكانوا بدري في SPLA بدري ناس اروح بدايه. And you remember also zaman الناس الكان التاو بين ذاته في تجات أننا في Eastern Equatoria they were Equatorians. Majority of them were Equatorians. They are biggies. right? They
Can
can
you
Equatorian.
elaborate evidence انت بتعرف يا كتيبة؟
Oh yes.
Because
Oh
هنا
yes.
gonna take this as a record كتيبة يا تو لأنه حنعمل بعدين في بحث حنعمل DNA all that stuff then we're gonna find them حتى لو بقى عجوز. في تعانين أحياء في تعانين أحياء don't worry we will find it. أسمع the western countries is more evolved بدنا نعرف حتى report بتاع كلام نفهمه. Yes. اتفضل.
What you need to, if you are dwelling on the SPLM-IO fight,
No, أنا ما قاصد SPLM fight IO. أنا قاصد SPLM ذاته جون جيرينج لما كان حي.
IO دي أنا ما زمان في IO في هناك ده أنا ما فوقه right. أنا بس هنا في diaspora right. So
no أنا قاصد إذا فهمت كلامي.
أنت قاصد IO ولا أنت قاصد زمن تا جيرينج؟
لا زمن تا جيرينج ما أنت أنا قاعد أتكلم عن your youth. I never yet went to IO.
أنا أقول
ما أنا قاعد نقول كلام.
أنا أقول زمن تا جيرينج.
أنا بعرف IO what they did. لكن أنا قاصد about
زمن تا جيرينج. Everybody did a battle في جنوب السودان. And we accept that.
Do you say that Equatorians were part of it? Equatorians were part
of it. And I go, yes, Equatorian part of it.
Can you give us a proof to it?
I came later. When we fight in the Eastern Equatoria alone, zaman zazakal alfi shakal fi Eastern Equatoria fi mahalat de kulu. Ma de Equatorian ketir fogo. الناس اللي جيبوا الناس اللي جاروا بيوت Equatorians زي ما they Equatorians. So let's not, sometimes it's very painful.
No, but what area? فيك تديني specific لأنه ما فينا نتكلم speculation.
أسمع أنا
specific area المعروف فوق Equatorian حرقوا بيت Equatorian تاني.
كله حرقوا. لو يتجا في موروك حرقوا في إتاهيلي حرقوا ويوفريك حرقوا لوكايا حرقوا في لوتوكا حرقوا ما على كله ما في محل تاني.
يعني ده تقول إنه ده Equatorian يحرق مكانات لوتوكا نفسه.
إنت كان جابا مارسين أنت بقول شنو؟ كان جيبوا كتير أصلا مندار أنت بقول شنو؟
ما أنا فهمتك. Listen. Uncle Charles, I mean Mr. Charles, I just wanted to say this because في حاجة مهم جدا. Okay, we are not here talking in a discussion talk. لكن هنا كمان gonna talk based on facts. Okay.
But that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. ما أنا مستعد. أنا قاعد نسأل يا كتيبة. ما يمكن أنا سألت جبريل كانوا امبارح هل تقدر تتكلم ما؟ جبريل كانوا حتى اعترف إنه حركة شعبية عمل مجازر لأنه إيكواتوريا لما دخلوا في SPLM بس دقيقة فينا ديك كلام أنت قلت دخلت في التسعينات أنت ما دخلت في وقت اللي SPLM عمل جرائم ضد إيكواتوريا تعرف كلاما واني ده على أساس قاعد بقى عجوز ده قاعد في منداري ده كلاما طلع في نص الثمانينات. Okay, I was a kid. I saw him. The man went after getting because of the atrocity, the rape, the murder against Equatorians. This was the reason why Equatorian وقت داكا كانوا متحسبين. لكن Equatorian من جي دخلوا في التسعينات وجي involved themselves with SPLM, that was a different episode. لكن the reason why Equatorial did not trust SPLM,
listen, abuse. I want to clarify this. المشكلة اللي جيبوا تغير في movement is during the Nasser
faction. دخلوا عشوائي.
Listen, اسمع. ما دقيقة.
Yes.
You need to learn, right?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah. When أجت الغير في SPLA حاصل غير في زمن تشنو؟ في زمن Nasser faction يا بيجا SPLA جات ذكروا وبيجا reverse their policies. Even ناس كان يسرد من محل عمليات بيجا دروبيتا كان قبضيتا. بدروبيتا ساك. Right? زمن دروبيتا. Listen here. Listen. زمن دروبيتا نيني يالتا تا من أولاد يفوتو اثنين أولاد ولا بقولوا زمن داك لوتوكو. موسو مامور كان يكايدنا. موسو ناس عملوا فارنج سبوت في توري. ده كان دينكا. قال ما ينكر. Okay. يعني أنا نسأل سؤال. أنا نسأل سؤال. إنت كنت جزء من نازل؟ ناس يا تو. الناس اللي قاعد تتكلم عنه إنه حاجات ده حصل. Were you there with them? أنا بقول لك أجات على أنا قاعد مفارق سكوت أنا قاعد. Don't. You know the problem متى تيكا؟
ما no. ما أنا بس قاعد نقول لأنه شنو Mr. Charles. ما لأنه أنت قاعد تقول أنا نقول لك لأنه في أحداث حصلت. According بعدين ده documented ما بحكومة عمر بشير ولا بحكومة SPLM. That was documented by Red Cross. قال SPLM committed a crime. طبعا أنا قاعد نسأل يا كتايب لأنه في كتايب مش كتايب.
يا إتيكا Ala Jaraim al Hasalat Inagde, you cannot account anybody. Pinamulik peace, we get our country. You need to know this. We have a country because of that atrocities. Whether Jabeteriga Quest, Jabeteriga Batal, we have a country. What we are saying now is that Lebele de begin and go bele de. Le Salva Kiir Bekatul Nas. This is what we want to focus.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, okay, let's go. Let's go to that. Lano Hajat Anagadnagul, we have to go. Lano Azin Nosal, we have to go to the history of the reason because it's a good to
no.
I was expecting
like Etika. Ana will relate. Ana Kingal.
We will find a lot. Don't worry.
As I tell you, Sukalamta Taji Clement, the Muso in Equatoria, they can decount or they can wear.
No, we can Shagal Mahokuma Shamal. Who can did SPL and SPL can indo Haraka Gabelia. Let's be clear. Yeah. SPL can قبل ما تدخل جوا حتى لما جاء استخدموكم
اسمع اتيكا دون زماننا في SPL قبليه tell us ade mafi aje na baarf kan ina comrade
I know ma he used it
aje kan nita baasado the leaders zaman dak fi kan bijibu dinkati au bijab kutu fi mahalati Equatoria kan gobutu mahal kutu fogo yani the mamure yani was to be the top leader lakin because we are gamula malia de kulu lakin credit de gura le nastanin. These are the things that bigger gero. But at least now he benefited from his struggle. So matter asarajatanina alma which is not valuable, which cannot even be help you in a fight about independence of Equatoria. Go ahead.
Again, I apologize. So go ahead, Hadassah. You have any question to Mr. Charles?
Yeah, please. Charles, thank you for your questions here. Thank you for elaborating things. They command بدل أن فرصة أن بقدر فاهم أن بقدر فاهم حاجات تانين. Furthermore, أن كان ما understand can not get into deep of things. So أنا بس بدي أعرف من أديتك you have sacrificed a lot, quite a lot. Sacrificed a lot from the time of SPLA, and then moving forward to right now. You're in IO. You're still doing a lot of hard work and stuff like that. Even sadly that sometimes you don't get acknowledged and stuff like that. What are your thoughts? Regarding things like land grabbing, land occupations, or the hajat. What are your thoughts? And also in the failure of how how it can the idea of this movement is to be like a savior like South Sudanese, and then to look at it like the major failure, really the failure really like in really a very horrible way, that it feels like
which organization failure? This specific.
The SPLM in general, whether you call it the SPLM IO now, well, like an SPLM by itself, but before as a one group as SPLM, before Takunma, divided into SPLM IO and Munu that how do you feel about the failures that the ongoing failures that is going on? Yeah, like in few words, just like if you can just go over it like quick. Yeah, like regarding the land grabbing and the things that are happening or the land occupation and stuff like that. What are your thoughts on them? As part of SPLM.
What we know really about that, all of us know as Equatorians that the government in Juba is not favoring Equatorians. They use us like tools, like puppets, right? We didn't benefit from the liberation struggle. Few individuals benefited. But we as Equatorians a lot. Finas ketir menina marugao, and then we blame the biggies, we blame the Nuer. What about the Dubatanal, Kubat, Equatorial can back there? Alarv, Galizo, they were quiz. I give an example. Zaman v Uganda v that was in 2003, November inak. There's Galas Nasar Galas Galas VPs. Those Mamur is a leader. Ana ya go rina sana alfi kataib ana bori filande munu igiro ga ya fu gidam tai. Okay? Wele ana zata algoni zure kutana foko. Wana mazol algasado. I hate Assad. If they know that you are doing, I do something quest, zole bog de bodila na jo body. I don't want to ask. You know? So imagine giru gaunas vigidam takete agori filan ya giru gav. You know, and then you are not being put there. So you blame it be blame the biggest? No, there was no Nuer there. There was no Dinka there. The Equatorians. They minister Equatoria. Right? So what we are saying that the failures of the SPLM is contributed by both Equatorians. And look, also Equatorians are coafin. They cannot stand for their own interests. And then it comes out in Equatorian benefsatana undina muskila. We don't support our leaders. We don't support our leaders, and that's why that's Gala Blena. Itum Asa Zedemusitu, we are fighting for Ajere, for independence of Equatoria. How many people support Itum? This is
we have a lot of positions, yeah, but also yeah.
Okay.
So it's a good you know. So repeat it, Mr. Charles.
Equatorians, we don't support our own leaders. Okay, that lead to the failures of Equatoria representation for national government, like the South Sudan, or if the SPLA. How many naturally recruited for SPLA? They are recruiting through their families, right? Their friends, their relatives, their clans. It's not Galeaki, and Nasal can mendu, yan mendu, alarhu, gebila rekida. وناس mafi lakini kilijibu kama zekano morafi ya SPLA akade mafi.
Okay, Mr. Charles, تعرف السؤال أنا سألتك لو ده لأنه أنا عاوز نرجع للمرجعية. And then there's a brother here. Yeah.
I give you an example. Just let me continue.
No, let me just respond to this brother of here. He's hold on. I want to say is that he said, Etika, I thought you were supposed to interview him about grabbing issues, cows in Equatoria, one tribe delegation, the United Nations General Assembly, separation of Equatoria, etc. Look now where we are going. Anabas has a response to my brother. My brother, we know we are united, regardless what people say. We were never, let us be clear. The people that are going to suffer for Equatoria, they are not SPLM, they are not IO, they're just civilians of Equatoria. What we are crying for is that the people who have experience in a battlefield, those who are former warriors, you know, those who are in the bush right now fighting in different group, either they're fighting for IO or they're fighting for NAS, they're supposed to unify to protect the Equatorian people. But unfortunately, we still have difficulty here. But what I asked Mr. Charles, with respect to him, he was open very clearly with me to come and answer. He did not say no. And I respect when I said if I did something, I crossed the line, I would decline, I will not go far. And I really thank you, Mr. Charles. I hope I did not offend you, and I did not offend anyone, because what we are trying to get here is that we want to get to the point. And I was نوصل للحل للقضية الأصلي، لأنه إحنا عارفين الحركة الشعبية هو أساس تاع مشكلة تاع إيكاتوريا. Because today Equatorians are suffering because حركة شعبية. زي ما Uncle Clement هنا قال, one of the reasons of formation of the SPLMA was Kokora. كلام ده كله ناس بيتفقوا فوقه. لأنه كليمن لما طلع في غابة لما طلع قال يشاكل مع SPLM، ما طلع لأنه هو قد يكره دينكا، لكن طلع لأنه العمايل بتاع SPLA ضد القبائل اللي كان هو في مشكلة بتاع كوكورا، وكان واحد منهم منداري. The Dinka targeted Mundari, targeted Murle, targeted Nuer, targeted ناس بحر غزال. حاجات دي كلهم is documented, you know. ولما أنا قاعد نسأل سؤال عن موضوع بتاع SPLA الجرائم اللي هو عملوا ده، لما أنا قلت في documentation تاع الصليب الأحمر أو Red Cross, because there is a real evidence that there was a crime from the SPLM. لكن طبعا Mr. Charles came later. Charles came in the time when who can teach it. يعني هو more reasonable. أنا ما قلنا accuse Mr. Charles هنا. I know Mr. Charles is reasonable. Mr. Charles is a teacher. لما تعرف تكون a teacher, you are somebody who is very responsible, you don't harm a person. انت قاعد to teach people something good. حتى لو انت عندك اختلاف في الرأي، لكن ما بتأذي زول. لأنه المعلم هو دائما بيكون كصورة وكرؤية للتلميذ الجاي. So this man he did his best. هو قال شالوم هناك وهو بقى واحد من الناس، لكنه شنو لاحظ في نفسه كمان في نفس الوقت انه he need to do something، لأنه ممكن يكونوا teacher والناس بتاعه يتعذب. So he really volunteered with all his heart and committed his job. وانا بقول له شكرا because I'm not denying he did his service as a man who fought for his land for his people. لكن قاعد نسأله عن الأحداث لأنه في evidence of أحداث اللي حصل ضد إيكاتوريا، لأنه إحنا كإيكاتوريان we were victimized by SPLM. هو كان واحد من victim، حتى هو بنفسه قال لك شالوم بقوة، لكن هو accept his destiny على أساس at least أنا بقو أنا بuse my misfortune to become my fortune. You know هو ما رفض. فأنا قاعد نقول شنو يا جماعة، do not mix كلام بتاعي. أنا قاعد نحاول create a conflict here. I respect Mr. Charles so much وأنا بشكره كتير for respecting us, even though أنا remember I talked to you Mr. Charles إنه إحنا we can disagree politically، لكن at the end إحنا كلنا بيت وإحنا يال واحد يال تا family and I will never condemn you because أنا بعرف أنت عندك نوايا صالح because you cry for your people. لما انت قاعد تكورك about التهيلي area، انت قاعد تكورك about area ده ما كلام ساكت، ده كلام انت جاي من قلبك لانه اهلك تعبانين. And I want to say I'm proud of you regardless what people wanted to challenge me here. بس انا قاعد نقول لاخويا اللي قاعد يسمعني ده نيبارا، انا ما اعرف كان pronounce his name نيبارا، ارجوك نيبارا do not misunderstand me. I respect you too because you have a right opinion and I want you to continue to write. Please write لانه احنا اليوم قاعدين speak openly to our brothers. enemy بتاعنا بيواتش بيلاف. هسه في ناس قاعدين يضحكوا علينا هنا قالوا ناس قاعدين يختلفوا. نو احنا ما قاعدين نختلف، بالعكس احنا قاعدين نوضح. we are explaining a clear thing اللي ناس تاني ما عارفينه. وانا بشكر انكل هنا انا بقول لك انكل، لكن انا formally right now انا بجيب you Mr. Charles because you've been a man with credit with respect. شفت كيف؟ انا بسي thank you for your service وانا ما برفض كلامك. انا بس سؤالي يعني كاسف انا كان عملت اي احراج. Forgive me for that. Like
it's okay.
Thank you.
Nebera,
Yes.
you know, talk something. He said you should be asking me about issues that affect the Equatorians.
Yes, when again to get to that. That's what I want to get to. Yes. وشكرا لإبارة.
If I can say something, I think I have asked Charles about he's actually talking about what he asked here, the land grabbing and the Munu. We're getting into things. And
we are getting there. We are getting there.
Yeah, the land grabbing. Yeah, so if you are following Nibara or I don't know how to pronounce, you will see it actually. So let's just proceed and yeah.
Yes. بس أنا نقول لbrother Nibara, don't worry, we're getting there. بس أنا قاعد نتكلم عن لأنه لازم قال أنت لازم تعرف تاريخك قبل ما تقول حاضر بتاعك. You need to know your past before you know your present. You cannot say I am here. You need to know your present because nobody came from nothing. We came from a past.
It was actually about Charles' experience that Charles في SPLM and
SPLM وجدة. Yes. Thank you. أنا هندخل في present هسه بعد شوية. Yeah. فأنا آسف Mr. Charles for interrupting you. Go ahead, put your point, and then from there we can go to IO, Alita Fogu, وبعدين 2013 هندخل في 2013, and then from there we go to the present and فوق اليوم.
Yeah, go ahead if there's a question. If you can question on my job.
No, it's a job. No, it's okay. Okay, let me go to 2013 then. It's وقت انفصال جنوب Sudan. What was before we go to the انفصال جنوب Sudan, where were you? What were you doing at that time? And what was your political position and your ideas at that time? Are you for separation based on what you believe, or انت كنت listen a different mindset? Because أنا بقول لك بصراحة أنا كنت anti-separation.
I'm a separatist. I'm a separatist.
Good. Okay. أنا كنت anti-separation, لكن في the end I had to submit to the idea of separation because الشمالين بقى يستحقرونا. لكن I was anti-separation على أساس إنه إحنا ده أرض بتاعنا كله at that time, but now it's different. But thank you. Okay, that's a good answer. And then I can go to the next question for you. Tell me about 2013 2013. انت كنت في جوبا ولا انت كنت في امريكا already هنا؟ So I mean في كندا.
انا ما في امريكا، انا في كندا. انت بتقول دي امريكا كمان زي الناس هنا.
I know. I'm sorry. I mixed up.
America
Hakim lo Hakim. Ana marif Hakim Disco. Ejek. Ana menda raya mushkila. We are very glad, Uncle Inaida. Itahile يتكلم معانا, and I hope you understand me. أنا ما عندي any problem. أنا بس قاعد ask question, a legitimate question, وهو thankfully brave enough to answer. ما في أي حاجة أنا قاعد نعمل هنا against, and I hope if I offend you, Mr. Charles, please tell me. I will stop there. I will not go far to offend you.
No, no, you don't offend me. It's just a question, right? It's an interview. I have a right to answer.
Thank you.
My question for Charles: are you there for position? There where Anamar there they win. Is it in this forum or where? Akim, can you? I just wrote you. Can you reframe the question because your question is not, clear.
Not clear. Exactly. Anyway, أنساك منه موضوع بتاعنا هسه نركز لشنو 2013. What was your feeling when the time of the 2013 happened? And at that time, it كان فيها موقع سياسي. What was your mental, political understanding at that time about South Sudan regime, which is now we call it regime, SPLM, who كان الحزب الحاكم. What were you at that time mentally في السياسة بتاع جنوب السودان مع الوضع اللي جه حصل في 2013 لما جاء قتلوا نوير قتلوا نوير بكمية؟ يعني ده كان ماسكة وده جريمة ضد النوير، وانا بنعترف بكلام ده، احنا ما بننكره لانه اخواننا النوير رغم احنا بنختلف معهم في حاجات سياسيه، لكننا بنقول ده كان ظلم ضد النوير، لانه الحاجه اللي حصل يعني الحركه الشعبيه استخدم قبيله بتاع الدينكا على اساس ان احنا ننتقم من النوير، كلام بتاع 1991 ولا 1992 في احداث كان حصلت في الماضي. انا كنت اشكرك بجد نسالك عشان تقدر توريني عن قضايا، لكن ما مشكله بننسى الموضوع ده هسه. بس انا قاعد نقول وقت داك انت كنت وين how did you feel about that massacre وقت داك؟ لان طبعا انت قلت انت already established SPLM IO at that time because لاحظت كانوا حركه شعبيه ماشي opposite direction against the people of South Sudan. فوريني رايك كان فكرتك كان وين هناك. Thank you.
Thank you, Itacha. I think you would have asked a question from the beginning when the SPLM entered into what? Into when we the SPLA joined, entered into South Sudan. When the government, when the Machekos, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement was signed, right? Of course, that time we are fighting, we are trying, to make sure that, the South Sudanese fight for, I stand for separation. I form an organization called South Sudan Concerned Citizens International Association. Al-John Korshido Asadide. It is me who started. It is called Concerned Citizens of South Sudan. Since 2005, we have been writing. In 2007, we write that officially, and we established a website. So we are standing for the South Sudan separation. You see, in 2012, we remember there was a fight. When the Sudan government, Hajimu Junub, infected the oil field across the borders of South Sudan. I stood alone. I even walked like maybe I say 100 kilometers. Demonstrating in support of the SPLA forces. Despite what the discrimination the Salva Kiir regime did to some of us who stood in the SPLA during the 21 years of his struggle, we still even supported them. Remember, I just want to give you this background. In 2010, during the elections, Salva Kiir, Dagast, the people of Salva Kiir who are writing his manifesto and all his program, they fail, they forget health. I wrote myself that Susan Jambu was the external officer for external relations, for the SPLM. I wrote to her, I said, you guys, Salva Kiir manifesto men do health. I have the communication until they went and check it again. Thank you. Until bigger health there, Kutufi campaign, that's Salva Kiir. I'm an SPLM, I'm an SPLA. We are proud of our contribution. Nobody can take our contribution away. Regardless whether they go position in Hakuma, Alkan Shakil Momon Sawa, but we contributed. Our parents fought in Anyanya 1. Our families, our tribes across the country fought for that country. So we have to make sure that South Sudan is a country for all. So the events of 2013, December, was a shocking event to the people of South Sudan. We didn't expect that Salva Kiir regime will go door to door to kill the Nuer people who voted for him, who stood in the SPLA from day one in thousands and contributed in the liberation of this country. And then you target them from door to door. You know, I was not even aware. I was relaxing about the politics of South Sudan. But one of my friends just called at midnight. Gal ya Charles, gal wale Nuer ge katilo fi Juba. Huh? You know, ana juzere biga saba ajade biga ketir nas biga. You know, I call if and zamantane talagat ga ana gasuma. Talagat ge kore. You know, I start connecting. I do my connection with the people I know within Eastern Equatoria and in Juba. And some of these people were saved. Some of them that I saved, John Sulenweri, when I was a representative, I connect them. They tell what I did. Yes, it was horrible. You know, and that time, Nuer Gio give Barao. They say the Nuer Nasta Shakla, Kulu Gabal Bikega Nuer de Nasta Shakla. But when I told the Nuer in February 2014, Anagul Nuer, what just cool down. You know? Cool down. Once Naze, you know, once Naze stepped in the Juba regime, Salva Kiir just stepped in Gabal Tarinde, these people will rebel. They will what? They will rebel. And that's exactly, yeah, Itacha, Asa, Ajal go dita, give stand for Equatorian Desunu. Most of the same thing, Hajat al-Ghasil Batal Equatorian. When I stood with the Nuer in day one, because they are South Sudanese, they are citizens. You know, what the government did to them was bad. But I didn't know that some of them will betray themselves. They will end up in Juba surrendering to Salva Kiir for positions and food and money, turning their own guns again, using Salva Kiir to kill the fellow Nuer. This is something very sad. It's very painful for some of us. And that's why, you know, in December 18, I wrote that letter appealing for Equatorians to join those who are fighting the government, to support the victims, the Nuer. On 23rd of December 2013, I wrote that article in support of the SPLA who went out from the Juba. Those who were led by those of Riak and Gadet also stood from the other side in Bor. I stood with them. I even wrote, I appealed to Mahmoud to join the forces of our SPLA. But he ended up there. These documents are there in the internet. You can Google it. If I lie, the documents are there with the date posted. They are not yet deleted. So Itacha, as a human being, you will feel, put yourself, Lokande Itahile Agamotage, how can I feel? How will the Nuer feel? You will also feel the same thing, that South Sudanese are cheated. So this Gebila Murukida Kida. You know? So we stood for the cause. As a human rights activist, as a human rights defender, you know, as a revolutionary, I feel that what the government did was wrong. And the Nuer don't deserve to be killed by the government that they bring in power. Thank you. Are you there? Hello?
I wanna mark, sorry. Sorry, Charles. Sorry. Yes, I got you. Let me do this. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let me ask you this question. Taban, Indana, so many questions. I can
just go ahead. With your questions.
Yeah. What about what? Okay. Taban fitness. So Alana hakutu lek. Wita fikti jawabni concerning Riek Machar. There was a claim. Okay, there was a claim about him. He was implicated in land grabbing during the time who can Salva Kiir fi honeymoon bitaw. Okay, and then later there's Riek Machar. He was implicated for land grabbing في Central Equatoria في أراضي كانوا قالوا في Central Equatoria before their conflict with 2013. He was one of the people implicated in the taking of the land with Equatorian بلوبة وعمل contract مع خواجات لكن ما نجحنا من جت ردو من هنا ده من منطقة داك. So at that time أنا بس قاعد نسأل طبعا this is a claim, okay? But do you have any information? Comment information is okay. It's not a problem. But I go to the point here. موضوع بتاع 2013.
Let me first answer, Jetika. Don't bring something a claim. Bring something with facts.
Okay. My claim that can be a fact, unproven fact, right? يعني أنا لما بقول لك claim أنا ما قلت rumor. أنا قلت claim. يعني somebody claiming based on something been heard by other people. Like in rumor, somebody be created. ده ما حاجة created. There's somebody bringing it information. I'm the news. أنا لقيت معلومة ده من زول تاني. لحد ما يكون إنه حاجة ده طلع من زول تاني. ده بس ده شمارات. وزي ما أنا بقول شمارات ده
حاجة كده. grab land in Equatorial land, we condemn them. Exactly. And we say what you are taking from the people of Equatoria, you don't deserve to take the land of Equatoria. You know.
Yes, sir.
That's clear. Equatorians, that's why what make people to fight for our land, to reclaim our land. If you see the South Africans, they are fighting back for their land. So if Dr. Riek involved in the corruption of land, and that land is there, then the people of Equatoria and the people of Central Equatoria also deserve. You have a right, to expose this. And I heard from Teresa, Gal can feel enough or Riek de Ramo Mahajar or Lisunuma Kida, there can give us an info. And I'm taking that as my mission.
Okay, so معناته في أدلة بس أدلة ده لسه ما ثابت لأنه المعلومات ما طلع ما كمل يعني there's information that based on facts but it's not yet complete until it become a case that is really complete, like what we talk about the Equatoria case. Okay, so Ali Tani Lek Hina, how do you define قبل ما نقول لك okay, let me just start this. شكلة لما قتلوا نوير في 2013 2013 طبعا قتلوا civilian. Do you believe شكلة ده كان coup ولا ده كان موضوع بتاع انه revenge من حركة شعبية ضد نوير عشان يkill نوير على اساس انه نوير قتلهم? Can you elaborate that?
Teka, you are somebody who is educated about Garajade Kulu Quiz. Itagasu Masuna Hasidina. Zaman December 2013. There was no coup. It was the government that targeted the Nuer door to door. We all know this. Obasanjo report is very clear on that. Okay? So there was no coup.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing. Man, I wanted to come to your point of why you stand with IO, and I respect that because you stood with IO for a fact. Like in here, command Fiso Altani, because we all Equatorian were very much sympathetic. يعني إن كلنا يعني حسينا بألم تاع أخوانا النوير زي ما قلنا نحس ألم بتاع مورلي وشلوك لما انشالوا أراضيهم وقتلوا شلوك وقتلوا مورلي. every قبيلة في أبنال حسينا به حتى نمن بحر الغسال نمن طلب القتلون في نايم. عشان كده إيكواتوريا they understand. لكن the problem is طبعا they demonize Equatoria today عشان الانفصال بتاعنا إحنا claim we are calling out for انفصال even though they forgot إن إحنا كنا وقفنا معهم زي تواقف معهم لمصلحة إيكواتوريا مصلحة تعنازة مصلحة إنه النوير عمل لهم مجزرة والدينكا لسه ما داري يعترف. يلا الدينكا بيقول يا أخي إحنا ما غلطانين. إنت بتقدر تلوم سلفاكير.
I say it's not the Dinka, it's the government. Right?
Okay, أنا فهمت. لكن هل الدينكا أدان هل القبيلة الدينكا كله أدان الحاجة اللي سلفاكير عمله ولا لا؟ بمعلومة بتاعك من انت وقت سنوات ده كله قاعد تتابع ايو. Did ever Dinka community came out and protested زي ما اسم قاعدين نادي رالي في جوبا وقاعدين رالي في مكانات ثانيين؟ هل هم قاموا برا وقالوا يا اخي ده مجزرة ضد النوير او مجزرة ضد المورلين لما كان قتلوا مورلين وكده نما نيو او بيجا ريبيوك ده ولا ما حصل؟
You know, when we talk about what happened in Lenuer, not even the Dinka alone who did not protest, but other tribes also did not protest. Equatorial region has also did not stood for it. Anna Masin kam durini fi mazaharat ma fi zol, right? Ma fi nas in that beginning. Like Anna came gal zama that, you know, nas became Nuer the nas ta shakla best there is shakla ujuno. Nobody was saying that the Nuer were killed. To Zulum they can kulu the Nuer. Those of Ladogore went with those of Dr. Ariak, right? So the Dinka did not protest. Other tribes of South Sudan did not protest, right? So the Nuer were betrayed by the people of South Sudan, right? They were betrayed that time. If the people were to stand with the Nuer at the beginning, Salva Kiir can baramin kurus. But instead, people went and supported Salva Kiir until when we signed the agreement. That's bigger, bigger, SPLIO, that's bigger, and Dumu Manuel Sao. But in the beginning, those 30 days, I was only alone. Ugalana kan mujunun. Galichar is going Manuel, there's all mujunun. He should be all mentally sick. And people were thinking that or bigger Pizamana Galimik is all the position. Halana go position? Did I eat any money? No. We stood. I'm a human rights defender. We don't go for positions. We stood with the principles. You know? So Junubin betrayed and win. Not the Dinka alone. Yes, the Dinka did not protest. Right? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. أنا بس طبعا ما عندي سؤال. عندك سؤال حداثة with this time?
Not at the moment. I was just like, yeah, if there's anything you want to bring or
okay, I will put a break and then I'll put a break.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'll put a break and then I will come back and we will continue with Mr. Charles Ifau Itahile or Charles Benesio. You read Benesio? What last name?
Charles Pionson.
Benson. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Or
I
you can say
Pionesan. Pionesan. Thank you. Pionesan. We will be back with Mr. Charles Pionesan. It's actually a great honor to bring you into our forum, and you are always welcome. Utaban, we are speaking here with honest. إلا كان يا ريت تدني لو كان أنا كان سجلت هنا، لكن أنا بخوت أغنية هنا إيكاتوريان يلا أو كان أوكي هنا إيكاتوريان لأنه دي هذا أغنية الوحيد عندي له هسا.
How do you say hello? You just كده crack لنا. How do you say hello?
كده أعمل لنا روتان يا.
ما روتان تنا كلا أنغاي تايديا يجوا تاي. You know how are you there? You know. Salam
تاي. أني تو okay. That's awesome. I'm proud of you, man. Hey, continue. So أنا بقول للviewers that getting watchers, just give us 5 minutes هنا هنكون معاكم. Just thank you so much, Mr. Itahile, for your honest and open mind to come and listen and speak openly on this topic. طبعا الناس التهد هناك في ناس ما بيعجبهم وفي ناس بيعجبهم، لكن ما بيهمنا. أهم شيء Equatoria, you heard the message, because Equatoria are the one who are suffering, not the others. اللي قاعدين يعملوا abuse لنا. إحنا بنعرف في قبائل قاعد يسافر. We don't disagree. لكن قبائل قاعد يسافر كمان نحن في they have to question themselves. ما حن go there. Right now we are talking about something that Mr. Charles have been in through, and also respectingly he believe in something that we disagree politically. لكن في نفس الوقت إحنا عندنا مبادئ، نفس المبادئ إنه إحنا Equatorian we need to stand for our own right. كان أي سياسة أو أي حزب ما بيرسبكت Equatoria ده هو عدو Equatoria. We thank you. Give you 5 minutes and then نرجع.
Before we go for the break, can I just say something short?
اتفضل.
نقول هنا المفاهيم why we're doing this. أنا أقدر كده الناس فاهم إنه شنو. دائما الناس قاعد accuse إننا قال we're dividing Equatoria and we hate our other brothers which are in SPLA or a lot of mixtures of things. When we go deeply into political issues that are affecting us, Equatoria, so these are different. This is something that is separate from our brothers who have joined this or movement or something like that and stuff, and namagi disrespect to mon and namagi hate to mon and stuff like that. That's why we want to show that we are a united front Equatoria. We wanted to bring Charles and then also people to hear out and people to see that the zeal and the love we have for Equatoria, and then Charles also to speak out from his perspective to tell his story. So basically, this is why we're doing this. So unity of Equatoria is very important to us. So this is why we're doing this. So if you have any legitimate question, a question that makes sense, and if you really like, can speak logic, type your questions, and if Charles can answer, he can answer. If you think you could do better, bring the better in you, and then we can see how we can work with it. So thank you, and once again, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Etika. So
all right, thank you so much, Brother Charles, for your courage and your outspoken and your honesty. وانا هنرجع back بس هنعمل فقرة بسيط music تاعنا Equatorian. We are Equatorian, and then we'll be back. We will bring these questions then when we finalize it. يا ريت في اغاني اثنين انا ممكن اجيب
عربي Equatorian.
والله في اغنيه ثانيه انا تعبان، انا قال اجل وجهنا يا ناس، انا ما اعرف، انا باخد اثنين اغنيه عشان نقدر نقرا. يلا اغنيه.
And then Matt, Itacha, just make it short because people will go away, right? Unless if Lofia get
Yeah, انا عارف. اسمع, this thing is for Equatorian. Any Equatorian interested they will listen. حتى لكن الناس اللي ما interested طبعا هم ده ناس بس ده الوهم ده. لكن we don't care about them. They can do the stuff. طبعا في تاني كمان قاعد يجي مخابرات جنوب السودان ده قاعد يحاول watch us, but we don't care. Trust me, we are more stronger than them. No, ما أنا قاعد نتكلم برا، ما أنا قاعد نقول شنو؟ هم قاعد يفكروا هم مخابرات. Trust me, we got backup. That's all I can warn them. ولسه عندنا مسج جاي لسلفاكير ولربكة نياندينغ يوم الخميس، لكن بكره في واحد انا هجيبه ضيف هنتكلم اكتر. let me put the music and then we'll talk later. Thank you.
Anina Equatoria Nasawa Anina Equatoria Beled Wahid Anina Equatoria Anehna Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah, Kanita min Yambio, Kanita min Tori, Weleta min Juba, yeah. Anina Equatoria Teresia Samagesi Walena. We strong, we stand together. Kanihna Guluwahi, Equatoria Birapa, Yapirwa Pijama, Asan Belet na Birapa. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria Nasawa, Anina Equatoria Beled Wahid, Anina Equatoria Anehna, Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah, Kanita Zande, Kanita Mai Aukukuye, Anina Equatoria Kelenina Hibona Fusina Kebilia Kedema Feriganina Salam wa sahaba Behaja Delino Hasan Belena Biraba Arif Mapisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatoria Nasawa, Anina Equatoria Beled Wahid, Anina Equatoria Anehna, Anina Equatoria.
Nihna kulu sawa jama. So mapel fanangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Atoli ya buga ya baka, Equatoria balanda bari, kakuwa kiliko kuku, lambo lokoya, asante toko samundo, nyambara morobe mari, mundare, nyambara, otumu pari makotulo, lubara buga ya lobe, lodo desinare,
Mundo,
nare,
anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, anena wahe.
Okay, guys, I wanted to say thank you for waiting. Okay, there's CJ. Let me just get him in. First of all, I want to just say this. The topic هنا قاعد تسمع إنه الtopic ده عن أوضاع اللي حصلت في جنوب السودان من بداية التاريخ بتاعه والناس اللي ناضلوا. واحد من المناضلين هو أخونا تشارلز، مستر تشارلز. هو قاعد يتكلم بكل صراحة للمواضيع اللي حصلت واللي هسه قاعد يحصل قدامنا. وإحنا كأبناء استوائية شايفين الوضع من خلال 2005 لحد اليوم الحالي، ولاحظنا إنه في حاجات كتير كان ضد الاستوائيين، وده ما كلام إحنا قاعد نطلعه من راسنا، ده تواريخ موجودة، أدلة موجودة، والأدلة ده لحد هسه إحنا ما حنتكلم عنه، لأن الموضوع اليوم هو موضوع عن اختبارات أخونا تشارلز، وأيضا الفكرة بتاعه في الناحية بتاع الحركة الشعبية وآيو في نفس الوقت، وكمان الاستوائية الكبرى، على أساس هو رؤيته شنو ومخاوفه وين في الناحية ده. فأنا بشكر كل الناس اللي بيحضرونا وبيسمعونا. الموضوع بتاع استوائية مهمة جدا، لأنه هو ابن استوائية في الأصل. لو هو دخل في الحركة الشعبية، لو دخل في آيو، لو دخل حتى ذاته مع جنجويد، ولا دخل مع ناس المنو، ستيل تشارلز هو استوائي أصيل، ابن استوائية أصيل. فإحنا بنشكره على الشجاعة بتاعه و his love for his people to speak out، لأنه هو عاوز يوضح حاجات ويبرهن لنا الحقائق اللي إحنا كنا ما بنعرفه. طبعا حتى لو إحنا كنا مولودين في الخارج ولا مولودين في الداخل في جنوب السودان أو في الخرطوم، ما معناته خلاص إحنا شنو جهلة، لأنه التاريخ ده بيكون موجود كأساس وإثباتات وأدلة، إن كان مكتوبة أو إن كان موثوق، يعني وثائقي كتابيا أو إن كان مسموع. فالنهاية إحنا بنسمع منه، من صوته ومن كلامه، ونشكر ربنا حماه وشفاه وأداه عمر جديد، وهو قاعد يتكلم بكل وضوح على الحاجات. عشان كده أنا بشكر تشارلز كثير على هذا الفرصة نتكلم ونتدخل في موضوع. فأنا بدي فرصة لسي جي. طبعا سي جي عنده كمان سؤال، وهو واحد من الأعضاء. فقبل ما أنا أقدر بس أقول يعني يا جماعة، خلينا نكون عندنا الفهم والروح العقلانية. في ناس هنا ما عاجبهم كلام بتاعنا لما نتكلم، عاوزين يستهتروا. ففي ناس هنا بيضحكوا حتى لدماء بتاع الأبرياء. أنا بقول لك النوير لما قتلوهم ما في استوائي مبسوط. ده السيم لما قتلوه شلوك، لما قتلوه ناس بتاع مورليه، لما قتلوه قبائل، حتى الدنكا لما قتلوهم مع المسيرية ما في مبسوط من استوائية. لكن أنا بستغرب لما بشوف ناس على النيل لما نيجي في مرحلة دماء أبناء استوائية بيقتلونا بيذبحونا باسم بتاع قبيلة. كل الناس عايزين يقولوا لنا إحنا عندنا عواطف أكتر من إن كنا حقائق قاعدين نتكلم فوقه. لما بقرة بيجي بيشيلوه هناك عشان يجي يستغلوا الأراضي ويغتصبوا حاجات ده يمكن أهلنا ما بيقدر يعرف يعبروا عن الحقائق ده بطريقة بتام، لكن الحقائق ده واضحة وربنا ده قد يشهد. وأي زول بيضحك على المسكين ربنا بيلعنه لعنة ألف مرة. وأنا بقول حتى أطفاله ما حيكونوا مرتاحين. اليوم جنوب السودان في يد ناس ما عندهم حتى العقل عشان يحكموا البلد، لأنه أفكارهم والنوايا الشريرة في قلبهم، وبعدين الدماء اللي في يدينهم دماء بتاع مساكين شهداء أبرياء اللي قتلوهم. عشان كده ربنا لعن فوقهم. وكلام بتاع ربنا ده ما كده. في ناس بيقدر يرفضوا ربنا، يقول ما في ربنا، أنا ملحد وكده، لكن حقيقة ربنا ده موجود. كانت ما دير ولا ما دير ولا ما دير، ربنا ده قاعد. وانا ما عاوز اكتر، لكن شفت الزول اللي بيستهتر في المسكين اللي بيبكي لحقه الويل لهم. وانا بقول شفت دماء اجدادنا، مقابر اجدادنا، شفت ده بيكون محكمه للناس اللي زلونا كابناء استوائيه. واحنا قاعد نتكلم ده مع عواطف، قاعد نتكلم لان عندنا مبادئ وعندنا اساس. تاريخنا ده واصل بتاعنا، احنا ابناء استوائيه ما جايين من عدم. احنا ما ابناء حرام بدون مؤاخذه، احنا ابناء حلال. اجدادنا ورثونا تاريخ، ورثونا حقيقه، واحنا بنشكرهم. عشان كده بنكملوا حتى لو قال لنا اسامي شريره كتبوا فوقنا. استوائيه حره، واستوائيه حيكون دوله باسم بتاع ربنا الحي. وانا بخلي الكلام ده بقى بدي السؤال يكون لهنا ده لسي جي يسال برادر تشارلز، مستر تشارلز. جو اهيد سي جي، ادي سؤالك لتشارلز، وبعد كده انا عندي سؤال ثاني بقدر اديه لسي جي لتشارلز ليتر. شكرا.
Hi. Hello, Attica and Brother Charles.
Hello.
Robinson, right? Robinson, am I right?
Yeah, Charles.
اتفضل يا اتفضل سي جي. يا اتفضل.
And all the viewers, all over the world and who are at this particular time with us, we thank them so much. And well, it's great to have you with us, Mr. Charles. Yeah, indeed. My questions. Let me get to my questions. Questions about the position of Equatorian in the movement. I would like, first of all, to say thanks for your service. You did all you can, as many more who have already fallen, the fallen ones and all. So we appreciate your role, guys. I will always keep you in our minds and hearts, as well as the civilians who have lost their life during the war and all that is going to, about women and children particularly, which are still going on to this moment. Also pray for those who have gone to their rest under these ongoing regimes, okay? So my question is, I would like to know from Charles, Brother Charles, as a comrade in the SPLA. Now, there have been voices from your opponents, your alliance, which is SPLA, the mainstream SPLA, which was that Equatoria didn't liberate South Sudan. So what's your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Taban, this is just Lozol Biga Garaman, oligarchy in the first time, oligo civilization in the first time, wa hajat kulu fi dento, yan oder baginaze ma yakul mo. Right? The SPLM 21 years of liberation. It was contributed by Equatorians. Without Equatorians, SPLA can collapse. The Nasir faction can Karashilo. Can go to Kulu Tijata in Equatoria, the Lord South Sudan. It is Equatorians who stood with the Nasir faction. There were also Equatorians who stood with Torit faction. Loita Asadu Nazel, Asadu Kere, ask Salva Kiir, Makulu generals Alfi Jubade, Yato Mahal Fedinka Tomonina Kalomon capture, Alomon Demiru, Al Zevi Equatoria land. Kere Asadumon, which apart from Bor, Yato cities, Alomon Amoro, Alom Gobutu, Zenizam Al Gobutu, Al towns fi Equatoria. And that's Al Shekel fi Equatoria, these are Equatorians.
All right, thank you.
Zamana Nyanyawan, Muse Equatorians carry Hapada, Zamana signed the 1972 agreement. Fikanwa ikirangari yakitum dinka ole bagi nasa kan ma contribute fi anyanya wa bekitir bet de teriga anyanya kan shakel fikanwa ikalam muso mon kaman tiasa to mo janya kama kalde milagu. So SPL contributed Equatorians, the dinka who are claiming under Salva Kiir Abugulu Galiahe de Belatana and Equatorians at Maharero. These are the people Alja Alma Bayar Kanta Hare de Cave. Maber. As the separation town gone today, Lo Yom Tan Equatorians Gal Kalas can fight for separation. Do you think Homo will be defeating? Do you think they will defeat Equatorians? They will not defeat Equatorians. They will not. As without Equatorians, lokanima Equatorians are silum in Eastern Equatoria, silum in Central Equatoria, silum in Western Equatoria, silum la harfi Upper Nile. Can be defeated where? Might be defeated. Tanikan ma, they would have not even returned some areas because the Nuer would have defeated them long time ago. Zato Kano Sulujuba. But muarasin tana te Equatorial Syria tana fi inakasara mutu sakit without benefit. And then bukara banin bija kengala ya khumo zato mashakil. Kere sibu kere shakil ade le dinka barao. Kere shakil kangal ta gibilia dinka Nuer. Ya kwana kan kalam de inta. Kan rajil beinu. Kan rajil beinu kalas. Right? Again, because we are fighting a government. The Nuer are defending themselves as an Omonia Katolube government. They did not fight the Dinka as a tribe. This is the wrong information that people are giving out. And people are saying that, oh, Equatorians, Maharero. Okay, that's Mamur de Minuen. Nasi Waniga de ma Equatorians? Anama in Equatoria? Bagena school Alcan for SPL de Equatorians? Al Katulu de Equatorians? Yeah, Hakim. Those of Hakim who, some of them, who our people were taken to Bor. Zaman, when the Nasser faction destroyed Bor. Muatnin, Alkan, Al Gura Kamanas and Kwal Manyang Katul Naston for Eastern Equatoria and Central Equatoria. The problem is the SPLM Yabada Kalam Takital. It was not the Nuer who started. Zaman Dr. Riek married fi Apanal. How many Nuer have been killed in the Ifitijat the Alkan Fogo SPL and Turit faction? That promoted everything, killing. We thought that.
If you had to sum up the conflicts, the ongoing conflicts in South Sudan today, how will you define it actually? No? How will you define these conflicts? Because the international community and let's say the regional and international community, including some of the people, seems to be defining these conflicts. Some used to say it's a civil war, another it's intercommunals, and also you have the other ones who are, intercommunal, which is troubleism, of course, with trouble, conflicts, and all that. So, for Charles, how do you enlighten people? How do you tell people as one of the leaders? Who have been.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, CJ, the people, the international community and the South Sudanese citizens, they must always tell the truth. They should tell the truth about what the conflict we are facing in South Sudan. The conflict we are facing now, it is a civil war. It was the government that started targeting the Nuer, right? But then there are some concerned citizens, like some of us, we stood on their side to defend them until the SPLA-IO was born. And the current war is now countrywide. It's not a tribal war. If it was a tribal war, kanna bayanu gebila ma gebila bishakal tual. It is a civil war. People are fighting the government. And the government is fighting its citizens. But nobody questions why the government is fighting its citizens. Instead of giving them services, is fighting them, is displacing them, is killing them, is starving them, is keeping its people in the flooded areas, no rescue. In which world?
How about this? Hello, Charles? Yeah, how about this? The way how we define it is that, it is a war between, it's a tribal war between Nuer and Dinka. You know why? Because there are some, remember Salva Kiir, by the time he became a president of the state president, he went on recruiting, leaving aside the army, the SPLA army, who have just come, who was a collective of some arms with the majority, of course, Dinka and Nuer. Yet he went on recruiting his own civilians, which lead to the 2013's massacre of the Nuer. You understand? So this guy having doing all this, in 2013, if I'm not mistaken, 2013, 2015, they went to Addis Ababa or Kenya up there, and they signed an agreement. The conflict was clear. It was Dinka who was going after Nuer, and Nuer going after retaliating. So Uganda was there, was a third party who was allied with the government. And the government have paid them and claimed that there is a deal. There is what's so-called a deal, a army deal in between the two countries. So they went in, not until Uganda was kicked out. So here, if you are to define the 2013-2015 war, that is totally pure. It is a Dinka and Nuer war, which later result into a deployment of displaced, some other displaced people. I mean, the civilians, those civilians who fought side by side, those who fought for the White Army and Matianganyor. Later, they brought them to Juba. Imagine they were civilians. They give them uniforms, and then all of a sudden, the war erupted again, and it caused them. That was the time when they started targeting the Equatorians, burning their houses, doing all this bad stuff, terrorizing them and all that. So here, what do you think here at this particular point? Isn't it both sides, of course, imagine Nuer through that General Manburismo, who's now in, the one who ran with Machar. You remember the Equatorian that ran with Machar?
Who is that?
Could you remind me of that guy?
Which guy?
The one who succeeded, who won the elections in 2010 during One Sudan. And then all of a sudden they say no, Wani has to take his place. You remember that?
Ladu Gore?
Ladu Gore, excellent. At that particular time, all of a sudden, Nuer began from its side, moving their people to Equatoria region, as well as Kir trying to move their also militia fighters to Equatoria. And then in 2016, this war erupted. And instead of settling this issue, they went on spreading the war all over the Equatoria. Then it spread all over the Equatoria, which tell us here that there is a transferring of this war into an Equatoria region, where Equatoria was a peaceful area by the time. There wasn't anything other than in the capital city, Juba. So here it tells us that, there is something that has been planned by both sides to transfer the war into that area, to the Equatoria area, where they went on spreading it all over, chasing Equatorian out, of course, following.
Can I answer you, because you are talking too much? Can you be specific on your question? I want short questions so that I can answer.
What I'm saying, I reject what you have said, that what is going on is a civil war. That's not a civil war. For me, the way how we define it, as people who are calling for self-determinations, we don't define it the way how you are putting it as a civil war. There's no civil war over there. There's something. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. CJ, when we talk about what happened in Juba in December 2013, it was the government that targeted the Nuer. The militia that you are talking, the people that, the Matenyanyor that you are talking that was recruited, it was the government that recruited in the name of the government. And when they were brought in Juba, they were put in the military, and people identified them as a military forces. They were not identified as Dinka, first of all. They were put in uniforms, the national uniform. Okay? And for your information, it is not.
I disagree.
Not, wait, kasif, right? Munu kan aruf garin nazi jibu minakul de Dinka barau o kan jibu be mora kan jibu siar tomon digo fuko bulu
tamada. Inta tajib asma zol shakal fi mushkila bayna Dinka wal Nuer tajibu ito malaki تيجي تلبسوا كاكي تقول له ده عسكري. No.
ما نقول ده حكومة يلبسوا.
That means you don't know, عسكرية ما كده. That's not the way how عسكرية has to be.
ما CJ, that's what in there wadao. حكومة يوجب أجدر ونقول حكومة غلط. Right? ونمرة اثنين يا أجري. نقول قال ده دينكا مانوير. هم شكل يوم تاني محل ياتو دينكا برا مانوير. Equatorians al silu mini Western Equatoria kibala ngonu sude. Mi Central Equatoria de. Mi Eastern Equatoria. وناس برغزال الجيبوا من هناك ويسن برغزال باقي قبائل كلها الجيبوا هناك دي كان من وين؟ دي مو جنوبين؟ when yes majority Tanwer are in SPLIO, they are the victims.
Nobody deny.
Yeah, and then nobody deny. But
nobody
the government use the other tribe of South Sudan to fight the Nuer. We have to accept this fact.
The other tribes. This is the first time I have to hear that.
No, he used other tribes, not even the Dinka alone. And I'm talking to Mundari Shakil.
Hold on, CJ, and hold on, brother, Mr. Itahile. Tribal definition with a tribal conflict, where it starts, regardless, with all respect to what you believe, it started when two tribes. عشان كده في أسئلة كنت عايز أسألك زي ما هسأله بعدين أنا هوضحه هنا في السؤال ده اللي أنا سألته. نرجع للتاريخ تاع التكوين تاع الدولة ده. لما جنوب السودان بقى دولة كان بدأ بإنه الشعب الجنوبي حيصوت. أوكي الحركة الشعبية كان مسؤول في الموضوع بتاع اتفاقية تاع 2005. هما they silenced every other opposition not to be part of this agreement based on the CPA أو Comprehensive Peace Agreement أو محادثة السلام الشامل اللي كان حصل. So what they played is they denounced everyone, even though some of the South Sudanese say that, oh, شمالين ما عاوزين يقفوا معانا، ما عاوزين يعترفوا بحقوقنا، ما عاوزين يدونا لأنهم كانوا ممثلين بالشريعة الإسلامية، وأنت كان أنت زول جنوبي ما بتحكم، which is all this nonsense. لأنه في النهاية كان في اتفاقية peace agreement ده كان في a lot of evidence that they want to compromise for the sake of unity and the sake of that they live together and then we can come together. But unfortunately, قال من جهة SPLM they refused to come to compromise. But this is a story short, you know. And I was go to the point of once the referendum came, right? جنوبين كله صوتوا. Who came and took over? SPLM. And who were in the SPLM? It was only two tribes, Dinka and Nuer. Let's be clear. And I know you will not agree with me, Mr. Charles.
I get it.
But no. You don't agree with me.
You deny us as Equatorians who participate in the movement. It is
أنا ما deny. Okay, hold on. أنا ما deny. أنا بس قاعد نقول شنو the evidence was clear. Majority of the military الماسكين force نمن دينكا felt threatened was Nuer. That's why نمن Salva Kiir مش عمل حاجة اسمه Tiger are the one who committed atrocity and executed the Dinka. Executed the Nuer في December 2013 because Tiger was sent to make sure that they will become a strong force protecting Salva Kiir and protecting the interest of Dinka and the military. Okay, that was a clear message to all South Sudanese tribes.
Somebody who live in Canada after because I come here in 2004. Okay.
Well, either 2004, 1991.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, this is our guess. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah. أنا بس قاعد نقول شنو Mr. Charles.
Let's talk facts. Yeah.
Yes. اتفضل. بس أنا قاعد نقول شنو في رأيي. أنا طبعا بختلف. أنا ما عاوز أخذ رأيي هنا في الناحية بتاع أنا عاوز discredit you. لكن أنا قاعد نقول this thing is a clear tribal until that's why it come to us separatists الناس الانفصاليين. Until Dinka and Nuer admit إنه هم كانوا machine manhaj qabali, they are going with a tribal mindset, then maybe
you are blaming
Equatoria
the
will
Dinka
come
the
to a
Nuer. You don't
reconciliation
blame
to come up
Equatorians.
and sit down to discuss
Okay,
how we can fix the country.
That's okay. Let me get with that with the question. Another question. Okay, brother Itahile.
CJ.
Yeah, Khali Tahili answer me. Who got the
No,
answer before you come in, CJ?
just مدخل دخله بس بسيطة. أنا
Okay.
بسديه وبطلع من هنا. What I mean to say
Please,
here.
man, interrupt the guest and we get again.
Yeah.
No,
Kir
ask me questions. You know.
Yeah, Kir Mashar, they use Equatoria, if not Mashar. Let's see, put Mashar aside. Probably we can say Kir might have used Equatoria as a scapegoat. By the time when the complex happened, they were supposed to be taken to a court of law. It is unfortunate. It did take place.
They're supposed to be taken where?
To the court of law.
Okay.
A Harvard court. Because of the people, the Dinka and Nuer who have died. Nazel Masababu Mushkila. They have created a conflict. Kamfi, you remember the first agreement, the 2015 agreement? There was accountability over there. Accountability was there. There was supposed to be a harbor court, which would have consist of 3 groups. Sudan, Alua regionals, regional actors, and also the international groups. They were supposed to form a court, so as to account to all those who have committed genocide against the Dinka and Nuer. Because imagine, Malakal was then leveled to the ground. You understand? Shuluk were having no hands on it, yet they were victimized. So the reason why they were supposed to be taken to a court, it's unfortunate. Now the next thing is that they have to turn it into 2016. They turn it into what? Into a war conflict again, when all those civilians, populations who fought side by side, Ledinko Jamadel, Libis uniform for Juba, 25 kilometers. You hear that? 25 kilometers.
I think it jumped the question بتاعي CJ. أنا كنت جاي أسأل أسئلة وهو كان بيجاوب لكن أنت قاعد تدي explanation أكتر. بس أديه السؤال واضح بليز عشان نقدر.
كانوا شنو؟ عارف كيف؟ اضطروا أن يخشوا إيكواتوريا يأخذوها شنو مثلا؟ يعني الاسكيب
كغنيمة كلوت كبوتي.
Equatoria cave. The question is to I think you don't know how to frame the questions.
No, it wasn't. It's not me. It's not me. CJ, let me put the question, please. Let me put the question.
What do you think? Isn't it a scapegoat when those people move their war into Equatoria? That's my question.
You have to be specific where in Equatoria. When we talk about the war, when the fight happened in Juba, Juba is the capital city of South Sudan. Okay? The Equatorians areas that are now in the war, some of us Equatorians, we joined the IO, right? We joined the IO for a purpose. Okay?
I'm not talking about now.
Some people who are with the government.
CJ, Khali finish. Right? But please, we will talk later. This is his time now. Yes. اتفضل. No. Continue. أرجوكم بس لأنه هنا هنعمل حلقات تاني different. سيجي بس كود point ده إحنا كان هو غلطان إحنا هنناقض الكلام ده later. بدأنا لأن بس احتراما لليوم ده. شكرا. If you don't mind.
نحن Equatorians في ناس بيكون قالوا نوير يجيبوا شكل ده في Equatoria. نوير يعملوا كده. This is not the نوير ولا SPLA يجيبوا شكل في Equatorians. If Equatorians were happy, Equatorians would not be joining the government. I'm joining in the IO. It is because Equatorians are oppressed. Like now you're talking about oppressed by the government. Why are you trying to defend a government that oppresses Equatorians? We stood to defend ourselves. When the Nuer were in the areas of Equatoria, they are South Sudanese people. Some of them are Jeremy Manatic Alcarumo guiding for Zamatahakuma, Yomo Biga Dumula, if you are Gabavita, Yomotala Ayo. They were not transported. They are Asab Alcas as a Gijibu Nuer, Mini Bentiu, Gija Sacrifice, Central Equatoria. No. It is us SPLIO, Nehna Equatorians, we are the one who mobilize ourselves to fight the government. It was not a regal jibu nuer la hadina. Ita mutaki lokana ngulu nuer la hadina kan salfa de kalisa fi. You know? No nothing. Because we Equatorians we are pressed. That's why we are what? We are fighting.
All right.
You know? Someone here right that we are suffering in the hands of the IO. You need to prove how you suffer in the hands of the IO.
Okay, let me tell you the proof. Let me hold on. What about West Equatoria? West Equatoria masa conflict al gadi yahsal West Equatoria ده من كلام تاع ايو ولا انت قاعد تقول انك قاعد تتكلم خيال ما كلام تاع حكيم في محله.
Yes, well, I agree.
Then why you deny انه ايو ما عنده hand في yeah sorry اتفضل.
I'm not denying. You have to be specific, right? Al-jasari fi loitu ma rudu kalam ta ayo de ita mutaki visual tan buramulina salfa ya bada kalam de. Even I disagree Maria. Listen, makalana I wanna more later kalam de bada kef. De kalam tan ta gabli o lakhbata o lafo doran tan de. Lokan salfa, lokan ma ligo ajere diamond fi Western Equatoria. fi Tambura. Ita mutaki kan fi shakla fogo. Masalva gura fi mahal akil. So as a displacement Equatorians is because Mondera fought ajire diamond minnak. That's why Monder lakbat Equatoria o katul badun. Yes, Dr. Yak indu yet to inak. Dr. Yak asantaru Dr. Yak zolta lakbata. Lakbat balanda manasunu manase zande. Right? But loitum Equatorians indu mok. Later ngururu lakbata.
Maswal berjale kaman.
No.
Okay, Charles.
Ma ita kan sultan suatu later. Mata rura ja suata batal.
Charles, okay, understand.
Understand your position.
We hear you.
Yes. Okay, ما زلنا نسخن الجو لكن
No. Ask questions. That's why I'm here.
Yes, I know. اتفضل سيدي. وحداثة كان عندنا كذا سؤال اديه ولا كلا.
Okay.
كمان انا ما نخلي حداثة يكون quiet.
It's still about this particular point. Itahile كان سألوه كانه إيكاتوريا هسه هو قاعد يشكل النظام هو قاعد يشكل الرجيم ده ولا هو ما قاعد يشكل الرجيم. What will you say? Yeah, what will you say about that?
If they ask Equatoria,
we are fighting the regime.
You get my question? Yeah.
Yes, ita gale Equatoria gishakil regime de ole mafi, right?
If they ask you, are they fighting the regime or are they fighting? Repeat again, CJ. Sorry.
No, what I mean is that at this particular time, if we're talking about now, is Equatoria a part of the complex fighting the regime now or no? What will you say? What will Itahile say?
But there's no any specific movement to Equatoria.
Good
the
job.
Equatorians in the IO are part of the IO. They are South Sudanese. They are fighting the regime. They are fighting a regime. We have not have any movement. The separatists. We do not form any squad in I'll be fighting for the what? The separatists. They are fighting for independence of Equatoria, fighting the regime. We are all South Sudanese. We are fighting for reform and transformation in the country. We are fighting all as South Sudanese, the regime. And Equatorians are part and parcel of that. They are part of it.
Thank you. All right. Well, the next question is that, when you look to the agreements, what's your point of view about the agreements, the revitalization agreement of Kir and Machar, or by means Khartoum peace deal, South Sudan peace deal? What's your take on that? Thank you.
Are you asking me as an Equatorian or as an Charles Benefsato or as one of the leaders?
Well, feel free to answer.
As Charles, as أي زول أنت قررت تتكلم كنيابة عن نفسك ولا تتكلم عن أيو؟
The agreement, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, this agreement is collapsing for various reasons. The agreement does not meet its expectation to the people of South Sudan. The agreement now 2 years, there is peace, but the peace dividend has not been shared by the South Sudanese people. Okay? Okay?
Yes, sir.
They don't benefit anything. The agreement is collapsing. Dr. Riek is in jail in Juba. Okay? Dr. Riek was not able even to talk to the leadership because of fear. Right? And that fear culminated into the, failure in the implementation of the security arrangement, which is a cornerstone in bringing peace and stability in the country. Bidun amni, you don't expect Zol Binafi to salam.
So you believe in the agreements, by the time when people sign it in Khartoum, you believe in agreements as a way out or a safe point, a safe thing to South Sudan, is that right? Do you believe in it? Or you are with NAS? Because NAS has rejected the agreement and its contents.
I'm an IO. I'm not from NAS. We in IO, we believe the problem of South Sudan should be resolved in a peaceful manner, in a peaceful dialogue, in a political dialogue, and in a political process. Okay? And then the Khartoum agreement was revitalized after the July 8th incident, the J1 dogfight. That resulted Dr. Riek to go to Congo with our chairman, General Garwich. Okay? So we give a hope for the world because, as I was saying in the beginning, we don't have any intention to go to war. It was Salva Kiir who killed the people, and people start defending themselves. Some of us who are oppressed that the government in Juba are not recognizing, we start to join it so that our rights are also being realized. But Dr. Riek failed even to represent the interests of minorities. Itahile tribe, Africa tribe, Imurok tribe, Katepo, Nyamusa, Liwolo, Baya, Olekres, Kulu Gabail Kitir. Actor من 30 قبائل ولا عنده single representation في حكومة جنوب السودان ده.
Understand.
So what does the peace represent? It represents nothing. Even though this peace was to be there, some of us will be fighting as long as our interests are not yet been, our objective has not been met.
خلينا نديك سؤال ثاني، خلينا ندي سؤال بس مستر تشارلز سي جي، خلينا ندي سؤال بديك فرصة
سي جي أول كلا سكيتك
مداخلة اثنين
اوكي سوري اتفضل
قال جبال واحد قال مداخلة اثنين خلي بس لغاية 3 زاد دي 10
Okay. This agreement, the agreement, the Khartoum peace deal agreement or Kiro Mashar agreement is a partial agreement. Definition بتاعي هو partial agreement. That means agreement بتاع نفرين هم دخلوا في اتفاقية. بعدين as Canadian citizen today, how do you define انت قاعد تشوف المشكلة ده كيف هنا هسي لما كيرو مشهر يشاكلوا يلا يقول ده انا SPLA IO وده SPLA-M. Meanwhile, human one party. If one party were to get in a conflict, it would be defined as oppositions who Hakuma. I wonder if you can answer me that answer. Thank you.
Asa na go lusini de. Who's in Equatorians? Am I right?
Take your time. I'm listening.
Yes, Equatorians. Itum Equatoria separatists, we are Equatoria unionists. Muslim? We are all Equatorians. But in the Hadafana Barabara, when the fight happened, the SPLM, we are SPLM. We are the people who fight in the SPLM. We are the SPLM people who fought it. We contributed. It are there no disim dele munu.
We're not one rule, one party system. Beladema one party system. It's multi-party system.
But that's why we want to bring multi-party democracy. That's why we want to bring multi-party democracy.
No, we're not a one-party system. You understand? SPLA منظمة واحد بس. منظمة واحد. المفروض they are supposed to lay down their guns. ما lay down their guns. من جمع سلاح بتاعهم ومن دخلوا جا وأخذوا حكومة. Are you aware of that?
You can SPL be good to Sila de Lemunu, Le Jalabatani?
No. After independence, they're supposed to lay their guns down. They're supposed to disarm Equatorians. They disarm more many people. They're supposed to put their guns down. Yala and Nabuko in national army. A national army will be a collective army Itahile, Mabarifu, Kandinka, Nuero, Yamadel Kulu. Everyone has to have his fair share, feel grouped, and then they will have the collective army. Unlike today, Nazel dominating as two tribes, and still you don't believe in that.
Asma,
CJ,
let's go for facts.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there any day Alabolo disarm the Equatorians? Officially, Gida Amolo from city to city, Galaga Amol disarm the Equatorians? And if they do so, what was the reaction of the Equatorians?
United Nations, come on, the Murakaba United Nations. With the station of United Nations, there is a special team, a special group at United Nations. We have been hearing through the radio when all these radio Biraya can be zero kalam there. They disarm all Equatorians, all the civilians.
Asma.
Are you aware of that?
There are committees that are formed for disarmament and the mobilization of the armed forces.
Excellent.
Whether it is in opposition or where. This is a joint one. But if you are talking, even Zamanta Comprehensive Peace Agreement, there was also that department to disarm or demobilize people. Those who want to join the army, they can. Those who want to return to civilian life, they can. These committees there, they are not targeting Equatorians.
Okay, let me tell you then.
Equatorians, what do you think can happen?
Okay, let me tell you. They look up
for example, let me give you, just wait. Ladugore is a senior Equatorian FIAO. When Ladugore went with the REACT, how many Equatorians supported Ladugore? None.
Can you stop there? You're diverting the subject. Just a minute.
Equatoria must support Equatoria and دخل في SPLM, Mr. Charles, remember? ما في زول في لأنه Equatoria كان شافوا حركة شعبية ضد Equatoria. ما عندك قبل قد تقول كيف قاعدين يقولوا ناس حركة شعبية كان ضد Equatoria كلام كوكورا ولا تنسيت.
Asma can Equatorians if Equatorians were against this government, Manato can Equatoria united for independence of Equatoria. Why are they
leaders? Equatorian كان متوقعين leaders. متوقعين كان leaders بيظهروا. لكن leaders كله just submit themselves to SPLM بطريقة تعوارة. SPLM عمل لهم promises. يا نفس promise اللي عمل لهم في هنا. وأنا كده نسألك سؤال مهم جدا عن قتل مارتن كيني ده. موت مارتن كيني كان حصل كيف؟ لأنه مارتن لأن ده one of the most important. لأنه CJ كان أنا اديت فرصة. أنت فيك تسأله هو I will always gonna be in difference with your question. لكن بس أنا نسأل موتا كارتي كجي عشان يكون كدليل موتا وكيف لأنه زول ده كان واحد من loyal officers بتاع رياك مشار. What happened to his death? The man was died mysteriously. Can you explain to us based on you being one time a member and also an ally to رياك مشار at that time? فيك توريني بكل احترام. Thank you.
Asa kalana sa munu CJ wala munu ita
answer me best fi kalam bita Martin Kenyi. Thank you.
Muta Martin Kenyi, it is a sad situation like any other freedom fighters who died during the expedition to forced expedition to Congo. Okay, I hate lying. Information I don't gamble there. Okay? According the information RVIO, Martin Kenyi is missing. That's what they said. That's what Dr. Riak said. That Martin Kenyi was missing during Masitomo when the Congo. Then you need to give facts to Equatorians or to the people of Equatoria or to the people of South Sudan or to the family and give details. And then we have to investigate it. It was not only just Martin Kenyidati who died. There were generals also who died there. A lot of them.
But remember, Martin Kanyig was a very, very powerful person for Equatoria Kulu at that time. The Arnold Salva, I mean, Riek Machar can't get to depend on him. Even he used him so many times. Fi Haja Hassel, which is now mysteriously to the point I was shocked by the Equatorians still stuck with Riek Machar after murdered Arnold Zolde Katalo. Yeah, it was murdered. It was murdered. أنا بس بقول لأنه في evidence. أنا ما هتكلم عنه هسه. في evidence of him murdered. No, this is not something that we can disclose it here. Like in murder, Zolde was murdered. Auntie Patricia, I'll send you to your link. If you look at your link, I mean your messenger. I hope Mr. Charles, في بس only نفرين بكون فوقه. Like the national members معنا ما في
no problem.
Yeah.
Let them come with the question.
حتى حكيم سأل حكيم كنجو بس أكيد أنا أقول شنو الموت مارتن كينيدا was set up لأنه زول ده كان وصل لمرحلة there was something happening that he was going to go against Riek. فالموت بتاعه كان very mysterious لكن حاجة الأسفني باقي جيش ده لصق مع رياك مشار. That was a question. What happened? You know, like إنت واحد من الممبر كنت وقت ده. Why didn't you guys question رياك مشار على أساس إنه hey tell us how this man died. كانوا في كونغو died ولا كان died في جوبا هنا ولا كان died. Yeah.
Asuma, Etika.
Yeah. Yes.
When these people were going from Juba, the Congo, they can memoria. They can't jire. Ita your soul there.
ما لازم يكون في explanation. وما explain. هذا سموت أزول mystery to others.
Asma.
Yes.
Okay, what next can you say?
It's okay. That's.
Ita bukulu tani shunu. But this is all bija. We blame ourselves. We should blame Equatorians. Ana kibelo relate anankingal you didn't even support. When Ladugore was going to Upper Nile, it was supported by the Nuer. How many Nuer died after Ladugore? How many Nuer? Was Ladugore Nuer?
Excuse me. That's irrelevant. And I will explain.
No, it is relevant. We need to be honest here.
Then listen to me. When two people are fighting, you don't have to interfere and say, I know to shield Gadia. When two people, Nazil Indum Khalfia, 1991, they fought against each other. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I think you came late.
When we come to the government,
I'm part of that 1991. We Equatorians were
remember, guys. Remember, guys. And like we're gonna shorten the topic into 30 minutes. So please,
right, let's go to the land.
Please. Yeah, your question, CJ. Limited your question. Yeah, thank you.
Can I go to the land? All right, brother. Yes, again, I have to ask you about the land. What do you think the best probability of Equatoria to get its lands under the ongoing regimes that is now insisting, they have any response when people of Equatoria are crying, our land has been taken, have been occupied, and all people are in refugee, about 2,000 or probably almost 3 million people are outside the country. When they are crying, how will Brother Charles guarantee that, we will have our lands back under what's so-called federal system, if we have to say that? Thank you.
Asuma, me, I hate propaganda, right? I don't know the population of Equatorial Guinea, 3 million for refugee camp they jamming when I don't know.
Says okay. about my friend.
It's still, if you look at the census of 2008, Equatorial population in Africa is almost 3 million, right? Plus, right? So if it is 3 million, Equatorians are in refugee camp. What are you doing in a refugee camp? You come and fight for your land.
Well, we just say it's really A-I-O-M. So I understand. Thank you.
Right?
Okay. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, CJ. Kalina go for.
No, let me answer the issue of land. This is very sensitive. This is the thing that we need to discuss, right?
Thank you. Further.
Yes, sir.
The issue of land, we know all of us, land is very important. If we don't land, you will be stateless. the topic of land, it is Equatorians that can reclaim their land. Tani. Equatorians can take their land back, ma be kasuma. Ma be social media tanade. Yes, you can raise awareness, but the actual things is on the ground. We need, you Equatorians need to engage the government. Be iteriga. Be unusa, be lukuhojar, be dugusot, be etunu, be agder istakal. And then minak mafizon. As I Nas bara fi central Equatoria. Ya ligi Nas bara. Ya aso omora wen. Western Equatoria.
I know.
When I was going to see come as in a going to sunu. Fisunu asite.
Charles, okay. أنا كان
CJ عشان نحن ما نطول كلام between two people.
مقاطعة بسيطة بس. مقطع بسيط. كلام بسيط بس أنا ما جاي أقطع. أنا ما جاي أقطع. أنا عاوز أقول شنو؟ وهنا ماشيين هسي بالطريقة اللي أنت تقوله ده هنا ماشيين as we are going ahead مع السيتويشن ده. كان تشارلز في آيو وطلع ومشى قاعد في آيو وكل زول وتاني مشى لجروب بتاع مجمعنيور وواحدين مشوا لوايت آرمي. Do you think Equatoria, the present situation, Equatoria ما عنده any force? There is no any participation in the government, in the military army. Do you think Equatoria, that will help Equatoria if Charles is out of the, Charles ماشي يحارب مع أيو بدل ما يقعد يجيب مع Equatoria. Do you think that will guarantee the right of Equatoria? أنت بتقول لإيكواتوريا إنه Equatoria عنده فرصة هسه يقدر يمشي لقدام. That means Equatoria ما عنده army. So we need.
Okay, now I agree with you.
You get me? Okay, thank you.
I agree with you, CJ. We don't have the army, right? But who do you blame? Do you blame Dr. Yak? Do you blame Salva Kiir? You blame
ourselves. As Equatoria's son, I blame it.
اسمعني انا هنوصل لمرحله مغلوق شويه CJ and
can I
لانه we are not gonna get into an understanding.
لا خليه جايب بس.
Okay, تفضل.
Anything that affects Equatorial, this is what we need to discuss. Most of سؤالات الجبال ما نعرف تاني ده. But if you do, it's okay.
سؤال بداية كلام فارغ. Okay.
This سؤالات المفروض تباسل is can without Equatoria in the army, in the national army, we don't blame Dr. Ekfoko, we don't blame Ayo Fogo, we don't blame Kit Gwang, we don't blame Salva Kiir. Why? Because nine Equatorians, we love to run. We don't want to mobilize ourselves. Loina kan Rojar Makanas, we form our own movement. As a Zeta was a separatist, man, use us as example. Form Equatorial Army. Form Equatorial Army. So that as an Hadidu Salva Kiir.
And then as we're using Salam. At the meantime, we're using peace.
Salam, Salam. Zol Kitab use Salam.
Now we're using peace as a means. We say,
no, Asma.
Anything necessary. That's our goal.
Peace Mamunu. Ogi katuli ya dafu wesen fi tambura. Ogi katuli na fi tambura. Ogi use Salam. Zol al bikatuli ta bibon zumo Salam. Wala ta bikatuli kaman.
No, أنا في دفاع. أنا في defense. We're not going to kill somebody. أنا في self defense. زولتاني داخل في جبهتك, you have to defend yourself.
ما أصلا أوكي كاتولين هناك في تمبرة ما نعمل self defense. ماله؟
لأنه تشارلز ما موجود معي. تشارلز ما في بيت.
All right, CJ, can I hold on? Everyone, كان time بتاعي time. أنا بس قاعد نقول time.
أنا كيف بلقى عرض بتاعي ده؟ أنا يا تشارلز واصل كلامك ده واصل. أنا كيف بلقى بتاعي أنا عرض تعيش على ده أنا بلقاه كيف أنا برجعه كيف.
That's why you need to form an army. You Equatorians as a separatist or a unionist, you need to join the army. تجمع كان تمثل Salva Kiir كأنت هم كتير هناك يتم بعد اللجوء نفس التاون كأنت هم كتير لايو يتم اللجوء نفس بتاعهم. لكن كان نجين زدورة يتعرف في بلد أنا في بلد هناك في Itahile كان غير كابو بليلا بيجيبوا لوبيا ده لوبيا تانية ده شنو اسمه شنو
لوبيا
okay بيجادوا لوبيا ده سويا هناك عشان بيكوتوا دورة ده هيلو إذا بيكون قال عايز لوبيا سيني يعني جامو لا بتاعي. It will not help. So the same behaviors ita inna nasal gishakle Salva Kiir itu mugulla inna gishakle. As itu you are talking about separation. Ma fi separation tana jabe peace. No, ma fi separation jabe peace. Ita nguli tumnata salam amono. Salam mazol algi katlita. Salam mazol algara gubitakun. Salam mazol algisilu lantakun. Salam mazol algisilu borders takun. Come on, guys. Come on, separatists. You're just a joke. You're
anything is on the table. You understand? Anything on the is on the table.
Okay,
yeah,
hold on. Please, can I calm down, babe? We know our position, yeah, Jama. Can I CJ bit of time position tana clear? Itahile, the question was clear to you, but you have not answered the question. With all due respect to you, it's okay.
What is the question?
Question the kulu wade.
Maybe I missed it.
Okay, Khalina answer another shino. Lano time getting run out. It took time to get two people question.
Excuse
me.
How can
CJ,
I get
come on, Shino, CJ. It can't take you Bedri Kibelik, my can't take you the Sualata Klanu Shino.
Can you hold on a minute, please?
Madini for Salanu time. Time is running out.
Never big. I'll get
it. If time bitan as a come, you know the time, right?
أنا أقول لك أنا أشرح لك دول أنا أشرح لك أخ Itahile. أنا قصدي شنو Itahile in form of what? Federal system or self or separation, as you can say. How can you get your land? It would get it through separation, well, a federal system. That was my question. Thank you.
Asuma, if the country is in peace and we have a federal system, that every state interests have been realized, but then we took our land. As if we have a total peace. These IDPs, alfi normally al when they ma berja from mahal tomon. Lomon ma reja from mahal tomon. That's the question would be, what was the motive behind this? Right? The land of Equatoria cannot come through separation if you don't form the army to fight. You need to form the army. You need to be organized and fight the government, and so that is all as an asthma later on. Right? What federal system there? Okanta uma dumule SPLA ayo. Itu mura la hakuma. Itu mahailu go kef ka Equatoria. How are you gonna get it?
Can I see, please? أنا بعرف الأنسر ده. We don't have to answer it here. الموضوع بتاعتك قاعد تقولوا قال كيف نلقى حاجات بتاعنا. That's not even. إحنا ما قاعد نعترف. خلينا أقول لكم موضوع. As Equatorian separatists ما قاعد نعترف إنه في حكومة هناك. خليه يكون clear to everyone اللي قاعد يسمعنا هنا. We never even recognize this regime as legitimate. على أساس إحنا كنا صوتنا للدولة. Listen. No, we never been for peace. أنا ما أعرف CJ قاعد يسألك أسئلة أنت ما قاعد تجاوب. بس خلينا نكون واضحين هنا.
What is the question?
This idea. Listen. This idea of a country with a government, we don't believe in it. That's why I'm telling you, we mark every opposition. بيمشي في روما بيمشي في مكانات وين قال لي قاعد تحت في ترابيزه يتكلم مع حكومه انت كل ما بتقعد معاهم انت قاعد تدين power. We don't see them like that. احنا عندنا objective بتاعنا different and we are working on it. CJ, you don't have to explain too much. You don't have to ask questions too much. اللي انت بتعرف بنفسك في people will never answer you. بس انا نقول hold on
ask me the question if
just a minute guys, just a minute. Can we please get a control, okay? And can we respect the person that is hosting the show? Because we're running out of time. Can we do that, please? And also we have to consider other people's time that are going to work and other places.
As a which time, Kamani, you brought me here? And I mean
no, mind, into the main guest.
I understand, Charles. We brought you.
Okay, go ahead, Atika. Go ahead.
Can we just limit our questions and can we not get into too much argument as if we came here to argue? Let's just ask a question and then for answer and that's it. So that we can all move on also with other aspects of our life.
I want you to ask me the question that you say I jumped.
Okay, أنا عندي السؤال الأخير أنا جاي أسألك له بس أنا قبل ما ندي السؤال الأخير أرجوكم يا جماعة كده اسمعوني شوية. CJ, you know the question you asked, it will not be answered if somebody is loyal to his political ideology. انا قاعد نقول لك احنا بنختلف في الاراء السياسي. انا قبل اتكلمت الكلام ده، انا مع انكل تشارلز مستر تشارلز we disagree in political view، لكن I was asking based on some things that انا قدر نعرف من تاريخ بتاعه، على اساس يورد لنا قصه اللي حصله، وبعدين هو يورد لنا على الرؤيه بتاعه، لانه I was trying to get there. I don't disagree in a question tag legitimate because we understand what your question is and understand where Charles is. Trust me.
What is the
Most
question?
of you
Can you
understand
repeat
where
the
you're
question, please? Let's not
okay,
jump.
hold on. Mr. Charles,
Repeat me the question.
I understand where you stand, and understand CJ question بتاعه legitimate, and I know also you have a legitimate stand
What
for your
is the
own
question?
position.
Can you ask me the question again?
Okay, السؤال بتاعي بيجي متأخر. No, بيجي بآخر.
No,
لكن
question
ده welcome.
Remind me.
يا أخي أسئلة ده كتير. أنا ما كان جبت أنا بعمل جريدة كامل هسه. خلينا فوكس هسه في الموضوع. أنا بشكرك أنت. أنا قبلك كنت شنو؟ You did not say any bad thing.
في الدستور وانتخابات من معه. لو ما عندك سؤال نسأل في الدستور.
اوكي بس خلينا فوكس عشان شنو؟ طبعا الانمي بتاعنا قاعد يواتش اس. ريمبر مستر تشارلز، سي جي، حداثة، حكيم and Auntie Patricia, all of us, they know the enemy, they want to see us argue. لكن في النهاية كلنا عندنا believe in Equatoria لازم يلقى حقه. And أنا بشكر Charles, he speak even for the idea that Equatoria need to stand for themselves. Okay, we agree. ممكن the الميثود إننا ماشيين فوقه، أنا ما أعرف بالعربي شنو method، but the method إننا ماشيين فوقه ما طريقة كل زول. النموذج بيختلف. في تاني بيقول لا ايوه بيجيبوا، في تاني بيقول لا احنا نمشي بطريقه الاحزاب السياسيه المعارض، في تاني بيقول لا احنا يا واقفين بالجهه بتاعنا خارج كل الاحزاب وخارج كل المنظمات اللي قاعدين نشوفه هو ابقى لمصلحه الاستوائيه. عشان كده احنا اليوم قاعدين نجيب صمدا لموضوع ايكواتوريا without any question without any doubt، واحنا مستعدين ننسى. شكرا لك تشارلز، اديتنا your point. بس انا نقول شنو موضوع بتاعي ده ندي فرصه لأنتي باتريشا لان هي كان هي وقال لي اديك سؤال. أنتي باتريشا فيك تلخص سؤالك عشان انا عندي next question to give to the coming to Hakim, DJ Hakim, and then from there CJ, and then Hadassah, and then from there we finalize. لأن الوقت بتاعي كمان is running out. وانا بشكر everyone who watching us and you CJ also for putting the question. انا ما رافض question tag لكن كان تجي بدري لانه كان بيكون افضل، كان بيكون good، لكن هسه التايم بتاعنا بقى extremely out of time. But go ahead Patricia تتكلم كلام ده تقوله.
اوكي شكرا شديد. انا بسلم عليكم كلكم، وانا بشكر ربنا انه اخونا تشارلز جه نفس. ربنا عمل معجزه وكان عيان فعلا فتره كده، والحمد لله بصلوات الناس كان اساسا قدامنا. و تشارلز جردوا سؤالات، لكن يا ريت انا دير لما يسالوا سؤال زول يرد سؤال في مكانه. بس في حاجه انا دير نوضح لسيشن ده. There's something I just want to clear to Charles about itakununus كلامتا مارتين كيني وكلامتا اصلها شيلو من Equatorians. Charles قال Equatorians الفكيام مفروض يرجعوا يحاربوا عشان هم بريجا اللين بتاعهم. Equatorians الجري في كامبر مون جري يدنتو من فاضي يا تشارلز اخوي، مون جري يدنتو من فاضي. بعدين كلامتا أصلها إنه شيلوا برا من إيكواتوريانز، يعني أصلها في 2006 أنا كنت في جوبا يا أخوي تشارلز. زمن داك أنا بذكر من أناونس في راديو FM قال يا أخي دارين يجي جردوا أصلها من الناس كله. أصلها جا جردوا أكتر حاجة أصلها من إيكواتوريانز، لأنه دينكا طبعا تعرف حاجاتهم من يابي روتان وكده. والزمن ده الزمن كان خلاص دينكا بدأ نفس أجندة بتاعهم الأول يا تشارلز. أي دينكا قاعد في ذاك الجوبا شالوا أصلها بتاعهم خدوه في كابوت عربية بورا وعرفات ده بس لافين في ذاك السيتي بتاع الجوبا ده زي إيكواتوريانز المساكين دخلوا في بيوتهم شالوا منهم أصلها. بعد ما نتأكد إنه يدين إيكواتوريانز بقى فاضي حتى بدأ دينكا ديل كله كانوا لافين بعربات في ذاك الجوبا بأصلها بورا عربات بتاعهم كلهم رجعوا بأسلحة، وأي فاميلي بتاعت الجوبا عندهم أسلحة، بس ما عدا إيكواتوريانز بالقبائل التانيين ناس في الجوبا ما عندهم أسلحة. طبعا ده حاجة في الأجندة الأول. نمرة 2 كأنه جاء في كلام بتاع مارتن كيني. انتوا سألتوا تشارلز إنه مارتن كيني ده قتلوه كيف ومارتن كيني حصل شنو؟ تشارلز ما قدروا كلام الحقيقة. في 2006 أنا كنت في أنا مشيت جوبا، لقيت مارتن كيني كان يا كوماندر بتاع، ما كان بيقولوا ميليشيا، كوماندر بتاع الجيش ما
انا ما اسمع في حاجه. زيت
لحظة شوية.
النتورك بتاعك دي بدريشة ما شغال كويس.
Take a minute. تكلم. باتريشيا أنا ممكن نسمعك. تسمع.
Hold on. I'll control it. Hold on. دي بدريشة النتورك بتاعك شوية فوق النتورك بتاعك ما شغال كويس لأنه قاعد يقطع. لو انت رجعت سؤالك ده مختصر لأنه هم ما قدروا يسمعوا في آخر كلاماتك، قطعت الكلمات اللي انت قاعد تقوله. فيك تقوله؟
اوكي كلامنا انسى واول تاع كلام تاع
Demo question. This is not a question. I just want to tell you like.
قاعد يشرح لك. Elaborate.
Yeah, أنا ده ولا
توضيح يعني clarification.
But I want also to comment, right?
CJ كده هلا يا جماعة كده كل زول mute yourself and let Auntie Patricia finish. يلا بعد كده تدخلوا لأن عندك فرصة عشان عندك بآخر كلامات بتاعنا عشان بعد كده then we give Charles the final word and then we say goodbye to everyone اللي قاعد يسمعنا هنا. اتفضل Auntie Patricia كمل كلامك.
I just want to enlighten you. زمن داك مارتن كيني ما كان في ايو، فأنا دراسة لتشارلز لغاية ما حصل إنه مارتن كيني اتقتل. مارتن كيني join SPLA في الزمن بتاع join SPLA ايو في 2013 ولا كان قباله؟ ده question نمرة 1. يلا question نمرة 2. الايو ده الكومون ايو ده رياض مشار ويلا جن دمو فوق إيكواتوريا عشان مون دير ساعدوا نوير ولمون أساساً دارين يحاربوا اللي هو رجيم بتاع سلفاكير. ده question number 2. number 3 هسي حالياً ناس أيو دين ما أساساً أيو كله أيو موفمنت أيو دين معروف قال ده تابع لنوير وفي إيكواتوريا داخل أيو ويلا إيكواتوريا في داخل أيو ده هل هم قاعدين يشوفوا حاجة اللي قاعد يحصل لإيكواتوريانز أهلهم ولا قاعدين يشوفوا؟ ده question نمرة 3. question نمرة 4. question نمرة 5 اللي قاعد يحصل هسه حاليا في التمرة ده مش ده من ناس جيش بتاع ايو وجيش بتاع اي جي هم يا هسه مشوا هناك بقى يحاربوا في بعض ويقتلوا في اسم شنو ده في مواطنين ويشردوا مواطنين بقى يجروا في neighboring country. هل ده قاعد يحصل في التمرة ده هل ايو ديل هم الايكواتوريانز في ايو ما عارفين انه ده لين بتاع اهلهم ايكواتوريانز منهم كان بوقف مع ايكواتوريانز هم بيقتلوا ضد ايكواتوريانز؟ هل الكلام ده كويس ولا الكلام ده غلط؟ ده سؤال تقول يا شاهد انت بعد بقدر انسى. مع السلامه.
سؤال تاني 4 كده ريفرش مي question number 2
as well لأن minutes. Yeah, go ahead guys please.
Yeah.
أنت بتقدر عليه مستر تشارلز.
سؤال تاني number 2 شنو؟
Yeah, سؤال بتاعي number 2 الزور الكون موفمنت بتاع ايو ده كويس احنا كلنا عارفين ده رياض مشار لما نو كون ايو ده بسبب المسكة اللي حصل في 2013 إيكواتوريا قام دمه مع اسم شنو رياض مشار وحاجة احنا عارفين انه موفمنت ده حاليا بيقولوا انه ده موفمنت بتاع اسم شنو بتاع نوير. إيكواتوريا دمه مع اسم شنو مع ايو ده هل هم اساسا دارين يساعدوا ايكواتوريانز اهلهم ولا دارين يكونوا ميليشيا بتاع رياض مشار ويخربوا البلد.
اوكي
فهمت؟
هاي كلامنا بس وريلتا واحد. Did Martin Kenyi join the IO in 2013? Musu deka swal vita واحد.
Yes.
Number 2 Riak Kono IO, you know, Lenuer or as an destroy or Equatorians al fog of the Mariagde as an to destroy the nation or what? Okay. Number 3, swal target kem Equatorians in IO. Ma bag der ay nusunu ajal gi hasil fi Equatoria musu. Number 4 ita kengal ayo alfi fi ayo ma gaino ajal gi hasil fi tambra de musu kalam de zere wala fi tanana mis
ayo halian ayo IG moni asere halian gamu mashakil fi tambra كويس يلا ما ayo kere marka tu magal de government lano ayo zato biga government وفي ايكواتوريانز في داخل ايو وفي ناس نوير وفي دنكا وفي كل قبائل دين يلا ليبس ايو ايكواتوريانز في ايو ديمون مون كيسيبو حاجه كده حصل في لين بتاع ايكواتوريا وفي تومبرا بالذات رول بتاعهم شنو؟
Okay, أنا بجواب بيتا. First and foremost, thank you, Sister Ajide, Patricia, for Swala Take. These are genuine questions, and then Ana Bijuabo as per.
Please brief it as you can. I shall let the soal turn. I shall time. Thank you.
No, don't worry. I'm gonna be brief. First of all, for the first question, girl, did Martin Kenyi join the IO in 2013? I believe Martin Kenyi might join IO in 2013. When I went to Pagak conference, and I just Magal Martin Kenyi can join, you know, just I am Gubalna. I went there in 2014, November, December, after Pagak. Okay, in December we are all in Pagak. Okay, so in the machete you made name, fi Pagak. So, lakin Martin Kenyi kan kalas, you know, kalas kan also lenak watala. Ofi mashaka denak anamaderon sini because it's not part of the question. Okay, so he did not join the IO in 2013. He joined the IO in 2014. Okay, Equatorians in IO, Umumaga and Ajal, what is happening? Yes, that's why we are fighting the government, Muslim. That's why when Itamutaki asked if he Western Equatorian, Mafi Equatorians stood against those fights. They're standing. Some of them might be IO, some of them may be civilians. But it is our responsibility as Equatorians, Kulu. Mama IO Barao. And that is IO command Tajirma IO Kulu, because Ana Taket Guam. I don't have any hand in that. Garwich men do hand in that. That is Salva Kiir Mariak Machara, the one doing that atrocities Fisunu, Fitambura. So Riak and Salva Kiir must be held accountable. And the governor in Western Equatoria is an Equatorian. So he should be held accountable. So it is Riak, Menak, and then that's why I say, Nehina kan ma wahid wahid. Kanna ma gen wahida wahid. Ma adu bidakal fi nustanna. Right? Adu bidakal fi nustanna. Lo ina ma baarf hada ftadna. Adu be exploiting. Right? So the circle enacted is Riak, Masalfa, they're held accountable. Once if Western Equatoria, they know better about it. So the third, the last question, you say IO, my IG, are the one fighting in Tombra. IO is part of the government. Why do they allow people to fight in Western Equatoria? I almost answer it. Yes, I say it is IO and IG. I agree. في ياجري في تومبرا. Yes, ana gibelo rileta. Anke ngal sekla ta tombra de muskila ta sunu asan ligo fogo diamond. Gal fi diamond inak asabe adana al nas gasuma. Gal fi diamond inak ya biga mo gire turu junas fi mahal ta diamond de asamu baafta diamond. Lakin mo baafta kef ile shabaku nas. Al muskila kan bikun kida. Itum nas, itum Equatorians inak da. Lebitum burudu itum. Why you don't even involve us so that we talk to these people? So that they understand. Ana kem gibe later on. Ma fi Zoltan be fight Zoltani, wala Zol bonus be peace uzo de gija be danga uder ataneta. Good look it ya malahar ma danga. Malisap. Wote gala na bonus monusu. O bidu kita masaya. Ita gul kelana unusana Zolta salam. O be adru beta betalaga. O barak beta on gala na Zolta salam. So who do you blame here? Nene, at least I'll try. In leaders, at least we try our best. Like nobody supported us. You don't support us. Nene, best leaders. If we don't have nas albijawara tana, albukula ajati mgamul dequest. Kenna du mukulu sawa. Can itamutaki can ajat zereba asin? No.
You got 1 minute and a half. Yeah. Thank you. Wrap it up in 1 minute and a half so I can give the next question to you.
Yeah.
To somebody they can ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie Patricia. Ana ma uzasa mujawab al-kalam da bas khutu niqad next time we can topic and then we can put it out and then because time. So ana dana di fursa la Hakim. Hakim, please open your mic and ask the question you have or you want to put in input. In that like 3 minutes. 3 minutes, please brief it on that moment. Thank you. Shukran, Kathir.
Okay, shukran. Shukran takun. I just came from work. It's getting late. I greet your audience. Thank you for giving me a chance to this forum. Nice to see you, Itahile.
Yes, brother.
Nice to see you, brother. Yeah, long live. Long live.
Viva. Itara dugu. Itara koroja.
Don't worry. Don't kill my 3 minutes. I want to go sleep.
Exactly. Ma take that 3 minutes. Okay. Go ahead. In that 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Under comment with debate, they can debate questions. Like I suppose one you guys to talk about can later Itahile or of Ayo, or like kit gum. As a mustaqbal Ayo, the kit gum. What is the difference? This is what I expect from you guys, can. Yala, because the same Ayo they are why. So we're still brothers. There's no big deal. But we need to learn through our mistakes. Our mistakes will happen within the SPLM, not of SPLM, na haribo, yet alone and ask ma haribo. The same Equatorian, they went to Ayo. The good news on Amarala Ayo. Because I learned through what happened in the past for Haraka Shabia. And most of us joined the Haraka Shabia, we never joined through our heart. We join in different ways. I don't know other people. We join through hardship. زي ما حركة الشعبية دخل في الطوية الكبرى وما سهل. I'm not sure about Ganasta. Equatorial join them or join كيف. لكن أنا as I join as a man to defend myself and defend my people. ده في قلبة تداي. We save a lot of rapping during the Haraka Shabia. We stood with our people. When we were around that area, they have a hope. من بقول ولد أنا تبلد في ذاك المحل ذاك المنطقة ده. بالفعل ما كله جالس يعملوا. في ناس بس جابوا قلوبهم سكون. جاب لكسرات. مانجات تناس بقطع بقوة، باي بقوة، والبافرة بقوة. يعني حاجات destruction within the Equatoria. So, as we, the one who went to Haraka Shabia, we did our part. We liberate the country. We contribute, regardless of propaganda to media. Propaganda to media, Equatoria masaka le kidip. Equatoria abiga tala heart of the Haraka Shabia. the biggest the headquarter of حركة شعبية في ايه. حركة شعبية كله headquarter في ايه. زي ما حركة شعبية collapse, almost collapse. انا زلت مراتو 1989 وانا دخلنا في مراتو. ودي قوة استوية جامد كارجو في مراتو. انا مرة في بلفام، انا مرة في تجارة بلفام هناك. انا جا end up تجارة كوبريبو. يالتا استوية مات في بور. مات كيف؟ ده انا بقول قبل انت ما بعرف حركة شعبية بكاباسوكن بس اركب ممرية تجاكلت بقى في بور. ايه يا الايكوتوريا الحقائق ديل ما قاعدين في ايكوتوريا، ننقلوب برا من ايكوتوريا كله. في جزء منه ما صار في بيته مثلا مات زي ما معلوم وين. We the ones survive. That's why في حركة شعبية you have to be as scary انك تر فجأة بيقولوا لكم مبلاي خليك زول مفتح. انت لما مفتح انت بموتوا. جزء من دفعات تاس هالو في بور. انا خرجت من نتت من ورا بقول ورا نتت من ورا الفوق قتت ببليل قتت ببليل كان اسد فيه ولا حينا فيه تلقى قاعد. انا ما داري في بور لكن عندي تعليمات. انا ما بقدر في بور الا انا بخالف تعليمات. انا خالفت تعليمات تاعي نتت ببليل سيتنين بليل من راس الورل. انا دوس بليل كل ده لازم طيور وحيوانات تجابه كله تبقى كرك تهالت جاهز بس انت براك بس ببليل لا دخلت بكايا. حركه شعبيه عندي قصات كتير. يوم من الايام انسان انا بيتكلم فيه كتير العمايل اللي حصل الاستويه لمواطنين كتير. لكن انا بقول ان انا ما قصرنا، احنا وقفنا مع حركه شعبيه. ده في تاريخ تاع جنوب كله. ايكوتوريا سيف ده اسبل موفمنت. لو جرين كان هاي جرين بيجا كورب قدامه خلي ايكوتوريا ياو قوي الحركه الشعبيه. anyway انا بتكلم كده بس انتوا وصلت سؤالات كويس لتشارلز. يعني انا ما ادري مناقصه انتوا كل ايكوتوريان اصلا مناقصه ايو ذاته ايو مات بلد مات نشوفوا حل
ما
تبقى.
تدفنوا كمان لكن
no ايو مات
no.
ما اصلا ايو يا ديستراكشن في ايكوتوريا. وانا قلت في كومنت ايو يجيب لنا ديستراكشن في ايكوتوريا. ايو كابس ايكوتورين تعالوا ايكوتورين تمام مع ايو فدرا سيستم تمام ده مات. يالتا ايو روغا في غابه كله مات ولو دلبون ترجيا. ناس تشالا تهيله قاعد في كندا 24 ساعه كورك على ايو ولا رجعوا ولا شنو في جوبا. Itahile قاعد كورين 24/7 ايو. يا اخي ما في زول ما مسكين تاع الزول منادل تاع ايو قال في Itahile في ولا رجعوا. يالتا بوري شنو ايو جابوا ديستراكشن في ايكوتوريا. لقبه ايكوتوريا غاتا تيكاتنا كله غاتا مانغاتنا كله تيت كله عرفها في يوغندا. الرايه بقى لإيتاهيله لحد 200 تمشي لايو ده رايه عندك. طبعا انا بحترمك I love you so much. وانا بقول انا مرتضى ما دخلت في اي حزبه من زمن اسبيل وانا ما دخلت في حزبه تاني. الرايه عندك اخوتاي تقول يوم بكوره ما في زول بشوف ورا تاعي. انت بتفكر الكوش ليك شنو. I love you as a brother. I love the rest of comrade في ايو. لكن نعلم في اقطاع حاجاتنا الحصل في حركه شعبيه. حركه شعبيه لسه بارتي انا كان داير برجع فيه ورا. لكن الليدرز ديل دمروا حركه شعبيه. الليدرز حقتنا دمروا حركه شعبيه. والعمايل اللي حصل في قابله ما حصل لإيكوتوريا براو. في بقى دنكا جابوا ذاته من في بلدهم ما سافروا بلدهم ثاني مره كسبوه في ايكوتوريا. يا اخي زول بجيبه من بلده هناك بس جات اكل في ايكوتوريا مره واحد ما قال ارجع ودي ورا يشوف اهله. ايكوتوريا سالوه كله في بور ما يسيبوه يجي يشوف اهله. نينا زمان كان درنا نجي ورا في البيت ده جريمه. ما بوديك دي باجا تجي ورا بعتلوك هناك بس. انا بكلم كده قال سيد تشارلز وقال سيد الايكوتوريان في ايو ناس يفكروا كويس ويظن رايته قال ده الدم وين انا ربنا ساوي ده. لكن انت تعبان يا تشارلز تعبان. مين في حركه شعبيه مين في حركه شعبيه. لو كان دخلت حركه استويه ما انت بعمل فرق. انا بس بسجل انت دخلت فرقه زي ايكوتوريا انا بدخل وراك. انت لو قاعد كده بهنا لا تبرا وين تشارلز because انا شايفك انت زول شجاع وزول انقلب كويس، لكن ما ممكن من اس بي ال لرang مشار لكيد قم هذا برشا تمشي وين تاني.
You got 30 seconds. Yes.
خلاص I'm done. I'm going to sleep. I don't attack you. I love you so much. فكروا ببلاد كله هذا بكره.
Thank you for your service, man. You know,
Thank you.
Equatoria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you. أنا
Thank you,
أخذنا وقت
Brother
طويل
Hakim.
شديد. Thank you, Brother Hakim. المهم
I just
أنا
want to say
بدي
something.
اوكي سي جي عشان اديك فاينل. سي جي عليك الله اختصر كلامك بسيط ل 2 minutes and a half.
Charles may
Okay,
have
بس
something to say.
no 2 minutes and a half عشان نقدر نفاينلايز. أنا بدي Charles the last words, and then after that I will finalize with say giving greetings to everyone, and that's it. And I want to say thank you to those who came and asked questions. Charles, I want to say thank you again for speaking, being brave to come up and speak. طبعا إيكاتوريا فري فورم احنا طبعا برنامج تاعنا بيختلف كتير من الناس اللي هم معارضة سياسية او ناس اللي في حركة الشعبية او ان كان في ايو. We differ a lot in ideology, in principles, because we have different methods. لكن في النهاية احنا Equatorian, we believe we are the sons and daughters of Equatoria. We have to understand that عندنا objective واحد أراضي بتاعنا زي انت قبل قلت, our land is everything. We all agree on that. But the method of how to get our land is we also need to kind of like look at it deep based on this debate and based on these facts. ونشكر Charles because he came and also clarified some things about Equatorians في وضع بتاعنا اللي كنا فوقه قبل انفصال جنوب السودان. وانا بشكر كمان حكيم for coming up and speaking out a lot about أوضاع اللي هم مروا فوق, because really the suffering بتاعنا حكيم كان explanation to what they have gone through. Thank you. فيتفضل CJ, and then from there أدي سؤالك بسيط وأدي لحكيم عناية يتكلم طوالي.
Oh yeah, I have two questions. واحد بيختص عن الدستور and the other one الانتخابات. Okay, Brother Charles? Yeah, my question about the constitution. I wonder if you believe we do have a constitution in that country, in the country of South Sudan. If not, what should we do? And then the second question goes to the election. With all this, with these agreements, as you have said, it's coming to a collapse, and there's no more agreements, probably. Yet, the regime seems to be insisting, which is Kir and Mashar. I know you have said Mashar is under siege, is already under arrest or whatever it is, anyhow. But yet, he will still be considered a government figure. Whatever is going on, will still be considered. So the question about the elections. Now you can see the regimes, the junta, are now planning to say that, we'll have election in 2013, in 2023. So we would like to have your take on that, please. All right. And the constitutions as well. There are people who are now also trying to push on for a constitutional mechanism. So let me know whether you agree there's a constitution in that country, and that for those who are going for constitutional making, what do you think about that, and what's your answer to them? Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Am I mute? Okay. Thank you for asking me the question about the constitution. Do we have the constitution? What should we do? Right? We say South Sudan have an interim constitution. We do not have yet a permanent constitution. But what are the major principles of a constitution? That's what we need to know. Okay? Popular sovereignty. That means the people of South Sudan are the sources of the government in that country. They are the power. right? At Dustur, South Sudan, nobody is influencing it now. The implementation of the articles in the constitution is only Article 102 that give powers to Salva Kiir, or from 100 something there, I'll go the powers of the president. This is the one working. He's the one implementing the constitution alone. He's the one Salva Kiir is amending the constitution the way he wanted. So there's no constitution in South Sudan. The constitution that the people of South Sudan want was a federal system, where you can put a federal system. What is a federal system? We say it is in this type of government system, the power is divided between between the national government and the state governments and the counties. Right? But it is not in South Sudan. Everything is centralized in Juba. Is that the constitution? No. Did South Sudanese fight for the centralized system in Juba? No. They want the powers to come to the people. They need a government that can deliver service to the people. Like Garen said, you know, you take towns to the what? To the rural areas or to the villages. But now the villagers are going to the what? They are taking people from the villages by Abgar, by Sunukulu, Gitsurubi, Medina. So it's the opposite thing. And there's no constitution that guide that. Okay? Separation of powers. Do we have the separation of powers with Junub Sudan? In that constitution, your brother? All the branches, along the national government, the state government, and the counties, Kulu Salva Kiir is appointed the commissioners at the county level. County level, Salva Kiir appoint commissioners. Whatever of a constitution today. I live in a country where the constitution works. In Canada, you know, Justin Trudeau, our prime minister, cannot come and appoint somebody in Calgary here. It will not work here. It doesn't work. This is the constitution. He has no influence. And the people have the power. You see where I live? I have a liberal Fogo. But we voted for the liberal as a liberal. But the people have the power whom they want to choose. So there is no separation of powers. Everything I say, it is centralized in Juba. Check and balances. Do the constitution of South Sudan have check and balances? Nothing. Whether those levels, the national and the state and the county, what are the check and balances there? Salva Kiir is the one. Salva Kiir is the one who do the decree, whether the decree is good. Salva Kiir can amend the constitution, because Salva Kiir can pass what laws he want to do. Salva Kiir can do everything. So what is it there? When you come to the court system, is there any court review or judicial review in South Sudan whereby the courts have the power to declare laws and say to Salva Kiir, this is wrong? Or this action of the parliament of South Sudan is wrong, these laws are not. We have the Security Act 2014. Nobody revoked it. Nobody amended it up to today. That's why we say there's no constitution in the country. There's no parliamentarians in the country. The country is run by a crook of criminals like Salva Kiir. Okay? The constitution in South Sudan is supposed to limit the powers of Salva Kiir. Does it limit? No. You know, Salva Kiir is the one limiting the powers of the what? Of the constitution. He's the one limiting the powers of the people of South Sudan. So that's what is happening. So in this question number one, there's no constitution in the country. Question number two about the elections.
Make sure you got like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. No, 40 seconds. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I would love to have 40 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. No, 40 minutes. That's a lot. Yeah. So go ahead, please.
So regarding the elections, how are you going to have election in 2030, 23? When the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan is not yet implemented. The security arrangement is not implemented. Ita Gibelko Honesta Ajatani. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is talking about accountability at the hybrid court. Albi alpo we sabadel albisiluna salkatuluna zela zanba komune. They listen na madak alfogo. Anna lisa gonusu and cave to queen fita jesh tau al-wahida. Unified forces. You know, unified army of South Sudan. We're still talking about it. It's not been implemented because le salva arf quays can just de hariju min medan manato dustu de mage kasoro. Eizol into Korea, Eizol Bar Salam Ilu Cave. And there will be people talking about democracy in the country. There will be people talking about the failures of Salva Kiir and what they have done to this, the damage they do to the people of South Sudan. Salva Kiir knows that some people will be asking for accountability immediately. So the only way is to do that is, you know, is to play around the implementation of the what? Of the unified forces that have been in the training for 2 years. You had recently Rebecca Nyandeng, the vice president, when in New York, gal sunule VOA. Gal jeze, harajuzere, bro dilomon kasabin, ukelem si fijabelet. Hal jeze kana mulomon tederiba sanem si fijabelet. Hal jeze o South Sudan de silahati alvijua South Sudan de Malian.
Thank you. Your minute is up, but let me just thank you. I will give you a chance to speak again. Shukran CJ for your question. ما انت ركزت على اسئلتك اكثر من to the point, please. انا بس
ما
انا الان وقت يا جماعه. انا بس ده نقول انتوا ما حاولوا كمان to respect the timing لانه احنا we diverted from the point اللي جاي نتكلم فوقه. سي جي قال لي ردي الكلام بتاعه. انا بس كان عاوز سؤال مختصر اكثر من كلام طويل لانه احنا عاوزين نحاول نوصل
واحد بيتعلق عن
جيسس. اوكي.
واحد بيتعلق عن الجول بتاعنا اللي هو self determination، والنقطة الثاني بيتعلق عن في سؤالين بس لو بتسمع، لكن انت ممكن تمشي، ممكن امشي قدام. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor. Go ahead. Hello Atika.
يا كمل كلامك please.
أنا عاوز أتكلم عن الموضوع بتاعت بالنسبة للأخ تشارلز في موقف بتاعنا in our positions as people who are calling for self-determination. Do you think we have a legitimate case? ولا أنت قاعد تشوف كيف موقفك من how do you look at us, the opposition, where we're standing? Do you think كلام ده صحيح؟ يعني أنت بتتفق معنا؟ Do you agree with us or you disagree? If not, if yes or no, why? Thank you. And then the second thing, the second question, of course, yeah, you better go for that.
اوكي كده اديني سؤالك ثاني. انا ما في ده سؤال لي ولا ده سؤال لي حق لتهيلي؟
لا انا عاوز اخذ وجهة نظره بس في موقفنا. That's it. Charles.
اوكي اتفضل مختصر. 1 minute and a half please. 1 minute and a half.
Dan, yeah.
Question there is only one. What's the second question?
No, I had to leave it. Probably we'll leave it for next time. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
They can Swalat I expect to answer in the beginning. They can anazato. They can Swalan up there kana azitumbakan basadana. Right? Like he went and bring other question that wasted time for no reason.
Okay, my bad. I apologize, my mistake.
Right?
Go ahead. Yes.
So self-determination. Do you think that Equatorians have a legit case to present for them to get independent? Do I agree or not? Ita go butana betni Jabada. Or ita go betni Jabada de Kulu.
And if yes and no,
self-determination, do Equatorians have a right to self-determination? Yes. They are all avenues why Equatorians can fight for the what? For self-determination. One, Equatorians did not benefit from the government in Juba. Two, the government in Juba is killing Equatorians and displacing Equatorians. Three, the government in Juba is occupying Equatorial land, occupying Equatorial international borders. That is a threat to the livelihood of Equatorians. Four, there is a policy of assimilation going on in Equatoria. What is a policy of assimilation? A policy of assimilation through marriage, through buying the fellow Equatorians. There is a policy of changing the language of Equatoria. Arab Equatoria tanade der gero. Wasa nase Equatoria kulu ketir asa gonzo rotan tani barao. Kande biga rotan Itahile biga zata na mabayar. And then what will be, where will Equatorians put their own languages? This is the Teriga. Once you speak their language, then you assimilate it into. This is how Carlo Tuko got assimilated Itahile, Oferica, Imuro, Lokoya, Lopit, Dongotono, Lango, Ifotu, Bagidel, Kulukutumon Fogo. It is a very bad policy. You will not have freedom. You will be used. So how can you be, used? Equatorians fought since 1991. I mean, since 1962, the Anyanya movement. They fought for South Sudan. What did they benefit? Only Zamata Kokora. The Equatorians saw themselves. Equatoria participated in the liberation of the SPLA. Gibela came on as Fogo. What did we benefit from the government now? Nothing in a punishment. So what can keep Equatorians in South Sudan when the South Sudan does not even acknowledge them, does not give them services, does not treat them like a fellow citizens? They treat them like third-class citizens, not even third-class, because if second-class citizens in Sudan. Nene Equatorians bukoni mrakam, nina nimra arba. Because why? Because nehina best bonus be customer. We don't know.
Thank you.
Nas tani kidor masaya ina der dor masunu magesh algi kaso.
Thank you.
So
Shukran.
there is a lot of reasons why Equatorians can opt for what? For self-determination. But can you? Another question you should be asking yourself, or I should ask you: can you keep your self-determination when you are not strong, when you are not united, when you are not even, responding, responding the way that person come to you? He come and grab. Right?
Let me answer you this. Mr. Charles. I can answer you this exactly. Self-determination dama mahtaj yukun guwa. Okay? Self-determination ta Junub Sudan dama kan jeba guwa. Let me be clear. Ita gata kam sana.
But Asma, when can you SPLM African self-determination?
Listen.
You need to accept that.
أنا بدك فرصة. أنا بديك فرصة تكمل. بعد تيجي تجاوبني بالكلامات ده كله. أنت بس جمع كلامات كله. أنت ما قدرت تجمع ما قدرت تأنسى. أنت فيك تلخصه في 5 minutes. أنا بديك له because that will be your final word on the topic that we have said. أنا بس نقول لك كلام بتاعنا بقول لك بوضوح. Yes, self-determination does not have to be bloody. Self-determination, it had to be on a process and a tactic. Okay? ما طريقة بتاع الناس التانيين اللي بيتوهموا بأفكار بتاع إحنا لازم go to international community in the bag ونعمل no. أوهم ولا administrative ولا كلام فارغ. أنا بقول وده. في حاجات تاني there is a way we can actually achieve the objective. Equatorians just need to understand one thing. The condition it is a perfect condition for Equatoria to be a nation of themselves. They have already seen it. The problem is how we don't have to expose it out here. And I'll be honest with you, I will not expose it out here, and there's nothing for us to expose it to anyone. Because there is no benefit exposing it to anyone. لأنه في ناس بيجي بيعمل obstacles واليوم الرجيم ده هسه they are very very much هم سهرانين. They're looking forward to what do you call it? They want to see the weakness of Equatorian separatists to make us fall. حتى the opposition, they don't like us, and I've noticed that. look like احنا كأنه قاعدين talk joke. We are not talking hate or talking anything nonsense. هم opposition ده كان هم صحيح عندهم مبدأ عندهم قضية ما كانوا بيقعدوا في الترابيزة مع حاجة غير legitimate. احنا نقول لهم this regime is illegitimate from its start. تيجي تقعد معاه في الترابيزة تقول يا أخي ده نيجي نتكلم في جذر المشكلة. Who is more ridiculous? Us who do not even acknowledge the regime or them اللي قاعدين يقولوا قال هم قاعدين يعرفوا السياسة كيف بيلعبوها. We know our position. The only thing that we see a lot of alligators, foxes, and wolves are playing around. But one thing I will tell the Equatorian, انتوا ما تتوهموا بفكرة بس جيش يا ابو وسع. Yes, جيش عنده قوة، لكن قوة بتاعه كان ما في قائد بيقدر يقود الجيش ده عشان يقدر ينتصر. يا جوبا هناك كانوا مسهي دايرين يوروا رجولة. عندنا عساكر كان في ايو في يالتا إيكواتوريا زي قبل قاعد تقول، كان في سوما ولا في ناس عندنا جيش يالتا إيكواتوريا. Why are they not combining themselves and let's take Juba؟ ليه انتوا قاعدين تقولوا توزعوا حالكم كجروب؟ كانوا قاعدين تلعبوا في فريق ثاني. يا اخي انت كان ده بقى اوروبا، كان بقى ناشونال. مش الناس قاعدين يشوفوا واتش يوروبيان كاب بتاع انترناشونال يوروبيان كاب اللي بيقول واحد من غانا بيجي يلعب، يعني ممكن 5 لعيبه من غانا بوزعوهم في ايطاليا، بوزعوهم في فرنسا، بوزعوهم ثانيين في بريطانيا. كان احنا قاعدين وزعونا زي بنضيع. The problem is you guys who are spreading yourself to the people المغرب. انت قاعد تقول يونيتي، مش انتوا مفترض انتوا الناس اللي قاعدين تتكلموا تعرفوا معنى يونيتي ده شنو، مفترض تجمعوا حالكم تقول لا ما نتوزع، خلينا نقعد احنا كجروب. هسه ناس تجري لما في اثيوبيا قاعدين fight for their own people، هم قاعدين يوزعوا لاحزاب، هم قاعدين يقولوا لنا تجري we're fighting for our identity بتاعنا الهويه. That's why yesterday we talked about identity. لما نتكلمنا عن identity because we trying to define that identity is what makes a real revolution stand stronger. الناس ما فهموا، في ناس ما فهموا the purpose اللي امبارح جينا بموضوع ده. Today Mr. Charles will bring you because I want you to narrate the story of what happened, why the divisiveness within Equatoria. وانا بتاسف انا ما اديت الاسئله كثير لانه الاسئله I got distracted, but anyway انت اديت your best answer وسيجي ادى the best question و other people الجا ناس حكيم وهنا ادوا best question تام. لكن انا بس نقول لكم حاجه يا جماعه. What we are trying to do for Equatoria is not something a child play. ولا حاجه لنا مقدر نتوقع من خواجي يدينا له. We can make it happen and we can affirm to the white person كان بيجا خواجه، كان بيجا Chinese، كان بيجا Japanese, all these Asianic countries ولا بيجا South American أو بيجا حتى African Union. Equatorians are capable to run their own business by themselves because we are already a symbol of a nation. The only problem is in the Nafinas we claim whom are leaders, but they're not leaders. They're already just people who are only looking for name, looking for recognition. وفي النهاية بيجي fail. لما تيجي تقول لهم كده ورينا the solution, they cannot come to the solution. هم دين ياخدوا idea منك، هم عاوزين يقعدوا ينتظر the leeches to suck on you until تبقى ما في blood in your body. This is what the leeches are doing. So أنا بس بقول هنا the برنامج اللي قاعد نمشي فوقه my brother Itahile, we have a lot to do. أنا ما عايز أتكلم عنه هنا، لكن أنا نوريك I'm confident of this what I'm talking about. Even though sometimes I get stressed with a lot of nonsense getting happen in the ground, it's just distraction. لكن at the end we always focus لأنه إحنا ما one person, we are a group. فحاجة أنا بس نقول أنا بشكرك أنت سألت السؤال ده because السؤال ده مهم جدا، وأنا قاعد نقول لك إحنا دايرين Equatorian you stop running after other organization, we come back to Equatoria fight as a one. I'm telling you لما stand together بنفسه إحنا بنقدر challenge. شوف طالبان مش في النهاية أوروبيين كله respect طالبان regardless they want it or not. Now Taliban is running a country. The people now begin to negotiate how to deal with Taliban in the matter of business, the matter of political dialogue, the matter of international. خلاص هم accept the reality. لكن الكتورة ده يخلي reality بتاعه يكون taken by somebody else who want to dominate them by tribal ideology. وده are failure بتاعنا. إنت بتقول leaders ما عندنا leaders. كان في leaders كان ما بكون وصلنا زي إنت إحنا بنcreate our own leaders from our own background, like from the root, from the grassroots. ما واحد بيجي لنا هناك بموضوع هو بيكون من grassroots who understand you, he know you, he can feel your pain.
Maybe you're asking a short question, but you're talking, right?
سوري انا اخذت كثير. انا اخذت كثير. انا بشكرك وانا بدي فرصه حداثه final word please. انا عارف حداثه she's time بتاعه كمان she's not you know she has some other stuff we sorry interrupted you. كان فيك تدي بس 2 minutes من كلام بتاعك بعد كده إتهيلي بيختم كلام بتاعه إنه نقول شكرا ل مستر إتهيلي على أساس إنه هو أدانا الفرصة يتكلم وإن شاء الله هنرجع تاني وأنا هدي announcement after إتهيلي. Thank you. حداثة
النوم خلاص.
I think so. So إذا كان هما answer بيكون هو بعيد لأن I don't know network بتاعه كمان. Okay خلاص أنا بديك
You just finish it. Just get it done and finish it.
Okay. مستر تهيلي ادينا فرصة كلامك الأخير. عندك 5 minutes and a half. I'll give you that عشان تقدر answer all the questions اللي أنت ما قدرت answer, and then also thank you for coming and you know elaborate your position and all that. Thank you so much.
Itacha, thank you very much. Huh?
Thank you.
أنا قاعد أسمعك.
CJ
No, the Bismarck is answering me. I will answer him later. Don't worry about it.
Charles, I just want to give you thanks, Charles, for your patience. Even if you, in the beginning, you've agreed with us, but you didn't, like, you know, want to get out of, you know. But I want to thank you for your patience and answering and you know, being here. You know, thank you so much.
Yeah. Also, I would like to say thank you for your courage to come in and join us. It's really it's an honor to have you with us, and thanks for your service, gentlemen. You know, this will go to history. There's no problem on that, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Charles, sorry أنا قاطعك بس أنا قاعد نقول له بيسمارك هو قاعد يتكلم في كلام كده وقاعد يحصل determination cannot be achieved from a silver plate. أنا ما أعرف هو كان عايش في عالم Mr. Bismarck.
ده كلام حقيقة.
No. أنا بدنا answer him. في حاجة quick بس ده نقول له independent South Sudan كان جاب سلاح ولا كان جاب independent ب voting to people. عليك الله خلينا إحنا ما deceive ourselves.
You're telling us back to another argument.
No. Hold on. Let me. This is my point. I'm just saying. يا جماعة أنا استأذنت أرجوكم احترموني. أنا استأذنت من أخونا من Mr. Charles. أنا بس قاعد answer بس a quick question, a quick answer. Mr. Bismarck راجع المعلومات بتاعك وراجع ال independent جنوب السودان كان طلع بسلاح في منطقة SPLA مسكوا في منطقة SPLA قدر يسيطر عليه قدر يمسك جنوب السودان ده كله عشان يقدر يclaim هو عنده territory زي كوريا North Korea and South Korea. لأنه North Korea and South Korea you can say the North Korean proved themselves they are independent compared to the South Korean. South Korean are supported by the West. North Korea are supported by those communist regime. في النهاية North Korea proved it by the blood. لكن بتاع جنوب السودان it was by one thing, voting. So أنت ما deceive yourself. أنت بتتكلم إنه vote blood بتاع الناس كله went to the مشى لحدر. So you can talk about إنه ده دم بس قال ده blood and no, ده more blood يا على حاجة I mean more about the hand. حتى الدم بتاعنا رواندا 6 million died I mean 3 million died عشان يجي يفكروا فوقه. في النهاية منو يا مسك بول كده كامي يا مسك البلد ده. It wasn't about UN. UN did not even end the conflict. It was Paul Kagame. So انتوا قاعد تتكلموا في موضوع إذا أنت تعرف بول كاغامي مسك مكان ده جنوب السودان كان مصلحة. Okay? Independent جنوب السودان كان مصلحة عشان كده استخدموه voices بتاعنا because SPLA فشل في تحرير جنوب السودان. If you want to talk about that. لكن today the same thing we can play with our mind. إحنا Equatorian we are more capable because عندنا all the right هنا ده يعني عندنا شنو الاستراتيجية بتاعنا يعني البرنامج واضح. Equatorial عنده chances. We need to get ourselves away from depth اللي جاي. أنا ما أقدر نكتر بس أنا قاعد نقول ما تحاول تقول لنا يا أخي blood لأنه كان blood ده إنما ما حنلقى independent Equatoria ولا حنلقى حتى حرية جنوب السودان عشان يكون دولة. لأنه اليوم في قبيلتين قاعد يمسك بلد ده. That's all I want to say. قبيلتين ماسك بلد ده and we will die under them, Equatoria only have 5 years left. I mean 4 years left عشان destroyed completely. Already ناس حجروا ناسنا ولسه قاعدين يحجرون. So انت ما تقول لي انه about the country لازم يكون على اساس احنا blood لازم يكون spelled. I understand your point لكن ما كله blood. جنوب السودان ده كان جاب بس بميراكل بتاع شنو؟ one hand. انا بجيب it هنا. Sorry. المهم go ahead. انا ما داري نكتر لانه طبعا I can go deep. أنا لأن أنت يا guest I will come and elaborate next time في كلام بتاع Mr. Bismarck. Bismarck, I hope أنت ما offended. Please, أنا بس قاعد نتكلم كلام ده. I'm trying to kind of like answer you for some points. You might disagree, لكن I respect your point. Thank you. اتفضل.
I know Itacha, Etika, and all your teams are separatists. I think you need to think twice on the approach of separation. Okay? You know, sometimes, you know, you need to accept the truth. A liberation, when you are liberating a country, there's no liberation to customer base only. There's no any liberation that succeeds through customer. Nothing. Liberation or a revolutionary movement, it has to start somewhere. If we really mean objective, if you mean seriously, girl, you want to fight for independence of Equatoria, ile tafsala la haruba take, lisaba take, kasabin take, so take, sunuakel take, waja de kulita jai so yada ita amuro. Ma bonus alisa. I later came to South Sudan and I go to South Sudan. I just go forward to my Kalamaton South Sudan. Look at SPLM of Gaba. Sudan government accept. SPLM capture a lot of cities. They come and take, but we occupy the buses. It's the same thing like regime to Salva. Ma ayu au bara kulu vijua. Best Salva kel vijua suno. Vijua cities. And I told you yesterday on Bari, I don't call Meta on Bari. Ita tend to focus. Ita der shakil munu. Ita der shakil munu. Ita der shakil kunas kulu or ita der shakil hukumata Junub Sudan. I believe it was
anybody occupy my land. Anybody occupy my land and is my enemy.
Land, of course. My land there is the people, right? But who are you fighting your land from? You need to define that. You are fighting from the government of South Sudan. There are people who can be sympathizing with Maeta. Mata turu jumon bara. Mata adi mon bidun ligomon ma data. Right?
أنا بيجا زار عند أبو سنين ولا شنو؟
ما ترى جوزو أقرب في محله جن فوق ما دوجيتا ويتدرى أو أقرب ده بكرة بساعدتا ممكن بدوجو زولا بيجامبو تاجدا زنبيمسي. So Equatorians in separation and independent, you need to advocate and present your case. Look at the weaknesses of the government, what the government is doing to Equatorians. And kedasi na gini na arbasa, yani swalata na kana expect ana ba jua bubesi hawa izo jibu ajere, you know, al swala TJ ajere CJ jibu the constitution there. And also, if you are an Equatorian fighting for independence, how do students say beside Equatorians? Is this a constitution protecting Equatorians? Is this constitution protecting the land of Equatorians? Integrity of Equatorians? Does it give Equatorians their rights that they fought, that they contributed? You see, these are the questions you should be raising. Something that can, help your liberation if it are independent or separation.
Like we said, there are more money. Like in katika maliga chance shenesara. Thank you.
Yes. Then lo mavi zaman na hadidu zaman quiz. But you need to go direct to the question that can benefit Equatorians. And questions that questions that investigation, it doesn't work. He's not part of Equatoria. We are not talking about the history, the past. We are talking the present. How people, what is happening now to Equatorians? The past Equatorians did it. Look at that after Lana Tarek about the contribution of Equatoria. I would have given you the background. What did Equatorian do from the time when Anglo-Egyptian or Resolution Bada in Sudan? Did the Equatorians who occupied the Equatorial land? Why are we divided? Is there any way for us to move forward as Equatorians so that we can help? Al-Rwanda al-Tagoni Sudan. My day refugees are in Uganda. They want to liberate Besila. But you are attacking us, IOF government, my IOF Gaba. You are attacking National Salvation Front. You are attacking. You even forget yourself that you are part of this problem. Are you uniting people? Is Hakim Dario uniting people?
Let's talk about somebody that he's not here. He's not in the point.
Yeah.
Modu bitaki tafi ayo and the organization or Equatoria.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with Hakim wala name of anybody. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I'm saying here, Etika, you need to go and sit with your group. Okay? Go and sit with your team. Ask me questions that are relevant to Equatoria. I'll give you that homework. I will give you another time. But don't waste me asking questions that cannot help. Ask me maybe my perspective as Equatorian on questions that maybe support the separation or independence of Equatoria. Must you can accent? Kana Arbasade will benefit Equatorians and will also benefit the people of South Sudan why Equatoria want to separate.
Yeah, next time we will, host, some other group beside you, gentlemen. You take a time,
Yeah. No, I need question. I don't deal with people. I'm not here to jeta konyokonya.
Inshallah.
You need to we ask me like today, the official just and then I respond to it. But ask relevant questions. Things really that are not back there as man. And Buaja Lobon fi Juba ina. Buaja Lobon fi diaspora. Buaja Lobon fi mahalat Lobon fi Fogo. Yeah, it's okay, Patricia. If you don't want to host me,
we're all together a team, Charles, we're all team. We're all team. You and me and every one of us, irrespective of differences,
Yes.
We're all
okay, guys. 3 minutes.
So what we are saying is that,
thank you.
In conclusion,
yes, please, 1 minute, please, 1 minute extra,
yes.
and that's it.
The people of Equatoria are oppressed. We are oppressed because we are divided. We are oppressed because Nena people, to be native. We love to eat, but we don't know even how to protect the food. Equatorians must wake up. Gibel Etika, you are talking about joining the army. The Equatorians, if you join thousands and join National Salvation Front, you'll get a gun in their future when there's integration. If you join in the IO of Kidwang, in thousands, Equatoria will get Silam in Nagbokura. Those who will get the Leria command, in thousands, Biligo Silam in Nag. Those who will get the Sulfur, in thousands, Biligo command Sunu. Sila. So at the end of the day, Equatoria become Malian cooling to Sila. So what will be next to stop Equatorians from fighting for their own independence?
Thank you.
And self-determination. If we have a lot of people in parliament, what can stop Equatorians to vote? Equatoria caucus to vote for self-determination in the parliament and decide that this is our country. We cannot decide that we have self-determination. We are independent. Women in the army. We need to defend ourselves. These people are well armed. That's why now the Equatoria separatists. You are just creating awareness. But Lisa, thank
you so much. And I will answer you.
Yeah.
أنا بشكرك Mr. Charles for your point. You might that's why at the end إحنا قاعدين نقول agree to disagree. أنا بشكرك for your time, for giving us the chance to come and speak. أنا بتمنى كان يكون وقت مناسب لأننا أخذنا فعلا وقت كثير. لحد هسه اليوم وقت دينا قريب لصباح عندي هنا وعندك the same thing. لكن في النهاية أنا بس بقول شكرا لك، شكرا للمسج بتاعك على البوينت اديتنا له. CJ question بتاعك. Everyone who came here, and Patricia and also brother Hakim. Hakim جاء اتكلم وأدى point بتاع message. When you have spoken أخوي في النهاية إحنا فينا نتكلم لحد صباح، وفي ناس في بيضحكوا ويستهتروا على كلام احنا قاعد نقوله. الانفصاليين ما قاعدين يتكلموا كلام ساكت، عشان كده انا قاعد نقول بس خليه ينتظروا. قال الويل للضاحكين. انا بس بقول لكم كلام ده، انا ما محتاج افسر لك عشان اوريك انا كيف قاعد نمشي بالبرنامج تاعي. I don't have to because you know لما جون جيرنج عمل الاعمال الشنيعه في Equatorian, he used Equatoria to insult Equatorian by using them. انتوا براكم قاعد تعترفوا. You expose yourself to the point that you were used, and yet you're trying to kind of sweet talk this thing as no والله حاجه دي كل في النهايه مصلحتنا. يا تو مصلحه زول بيشيلك ابد تيجي تقول مصلحتي. ديس بيجي زلاسه القاني يستهتروا بناتنا بيغتصبهم بيقتلهم. ده انا بقول لهم لعنه الله عليهم على هؤلاء الناس اللي بيغتصب. وانا بقول لهم بصراحه وكان هم عاوزين نحن نكرههم بيوصل. ما حاجه دي بسيط بين اسرائيل وعرب. شفت اسرائيل وعرب ده بينهم بس شقه الارض. you know هم قالوا لبعض انه احنا بنكره عدو بتاعنا لانه عدو بتاعنا قاعد يغتصب اخواتنا، قاعد يقتل اراضينا. اسرائيليين في وقت دخولهم في ارض اسرائيل كان هم خواجات ولا هم شنو؟ لما دخلوا في ارض داك العرب ده لما جو بقايا تاع اتراك ديل جو عملوا معامل شنيعه. Israelis reacted with all faith انه احنا protect our people. They burned them, they killed them. لما العرب ده فهموا انه اسرائيل ده ما حاجه ايزي. لو اسرائيل كان في مكان ايكاتوريا إن كان انقرضنا، هم كان زاد بيكون احسن مننا لانه كانوا ودوهم ارض ايكاتوريا. They will protect themselves. They will not let anybody to run them like dogs. او يقول لهم انتوا تكونوا عبيد وتكونوا خدادين وتمشوا لجهه لجهه. ما تقول لي عندك جيش تعملوا جيش. اسرائيل لموا حالهم برام قال احنا ابناء اسرائيل. Do we ever call ourselves Equatorian؟ احنا بنشجعكم انه تقيفوا كابناء ايكاتوريا، لكن نلقى في ناس ثانيين عاوزين يقول لنا لا ايكاتوريا لازم يمشي مع جهه ده، يمشي مع جهه ده عشان يدونا السلاح. يا جماعه ده جبن وده عدم الفهم والجهل والتخلف والجبن في نفس الوقت. Because only a coward will say if I go with this guy I will get a chance to win. No, you are a man. اسرائيل لما دخلوا ما عندهم سلاح. لما دخلوا في ارض some mob echo please. You don't want to echo yourself. Please echo. You know,
Ethical. You need to be respectful to yourself because these people, Equatorians, are the National Salvation Front of Malat, and they are the one to protect you tomorrow. You need
they
to
are
be.
Not. They are not. They are not. I'm sorry. They are not. They are not. They are not. They are not. Let me be honest. I have to be honest with you. Mafi Equatorian be protect Equatorian.
You cannot liberate Equatoria, Barawi.
Listen. I lived. بعدين في واحد هنا قاعد يقول ما بتعرف إسرائيل. Listen, bro. Tip. أنا بعرف إسرائيل ده أكتر منك يا إنسان. حتى إسرائيل ده you don't even know how close I know them. So you better be quiet because I'm talking about something I know. Okay? You just keep your mouth shut there. Stay in your own place. إنتوا طبعا الناس المرتاحين تسفكوا دماء أبنائها. لكن I vow to you إلا كان إله إسرائيل ما إلهنا. شفت Equatoria will separate because we know what we're doing. بس it's all about time. ده كله بس about time. انت استهتر اضحك اعمل كل استهتاركم تيابو خليل whatever. حتى اسم بتاعه ده اسم هسه في الشمالين بيشتموكم عبيد. انتوا قريب امبارح انا قاعد نشوف برنامج جنوبيين قاعدين كوركو هنا قاعدين يشتمون قال يا اخي الشمالي قاعد يشتمنا. ما لانه الشماليين ما اقتنعوا بكم because it to prove yourself to be ignorant. We believe in ourselves. We have an identity. We never take land بتاع زول تاني عشان نيجي نكلم احنا بقى اصحاب المنطقه ده. You cannot even claim الارض بتاعك حتى في ابيي ما قاعد تكلم. So I don't want to go far. احنا ما عاوزين go to حاجات مجرح للناس، لكن انتوا كان دايرين الرجوله في ارضك to fight for it. واي استوائي قاعد يقولوا قاعد يفايت لحزب انا بفيل they are insulting us more than they are helping us. لانه Equatoria need to fight for themselves. اليوم عيالتا West Equatoria are fighting. they're not fighting for any hizb. هم جمعوا حالهم. انت سمعتوا يالتا إيكواتوريا ده؟ يالتا إيكواتوريا اليوم اسمهم شنو كده EPF EPFF شنو الكوميونتي شنو كده. انا I will bring them لانه في واحده من اخواتنا حاجيبوا يوم السبت. Her name is دكتورة Alma. She's one of our community members. She's gonna be there on Saturday. She's gonna be on Equatoria Free Forum. I will bring her to speak about the advancement and what's going on with West Equatoria. Okay, I was waiting because it's supposed to be this last Saturday. لكن she عنده كم مشاكل كده مش مشاكل عنده برنامج برنامج كان ماشي فوقه لكن I bring her that Saturday to come and talk about what's going on in West Equatoria. يا جماعة إيكواتوريا كأننا ما شدينا حنا ولمينا لأجل الأرض بتاعنا ونمسك جوبا ده. These people will insult us day and night. ما تقول لي سياسة. Let's throw this سياسة outside the window. لأنه اليوم الحركة الشعبية قد هنا. This Western country have respected Taliban. Taliban took a country in only a week.
Yeah, Etika. When Taliban silu ajire, silu bele tomode. Umakasil besiasa, ulomon shakil.
والله أسمع ده كمان أسمع سايمون ده يقول لي ألما كانوا member تاع ناس يا سايمون ده ما عنده علاقة because when Alma is coming here she speak about West Equatoria. She even talk with me. She didn't talk about NAS. You can talk about NAS is لحد kingdom come لحد يسوع المسيح يجي لحد منو يجي محمد يجي. I don't care. لكن the reality is she talks passionately about her people. So stop propaganda بتاعكم تاع ناس ده propaganda بتاعكم تاع whatever. Please keep your party on the side. I'm bigger sick of Equatorian. I'll get to sell themselves to a political party, put themselves lower. Ain't a sold ourselves even to Harakata Shabia. It makes me sick. Okay, when I'm talking about Equatoria, I'm not talking about a political party. أنا بشكر أخونا Charles جاي يتكلم على أساس هو هو member بتاع political party لكن he never propaganda بتاعه وما عمل propaganda about his political party اللي قاعد يمشي فوقه. But he talk about things اللي هو مرة فوقه وسأله أسئلة هو قدر يجاوب في تاني ما جاوبه. It's okay. لكن ما تيجي تقول لي يا أخي ألما ده ناس. Alma did not talk about Nas. She talked about her people. Nas is not her people. So please stop that nonsense. And I didn't make me sick. We're talking about the Equatorians. Nas wenu. It's making me sick. No. Mahajiri kadi make me stressed out من لما نسمع الناس اللي يعملوا لنا propaganda بتاع أحزاب. اليوم أحزاب اللي كانوا مع فدرالية وهم كانوا امبارح وين ما كانوا جوا حركة شعبية. They sold us out. They were the one who were getting a position in the seat. قاعدين ياكلوا مرتاحين until لما طردوهم من honeymoon بقى يتكلموا قال يا أخي بقى هم معارضة. Come on man, shame on them.
CJ.
Yes sir.
ده شنو بيكون قال أجري alliance بعربي.
وحدة. تحالف
coalition
يا أخوي إنت هاجو تحالف تا إيكواتوريا إنت هاجو تحالف تا إيكواتوريا so slow down يا ولد.
I understand.
I will slow but أسمع في ناس اللي يعملوا حالهم هم بقى الشيعة ولا السنة. أنت الشيعة ولا السنة أقعد في مكانك please. خليني أنا قاعد نجيب باسم تا إيكواتوريا ده. Equatoria is my identity. هو لو ما بيفهم identity ده ما يجي يعمل لنا. انا ما قاعد نجي نعمل له نونسنس بتاعنا ما نقعد نتكلم عن ناس جوا ده كانتوا جوا 4 سنة يا جماعه. ما في ماليشيا بيقعد 4 سنة قاعد يتكلم قال انا جوا وانت ما قاعد تمسك ولا منطقه واحد. shame on you. كانتوا الرجال امسكوا منطقه واحد بس تقعد لي هنا في فيسبوك تتكلم لي هنا جوا ارجع داخل جوا. I will insult anyone اللي يجي insult Equatorian dignity لما نجي ياخد dignity تاع Equatoria بحزب. أي زول بيinsult dignity تاع إيكواتوريا بأحزاب أنا بقول لهم shame on them because they are cowards. They want إيكواتوريا بس تبي أحزاب ما يكونوا عندهم منطق عشان يحموا أراضي تام. يا أخي نساوينا قاعدين كوركو قاعدين يغتصبون. زاندي اليوم قاموا قاعدين فايت. تعرف أنا بس نقول شيء كان الناس منتبه. Zande one day they will decide to actually call West Equatoria to be a nation because the way how it look like right now لأنه زاندي قاعد wait for people to speak out. Shame on everyone. I'll be getting كلام لي حزب. I'm an Equatorian.
اسمع الضيف يا خلاص.
Etika. Ita zato. You are not كانوا أنت ما قشيك كانوا separatist. Now you are breaking.
No. أسمع أنت فيك تقول لي temperament whatever أنا عارف لكن في ناس يعملوا insult and I don't like the insult because هم كرجال خليهم يكونوا تحت او يتكلموا يفتحوا برنامج ويتكلموا كرجال، ما يتكلمون كاحزاب يعملوا حالهم، لانه حتى نساوينا بيتكلموا اشجع منهم. يا عندنا انتي باتريشا بيتكلم، عندنا هنا بنات بيتكلموا بجاي، ليه هم ما قادرين يتكلموا كرجال؟ Yes, I have a temperament. أنا كان دخلت جوا هناك I will burn Juba down because I'm not somebody who want to wait and sit. 2 years now I'm watching this. Last year we came out in Facebook, and this is my second year. I did not even make it yet to second year, but this is my second year. وthere's a way how أنا بشوف حركات ده قاعد make me sick. يلا قاعد يشتمونا هنا إيكواتوريا هنا جوبنا because the way how we act. كل زول يقول لنا يا أخي الناس قوة وإحنا قوة وإحنا منو قوة وآيو قوة. ما في حاجة اسمه آيو اس يونايتد.
Cool down. It's alright. That's enough.
كده cool down. ما تكربوا شو ده.
It make me sick والله. لأنه في ناس قاعدين يموتوا هناك، قال في ناس قاعدين يتكلمنا هنا.
Hello.
خليه يكون حلقة خاصة.
المهم أنا انتهيت من موضوعي. أنا ما عاوز أكتر. I apologize.
Can we conclude the show, just? Can you
Yes,
conclude
I'm sorry. لأنه في ناس كان mindهم.
This is going on. You're talking. Everybody's talking and stuff, and the show keeps going on. And you said you don't have a time. Unless you want to.
Yes. Sorry. Again. Hold on. I just wanted to make sure that people have to understand. I don't like people to mock us when they're going to tell an infisal da, because when we come to infisal, في سبب عندنا قضية. That was not something as a joke ولا ده إناي. في ناس عايزين يستهتروا إنه إحنا بنتكلم ساكت. ده ما كلام. We are giving awareness to our people, awareness to know your right. إحنا ما عاوزين عسكري يجي يقودك ولا عاوزين أحزاب يجي يقود حقك. Okay؟ لما أنا أقول أحزاب لأنه في أحزاب عاوزين play your game إنه هم بيعرفوا حقك وين. And then when they come to power, زي رياك مشار, they will throw you on the side like you seen Mr. Charles how they treated others. مش في يالتا نوير ماتوا كلام رياك مو أصلا ريالتا رياك نوير مشان مش تانين طلعوا بيجا في مكانس. So why they do that? Because لأنه الأحزاب ده يلعب في راسهم. The same thing مع الناس اللي بيقولوا هم ميليشيات عسكرية. Once they gain a position, they will forget you. David Yao, what did he do? Even though he said he protected his people, today you could see him. He's comfortable because he know he has a position.
Let's just so what I'm talking about. Please, let's just
So احنا عاوزين كده خلي الناس يكونوا honest with themselves. Equatorians are suffering. Blood is thinning. احنا لازم end it. And to end it, Equatoria must look for separation by any means necessary. In can be violence, in can be طريقة بتاع peace. And we know how we deal with it in the peaceful way. لكن الناس التحت take Juba. That's all I say. Juba ده قريب جنبكم. You can take it. لموا مع شباب بتاع West Equatoria, مع East Equatoria, Central Equatoria. Fight it and take it. I swear to بتاخدوا في يوم واحد. ما to follow any leader. Follow your guts. Follow your land. Follow your people. انت بتوصل للحل. لأنه كان نرجع ورا أحزاب هنخسر. خلي دينكا يعرفوا كان ده بقى حكومة دينكا ولا حكومة منو لازم يعرفوا إنه إيكواتوريا ده belong to Equatoria. لأنه ده ما كراهية. دينكا ناس respect Equatorian in their territory. بناتنا ما رخيصات. أرضنا ما رخيص. مقبرة أجدادنا ما رخيص. People تانا قاعد blood. والناس اللي جبانين قاعد يتكلموا هنا أحزاب ده بس دني وظيفة ودن اسم. They will never go anywhere. They already lost their position in life. But you guys in the ground, you are the men, you are the women, the strong people. Fight for your land. Thank you. وأنا بشكرك أنكل التهيلي.
Itahile, do you have anything? يا لما تجوري أعمل دقيقة بس.
يا جماعة. This man has to go to work. It's like it's just a matter of like I'm sorry I'm the one to time the bell. This man has to go to work.
Yeah, close it, please.
It's just like he gotta go right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Hakim,
Miss Hakim.
It's not the first time.
Itahile, your last word, and then I will say 1 minute. Last word, and back to the Tawali.
You already finished. It was you to
okay, yeah, guys. Hey, please, Jama, please.
You asked me.
Please, Jama.
Everybody's talking. What is it
It's okay. We agree. So,
okay. خلاص أنا انتهيت. Thank you, Itahile.
Close the show.
No, it's okay. We're coming to. Please, be patient.
No, he gotta go to work. Like CJ, he got only one, just 1 hour to go to work.
Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa.
You need to say something or you're just going.
I'm in Equatoria.
If they can shut up for a second, can everybody shut up? And then Abu Layla, I'm banned. Mr. Abu Layla, you gotta respect yourself, man, because you make me sick. Ana Asabi banned you for good. You will never ever be here. And then that mushkila, separation is bigger than my understanding. It to go find a place where you can belong, because Ana don't like people who are beneath me to talk. I don't want to be disrespectful. Like انت كان disrespectful, I will show you what mean disrespect. احنا جينا هنا عندنا استضفنا الاخ الكريم تشارلز التهيلي. انت كمان بتفهم المنطق. Okay, I have a right. I'm a man. انت منى شريكي تتكلم معي. You will never even get to my shoes, and that I will tell it to your face. And this is the last time I will let you come here. Stop this nonsense. This is disgusting, man. They want to talk like you are, if you're a man, don't come and hide in a be acting like it's a leader to society. Go and fight, ya rajul ya kabir ita. Because that disgusts me, man.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm done. Let me shut this off, man.
Okay, thank
Tahili,
you.
final word, and I will ban some people right now.
Give a word. Yeah, never mind. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
I just want to say thank you, even though we conclude.
أنا في رجال عندهم احترام هنا دايرين يستحتروا في ناس بالكتاب. ناس متخلفين كان لقوا مدرسة كان بمصر. اتفضل. Sorry.
Please. Let's go. Sorry, I think I was Charles. Yeah. Excuse us for that. Actually, sometimes it's a heating debate. I mean, meeting anyhow with you guys. Yeah. So excuse us. It could have been. Hopefully, the next time.
التهيلي انا بدي اسالك سؤال كده. قول لمجانين اللي اسمهم ابو ليلى وسايمون ابوي ده، الناس اللي عندهم متخلفين، اول ما بيعرف يتكلم عربي ولا انجليزي نظيف، والثاني اللي عامل نفسه هو ليدر بتاع ايكاتوريا في سيدني ده، كده اتكلم مع الشخصيات ده بليز، اديهم مسج. لان الناس دي لما نديهم احترام كاستوائيين هم لسه بيرجعوا لنا بيتكلموا كلمات سخيفه، هم حتى ما عندهم رجوله يتكلموا عن ايكاتوريا. انتوا كمان عندكم رجوله. Please stop talking nonsense. Okay? And I will ban them right now because they are disgusting. Anna gave them a chance to respect them, but they are disgusting me, and they can go to hell. لأنه ده الناس ما عندهم فايدة. ده ناس فاشلين من مستواهم. وأنا بقول لكم أنتوا ناس فاشلين من أساسكم. أنتوا ناس ما حتكونوا قدوة للعالم ولا لإيكاتوريا. عشان كده إيكاتوريا استهتروا لأنه أنتوا جبنة وحتكونوا جبنة، وأنتوا شفتوا عيالكم حيكونوا حتى حيخجلوا منكم. عيب عليكم يا وساخة أنتوا. Disgusting. I have to be pissed off because you know what? لما نتكلم عن حقائق أرضنا بلاد أهلنا. شفتها؟ أنا بقول لك في فلسطينيين وفي عرب أنا قابلتهم كان يتكلم كلام وساخة ضد أهله. والله شفتها بوريك الرجولة ده شنو. And I wish I met you so you would know who I am. ما تقول لي anger problem. I can be angry because blood أهل تاعي غالي. My people blood is expensive. أنت كان تقول لي emotional whatever. لكن when you disrespected our people blood, I would go wrong because these people I want to talk about political nonsense. اللي ما قاعد يجيب لنا فايده 4 سنين. انتوا جوبا انا قاعد تعمل شنو؟ بس تظهروا في السوشيال ميديا تتكلموا عامل زي ناس
الخفر. It's coming to 3 and then I need to do right in the morning. Please. You can talk and then
but make me sick to my stomach, man. I'm sorry, but I have to block these idiots because they are bastards. I'm sorry to call them that.
ناس كان قالت time كده ناس skipping my time and so that ناس بينتهي show أشواي. That's what I've been saying. So just please, Malik, just.
الناس that they shame us. They shame us. I'm sorry, but they shame us. I always calm. Like when they push me to my limit, they will see my hell. I don't care about somebody. I'm not afraid. I can lower my standard even they wanted it. Like أنا قاعد نحترم أي زول. I can be kind to the level of being kind. لكن ما بتحترم حقي، ما بتحترم صوتي، ده بتعمل نفسك أنت راجل. ما ورينا الرجول تقدر في منطقة أنت قاعد فوقه. But تقعد لنا تقعد خدام شغالين وين. Please stop this nonsense. You don't even know my level. I'm sick of this, man.
It's okay.
I'm disgusted. انتوا كالرجال ادخلوا في ميديا بتاع كلاب هاوس and وروا الرجوله بتاعكم للعرب ديل، والعرب ده بيهينكم لما تقولوا 90 منه. Disgusting, man.
It's okay. All right. Okay, Itahile, please. Okay. Let me control this situation. Do you have anything to say, please? Make it short, please.
Thank you very much. Etika, just my advice to later on NASA Equatorian separatists. It's not all Equatorians are not against.
You're fighting now.
A liberation, I say, is a process. A liberation comes with a price, you know, and a liberation also comes with patience.
I agree. All right.
Right?
But
It
you know,
comes with patience.
people piss off, you know, sometimes. You
Yes.
know that.
You know, as leaders, how many can it to separatists, can they hokuma, can they and the machine this we are going, right?
I know.
Makani na mtu my stress act. Italy is a young boy, you don't need to stress. Because by calculate blood pressure, diabetes, you know, your liberation is certain.
It's okay. Let's hope, you know,
Be
well,
free.
it's a duty of all.
I don't know.
And focus.
في ناس مستهترين كده. تخيل انت بتقول له شنو للرد لواحد شخصيه زي ده. انا بديهم احترام. بديه احترام قال you need help. What the hell are you talking about? You know? Do you know me?
Just
انت
forgive
من
them.
مستوى بتاعي يا كندي. انت ما you don't like me, please get the hell out of this live forum. امشي لمنطقه الفوق مجانين زيكم بلده زيكم اللي ما بتحترم نفسك. لان انا بقى sick of idiots man. Every time انت كمان بتفهم اهلك قاعد يموت امشي اقعد عليك الله اجر ورا الدنكا اجر ورا النوير اجر ورا الشلك عشان يبهدلوكم تكون عبد. لان انت عبد لهم. العرب قال لكم انتوا عبيد والكلام ده بحقيقه لانه انت الشخصيه زي ده بتوطي السمعه بتاعنا. If you're not a man, don't come and insult me هنا in my forum because I give you respect. You comment. كل شويه بديكم comment بديكم respect. لكن في ناس ما عندهم احترام وانا ready to fight anybody ال disrespectful وانا ببlock them. انت كان friend معي كان ما to friend me just unblock me unfriend me. I don't give a damn. لكن احترم نفسك. I've been with التهيلي احنا بنتوك حتى التهيلي كان قاعد disagree معي but I never seen التهيلي go to the disrespect. هو كان عارف انا ما مرتاح من كلامه هو بيزيح. لكن انتوا عاوزين تعملوا ماكر عاوزين توروا حالكم انتوا منو يعني. انتوا شطار انتوا شطار وروا شطارتكم هنا. ده جهل ساكت. انتوا ما قاعد حتى يوم ده ناديت زول اسمه كندي ده يجي هنا في اللايف يتكلم كراجل. هو ما قادر يجيب حتى في فورم يتكلم لكن بيقدر يكتب. يلا هم مرتاحين لما يجي يعملوا حركات ده. كنتوا مش شغالين مع دينكا ديل ولا شغالين مع النوير. Please stay in your forum. Okay? Don't come and bother me. لأن أنا sick. أنا قاعد أتكلم كناس كبار هنا. لكن انتوا ما عندكم احترام لحقنا. واي زول بيزعل ما تقول لي قال انا شنو. انا بزعل لانه دي لما انا اشوف غلط انا ما برتاح. انا بسكت لكن فوق بيفجر. This is sickening man.
We get the message.
Disgusting man.
Cool down.
Give me time because I'm gonna drive and then I go this time again.
اسمع اختصر بس على كلام معروف. You know, you can tell us, you know, you can call him and give him anything you wanted to say, please, later.
Yeah, I'm just concluding and then, you know, I want him to be patient. There are people who will be writing nonsense there who should tell you to piss you off. Just be patient.
I apologize, Uncle.
It's okay.
أنا really this is not what I wanted it because في ناس ما عندهم احترام أصلاً. دل عيال ما متربين من أساسهم. لأن دل بيضحكوا على الدماء. أنا شفت حتى بيعمل إيموجي تاع لافته لأن هم وساخة أصلاً. دل ما مستواي. First get a degree guys and then come and talk to me bastards.
Cool down man.
أنا go delete لبكرة because كأنت جيب زول تاني ديف تاني بكرة ما تا كنت فوق مشاكل because بكرة باجت ديف تاكي ولا مازال تاني you know conclude حاجة كويس كأنت بيجا زمان تشاكل فيه عملوا شو تاني وإنت بشكل نازل so that message تاكي ده كلام كويس and document إنت كم قبل في البداية قال this video will be documented for future كده as a leader you need to لازم تابلا في روتان تانا بتاكي لو جو في تاني تابلا ولا في تاني تباس ما منه بيطلع بجاي okay so you know we are all brothers we can fight today and tomorrow we'll be reconciling okay
I agree
you know so Equatoria is too big it's not for you alone it is all for us and it is all for us that will be liberating these Equatorians Equatorial land you may not be the one to fulfill there will be people who will fulfill but you need to build a good relationship with other people, you know, because National Salvation Front is not your enemy. IOF is not your enemy. Equatorian Salve, IOD, Equatorian Salve, Fiakumara, they are not your enemies. You need to create a good relationship moment. You need to create alliances. You need to talk with them. What are you doing in IO? What are you doing in National Salvation Front? And also share what you are doing. In that way, don't be driven by people who are misleading. You know, a liberation, Besitima, do you think you can create something? Do you think it's a time they can run a video they will do le senators in a galide out na sita gili do giti mukira gamu kida de itagalo senator tani basma letter that you are composed of all
Well,
no.
بس ما نقاطعك Uncle Itahile. You know, أنا قابلت السنترز ديل. أنا قاعد نتكلم مع ناس الفاهمين. أنا ما قاعد lose my temper with them.
ما أنا بقول
لكن أنا
لك
lose my temper with ناس idiots. ناس اللي ما متخلفين اللي ما بيفهموا حقيقة. الناس اللي عاوزين يتكلموا حاجات سخيفة وعاوزين يتمسخروا. في ناس هنا بيضحكوا لأنه هم ما حاسين بالتعب بتاع أهلنا. ما عندهم قلب. لكن أنا بقول لهم والله شفت أنا من إيكواتوريا دي يطلع دولة. أنا بقول لأي إيكواتوريا التيب في جوا الأرض هناك. واللي متذكر الناس اللي قاعد يشوفونا هنا في اللايف ده. Make sure remember these names and these people. عشان one day لما تقابلوهم اعمل اي شيء تقدر تعمل فوقهم لانه دول اعداء بتاع إيكواتوريا because the people اللي قاعدين يموت هناك ده كان
so انت داير كمان تلا سالفه كده ثاني في إيكواتوريا
بتاع بناتنا الناس دي ماتوا كيف
It's okay. Please, خلاص. Let's start here.
So
جزم في مجتمعنا.
We're not going to come to a conclusion, you know. Please, any advice?
No, go ahead. Sorry, أنا بس أختصر 1 minute, please. 1 minute. That's it.
I'm not going to take 1 minute. Just 30 minutes.
Itahile, we have enough time. You can give him a call. You can give any one of us
a call. I'll give him a call. But let me just say, I end. Thank you very much for people who are listening, people who are commenting, whether it is negative or positive. Etika, you need to be patient with your team. There are people who are coming here to provoke you. There are people who are coming to support you. There are people who will come and piece you up. There are different people will be coming here and tomorrow, not even ending today. But you need to be patient. Be team kulu, and be focused. Really, you need to be focusing fi kalam tarita sunu, fita separation. And sometimes matter kaman maybe you have a good team. There are some also team alindu kaman ajal ma kwesa can be misdirected. And that one it can create for you emotions or sometimes excitement. So please, I appreciate your time with me. Me as a Hamza sir, I don't say that it's a lost time, but at least whoever gain from my contribution, whoever get peace off from my contribution, I don't apologize to anybody. I'm Equatorian. I'm proud to be Equatorian. I'm proud to be a South Sudanese. We contributed in the liberation of this country, and we contributed as Equatorians. Our contribution should not be denied. Our land should not be occupied. Our people should not be displaced and killed. Our resources should not be exploited for the benefit of other people. Our land should be for our people, for our children, future generation, not our children to be refugees. Now they are building new protection camp for Western Equatoria. This is not what Equatorians want. Okay, so please, I say, be patient, and God, protects you, protect everybody, until what you want is achieved. You are going to achieve even Lenazel. Mata katulumon, itaka nasa unisugali tader katulumon, kaman kan biga gifeti zikamana zanita katulu de bukun quest. Itang be katulu badun oto harakate Equatoria de bukurke. Yeah, so please, let's move forward. Okay? Fi nas muarasin. Ketir, yaude. Itaino neti moya Alex min gibel gonz min lotu kana bar de la tukawe yaw. Just want to piss some people off. Like ana bes ganu kanu yani.
It's okay. Thank you.
Kilonu saja tumunde. So it is
please don't call me.
Go with your team.
Calling me, please don't call me right now.
An opportunity, go and set questions which answer your members or whoever, about questions that you should be asking me on Equatoria. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
شكرا لكم. انا بس اسمع، انا بعتذر لكن انا بس عندي حق. انا ما بعتذر لاي زول انا اهنته، لانه الناس القلادبين لازم يحانوا، لانه دول ما عندهم مستوى ولا عندهم احترام لاساس بتاع البلد اللي فوقه. هم كانوا عاوزين يزعلوا يشتموني، لانه كانوا الرجال كانوا بيتكلموا باحترام، لكن ده ناس اصلا ما عندهم مستوى. احنا شايفين طبيعتهم واخلاقهم ومستواهم في السوشيال ميديا. Please call me if you don't mind, please. I cannot handle this people calling me right now. I just have to be. And I
Well,
did have. I get upset.
let me say this,
I'm sorry.
please,
I have
please.
to be upset. Let me tell you
Let me say
something.
this.
And I'm not afraid to tell who I am. Okay, I
No,
can
let me
be
say
good
this.
to anyone who respect themselves, because in this world, you need to earn your respect. Okay,
It's
لو انت
over.
ما respect somebody, nobody will respect you. هسا انا قاعد fight for our people. هؤلاء الناس الجبن اللي قاعدين يقعدوا تحت يتمسخروا فوقنا، كانوا هم الرجال بمعنى كان بيقعدوا بيتكلموا عن استوائيه، لكن هم عم بيعملوا شنو؟ قاعدين يجي يتكلموا وساخه بتاعهم تحت، بيكتبوا تحت
كلامك وصل يا اخي،
وبيتكلموا زي
كلامك
ناس اللي
وصل.
كانه يا اخي النساوين بيتكلموا احسن منكم يا رجال اللي انتوا جبنه دين اللي بيتمثلوا. قال يا اخي انا كنت ريده الكوميونتي، والثاني قال ناس قوه. اسمع، كنت الناس قوه ادخل في غابه امشي الشاكل كالراجل، ما
خلاص يا اخي،
تتكلم
خلاص.
كلام فارغ. والدير يقول انا عندي temper. Yes, I have a temper. And I will be proud to say my temper. I'm not afraid. I'm not ashamed to say what I have.
Cool down.
الراجل انا ما بخبي جامله، ولا انا زول بيعمل حركات بتاع السخافه. انا بحترم زول بيحترم نفسه، لكن زول ما بيحترم نفسه انا بهينه وبقول له ده اوسخ واوطى من اي شيء ثاني في الدنيا، لانه احنا بنحترم الناس. انت كن راجل بكلمه. كانت زول واعي انا بتكلم معاك بوعي، كانت زول محترم بتكلم معاك باحترام، وكانت زول وساخ انا بعرف بتكلم معاك كيف. لكن ما بوصل لمرحله I denigrate myself to the point عشان نكون وساخه مثلك. اوكي، I have my dignity. انا متربي بطريقه انت بتعرف. انا كان ده تقول I can be aggressive. حتى هسه انت ما شفت aggressiveness تاعي. I was in
Okay.
war and I know what war is.
It's okay, my
Please do
friend.
not call me if you don't mind. لأن ده قد stress me out when you call me. Please do not call me right now. أنا بدل نقول حاجة للناس اللي بيشاهدوني هنا. When I came to this live أنا استضفت Uncle Charles على أساس إنه يدي نبذة عن قصته في مشوار بتاعه بتاع شنو، تا حركة بتاعه هو مشى فوقه، حركة الشعبية وقضية بتاعه كابن استوائية في حاجات ده. لكن لما احنا قاعدين نتكلم كويس، حتى انت جيت سألته أسئلة ساخنة وقلنا خلاص ننتهي. فدقيت بقى اخر شيء الشياطين ديل جو، الشياطين ولا ما معروف ديل الجبهات الجايين من وين، ده الجبهات المؤامرين اللي دائما هم دائما في اخر الوقت دائما بيجي يعملوا عشان يعملوا ديستراكشن، بيجوا بيظهروا زي اباليس عشان يلعبوا الدور تاع شنو، تشتيت الفكره. فانا ما خايف منهم. هم كان رجال يجوا كانوا يواجهوني، لكن لانه هم ما عندهم كرامه، انا فتحت لناس ثانيين عملت لهم انبلاك. انا قلت ده ابناء تستانه، انا بخليهم يكونوا شنو، يرجعوا يتفرجوا. ما بنعمل شيء منهم. لكن ناس ما عندهم احترام زي زول اسمه ابو ليلى ده، زول وساخ. انا صراحه بقول له بوضوح، انت زول ما عندك اي احترام. اديتك فرصه ما اديتك حتى ذات اسمه منو، زول الثاني ده اسمه منو ده، الثاني قال سايمون ابوي ده. سايمون ابوي انت ذاته شخصيه ضعيف جدا. انت شخصيه ضعيف لما لدرجه انت قاعد تتمسكن. انا ما نتكلم عنك، ما بتكلم عن حياتك الشخصيه لان انا ما بعرفك. اوكي، ولا بعرف منكم. لكن شنو، احترموا لما زول بيتكلم رايه هنا، ما تيجي تعمل لنا مسخرات بتاعكم يا اخي ناس قوه وكلام فارغ. انا ما فاضي لك. تكون انت منو؟ Please stop calling me. You serious؟ ارجوك ما تعمل لي كول لان انت قاعد irritate me right now. I just wanted to talk. يعني هم ما بيحترموا انه احنا قاعدين نتكلم في قضيه. هم وين الرجال ده؟ كل شويه بيتعاطفوا مع الدينكا ديل، وكانه والدينكا ده بيجي بيستهتروا بيشتم امه وابوه، وهم ما قادرين يتكلموا كرجال. بيقولوا انتوا ضعفاء وانتوا شنو، يلا بيقول له يا اخي والله يوم ده كان في واحد قاعد يسب فوقي في جوا الشو بتاع سايمون. كان سايمون سي ابن راجل، ما كان بيتكلم، ما بيقعد تحت بيخلي زول يتكلم فوقي زي ده. انا لو لقيت واحد قاعد يسب اخوي كتير حتى لو انا مختلف معه انا بكون ضده. اوكي، في ناس كان قاعدين يسبوا في قاده بتاعنا ايكاتوريان بيتهموا، وانا بقول بوضوح في واحد اتهم في برنامج كنا مشينا فوقه، اتهم سيريلو، قال سيريلو حرامي. احنا وقفنا كابناء ايكاتوريان انه سيريلو ما سرق قروش تاع زول. سيريلو ابن سيريلو هو زول عنده شرف، زول ده قاعد بخدمته هو. حتى انا بختلف معه سياسيا لكن انا بحترمه في مبدا بتاعه. لكن هل الرجال اللي بيقدر يقفوا لمصلحه بتاع باسم بتاعي انا؟ في ناس ياما شتموا امي وابوي، هل الرجال ده قدروا يتكلموا بمرحله بتاع احترام؟ الناس دي اوسخ واوطى من اي شيء انا لقيته في الدنيا، لانه ما عندهم كرامه ولا شرف. لان انا عندي وقت، كل زول عنده حدود. انا انسان، لكن احترم نفسك. انا بحترمك، لكن لما بتحترمني انا بقول لك انا بكون اسوأ من انت ده تقول. حتى العالم ده ما تقول انت كمثقف ولا متعلم، ما تفكر انا ما عندي وعي بتاعي، ما بعرف انا من انت ما بتعرفني عشان كده you don't know me. I know who I am and what I did in my life, and I'm proud of what I did. When I'm not regret what I did. I never beg from anybody anything. I will do it with my sweat and blood. لأن أنا راجل. لكن انتوا رجال، انتوا ما قادرين حتى تقفوا باسم بتاع إيكاتوريا، لكن عايزين تيجوا تخبوا حالكم. انا كنت قائد وانا كنت بنقيب وما اتكلم عن ده. انتوا ما عندكم اي كرامه. انا شفتكم كلكم. اصلا تيجي تناقضونا عشان انا جانا صغير منكم ولا شنو؟ لما في تاني بيسبوا قال دي جانا صغير. والله ان شاء الله اكون انا الطفل ذاته. اطفال هسه قاعدين يولدون ده حيكونوا اشطر منكم ب1000 سنه، لان دول عندهم عقول. انتوا شنو هسه؟ وطيتوا، انتوا حتى وطيتوا كرامه المراه الاستوائيه في استوائيه، لان انتوا ما قاعدين تدافعوا لشرف تاع البنت الاستوائيه. بناتنا ده استوائيه قاعدين يغتصبوهم، بناتنا في زاندي اريا قاعدين يغتصبوهم، بناتنا في ويست كتير قاعدين يغتصبوهم، بناتنا في سنترال قاعدين يغتصبوهم. انتوا عملتوا شنو؟ غير بس تقعدوا تتكلموا بس تتفلحموا. كل زول بيخنق حاله بكرفته كانه خروف ماشيين يبيعوه برا. انتوا رجال؟ عيب عليكم. They only like to laugh and mock، لانه انتوا ما حاسين بالدم اللي قاعد يكب تحت. انتوا ما رجال. والله انا لو كان لو كان في 10 ايكواتوريين عندهم قلب بتاع فلسطين ده، جوبا ده كان بيمسكوه في يوم واحد. 10 استوائي عندهم قلب بتاع فلسطين، جوبا ده بيتمسك في يوم واحد. يا اخي ده مناش يجي يقول لنا قال سالفاكير واكل كر. انتوا جوبا انا قاعدين تقعدوا هنا تتكلموا ليل ونهار، تقعدوا كان في حاجه كسر تمبورا قتلوا الناس، والله ناس يي قتلهم، والله ناس ايست كده. انتوا بس تكوركوا في الكلام ده، لكن ما عندكم الرجوله عشان تفكروا لمصلحه ايكواتوريا. عايزين تقول لي احزاب ده بيحل لنا المشكله. انا كان نمشي في روما، انا كان نمشي في حزب، انا كان نمشي في ايو. بكل احترامي لاخواني اللي في ايو اللي قاعدين يفايت ان ده، انا بحترمهم. حتى بحترم اخونا تشارلز. مستر تشارلز هو اللي عنده مبدا، هو جاء هنا قاعد يتكلم بكل كرامته وشرفه. لكن انتوا اللي قاعدين تقعدوا تحت قاعدين تخبوا حالكم زي ده بايبل ما عنده فايده ده. انتوا ذاته شت بيبا ذاته بقى اقوى منكم. انتوا ناس يا دمرتوا ايكواتوريا، انتوا يا دمرتونا، وساختكم دمرتونا. عيب عليكم وعار لاجدادكم حتكونوا. يا اخي مقابر اجدادنا بيقولوا انتوا قاعدين تسكتوا تتكلموا زي كانه اخرات في مكان هنا ده. ما عيب عليكم؟ وانا بقول وانت تقول انا سليت اللسان، انا بقوله لان انا بقى sick of people اللي ما قاعد يحترم نفسهم. احترمناكم عده مرات، قاعد نشوفكم كل يوم. انتوا ما رجال. في رجال فعلا اللي بيجيف ما اسم ايكواتوريا، وانا بشكر الناس اللي قاعدين يتكلم باسم ايكواتوريا. ده الوساخه ساكت يا اخي. عايزين تتكلموا انتوا رجال. انا اديتكم، انا فتحت لهم بس اللينك، قلت لهم خلاص انا عملت لهم انبلوك. يا اخي قلت لك بيقوا عمل زي اخرات الجو من ياتو مكان، طلعوهم من سجن ده يجي بيو حالهم ثاني برا في الشارع، بيجي يتكلموا لنا كلام وساخه. انتوا ما رجال والله. انتوا بس قاعدين تعملوا اطفال بس ساكت بس. انتوا ما رجال. الراجل بيقيف لمصلحه ارضه، بيقيف لمصلحه استوائيه، مش يقول يلا احنا كلنا جنوبيين. انت جنوبي هسه؟ انت مجرد زباله قدام جنوب السودان هناك. ايكواتوريا الاجدادنا القدام ده وقفوا كرجال، وفي النهايه باعونا برا بكلام تاع بترول تاع اس بي ال ام. راجعوا تاريخكم، كنت متعلم راجع تاريخك، مش كده نط لنا يا اخي والله انا كنت هناك. انت عملت شنو؟ لما بدوك اسم يا اخي، انت نسيت لوس بوي جابوه في امريكا كيف؟ نسيت الدنكا جا قالوا يا اخي ده حركه شعبيه بتاعهم؟ نسيت بيسمونا احنا يوغنديس؟ ديل كله حاجات اهانات. انا من اخواتنا بقى بيسبوا لهم، انتوا قاعدين تقولوا لا ما تسبوا يا اخي، دي شتيمه. وانتوا كنتوا رجال قاعدين تقفوا لمصلحه البنات بتاعكم، بناتكم بيغتصبوا قاعدين تتكلموا بس تقعدوا تعملوا بس ريبورت، بقى بس ناس الشمارات بس دعايه بس بيقعدوا بيعملوا الصواتات. يا اخي يا رجوله بيقعد بيمشي من مكان لمكان قاعد يعمل اخبار. ده ما راجل يا اخي. shame on you. disgusting to my stomach man. I'm really sick. انا راجل يا جيك، و I'm swear to God انا مستعد شفتها. and this is what I'm pushing myself. جوبا ده كان ما في رجال بقى في إيكواتوريا one day تبي تسمعوا، وانا كان استشهدت هناك. I'm ready for it. شفت استشهاد ده حاجه ما صعب because I seen death before. وده ما يوم انا ما بخاف منه، وانا قاعد نقول ده باسم ربنا الحي اللي خلقني. I seen death with my own eye and I'm ready to go for it. كان بقى وصلنا لانه I'm pissed off when I see a weak man ده يجي يتحداني هنا، وانت ما راجل تقدر تقف قدامي. كون راجل تعال اتكلم معي اولا. احنا قاعدين فايت فور ايكواتوريان، نتكلم بمنطق، نتكلم بايمان، بنتكلم بمنطق بتاعنا، وقاعدين نتكلم ب all our willing. انا مستعد، كان بقى ما في طريقه ثاني، انا مستعد ادخل في غابه ده نفايت مع الناس دي. وانا ما هدخل في غابه، انا هدخل في الجوبا ده اللي انا ما شفته ده، انا بدخل فوقه. وانا one day I will show myself who I am. وده كلام ده ما كلام تاع زول قاعد يتكلم ساكت. ده تحدي لاي زول ده نفس الراجل، لان انا ما يوم ما في زول يوم دقاني زول رماني تحت وانا بقول لك الكلام ده. اتحديت every man وانا بشو you this man who did انت عارفه ده because I'm sick of it. لما بسمع الرجال جبنة يجي يتكلموا يتحدونا هنا ما عندهم حتى منطق ساكت ما في منطق ما في. But you want to challenge me? You want to challenge me on the point that I'm talking the truth here? كونوا الرجال يتكلموا والله احنا جنوبيين هنا لازم نقعد سوا peace ده شنو؟ What a disgusting man. انتوا ما مفترض تكونوا منظر الرجال ولا تكونوا ذاتوا إيكاتوريا كانت يودوكم في اي دولة تاني لانه انتوا shame to us. shame. فاكرين رجوله ده بس تقعد تعمل نفسك انا والله كنت ليدر بتاع ده وانا كنت كده ويلا ده قوه. يا اخي قوه كان انا بقى حزب ده بيميك مي مان ولا ده شيء حد بيميك مي مان. the hell with it. رجوله ده one thing. كل زول بيعيش one time in this earth. اوكي عندنا حياه واحد مره بس نعيش لحد ما ربنا يكتب لنا وانا مستعد افايت with it. شفتها كان يوم بتاعي يجي انا في عمر بتاعي في الثلاثينات ده انا بجو فور كان عمري في الاربعينات انا بجو فور كان عمري حتى وصل لكن I will never let anything to disrespect my dignity as a man and my honor as a person اللي جاي من إيكاتوريا. انتوا حطيتونا تحت انا قاعد نتفرج حاجات ده كله انا صغير قاعد نشوفكم. You never showed a manhood غير بس ناس جايين يجروا ريفيجي لمدة كم سنه انما بقى ينقلوا كتاب بتاع ورقه ريفيجي عشان يكون عشان ياخد ورقه يمشي لاوروبا. ده ما عيب؟ انت كراجل ما بتجري تنقل ورقه ثاني. انا بدون مؤاخذه انا لازم اقول الكلام ده لانه I know في people ثانيين ما متعلمين يس لكن ما معناته انت اللي عامل نفسك بيجي تتكبر هنا تقول انا والله انا كنت ليدر وانا كنت انت كنت ليدر ما ورينا ليدر شيب بتاعك ده في الخطوات اللي تعمله غير بس تغني انا كنت انت ما كنت انت خبر كان زباله ساكت. رجوله ده بيعرفوه في الاكشن بتاعك. when we are standing here talking with our sisters and brothers هنا قاعد نتكلم في حاجه قاعد يوجعنا. we're talking about waking up the people. امبارح إيكواتوريا كان قاعد يسمعوا صوتهم. إيكواتوريا كان مهان. هسه كان نمشي ندخل في شو بتاع ادوارد. does he accept Equatorian? he was marking Equatorian اننا عاطفيين. لكن انا بقول لك لما الحاجه بيوجعك you have to speak out. حتى لو عاطفه ده بقى الم بتاعك انت قاعد تصرخ به ده انا بفتخر به لان انا قاعد نكورك على حاجه قاعد يوجعني وانا انسان انا حي لسه موجود في الارض ده انا لازم اكورك من حقي. كان ده بقى عاطفه ده بقى هم عاوزين يميزوها بطريقه بتاع انه انت زول ما بتفهم. بالعكس احنا بنفهم لانه كنت بتفهم انت بتكورك انت بتصرخ انه في الم. لكن في تاني قال لا ما تكورك انت كوركت ده الناس بيشوفوك انت زول عاطفي. والله انا بكورك لحد النهايه وانا بفايت كمان بالكورك بتاعي. Yeah, Hakeem, I don't know what's your problem. انت قلت لي end the show. You my boss, man. Anyway. Anyway, I don't know what to say, man. But المهم لاخواني الاستوائيين اللي بيعرفوا ان الاستوائيه ده اهميتها شنو انا بقول لكم please fight for Equatoria. stand for Equatoria. في اهلنا في تمبورا قاعدين fight قاعدين suffer right now. انا عاوز بس one message تاعي لكم الاخير. بليز كان عندكم قروش دونيت لناس ديل. عندكم سيستر ألما وعندكم في ناس تانيين هناك ما يقول لنا قال يا اخي ده تابع للناس ولا تابع لمنو. شفتها الاخت ده هي مره عندها كرامه وانا هجيبها يوم السبت. She gonna be here Saturday and I'll bring her here. She will speak about the suffering of people in Tambura, people of Azande. She gonna talk about it. Their land is being occupied right now and you guys you need to help her by helping donation. شفتها كان عندك connection معه تلفين له direct. She will give you the direction how to pay money for the people اللي مهاجرين. 80,000 even more people are being displaced from the territory of Azande. So please help them. That's all I ask you. أنا هنا أنا ما باخد قروش تازول ولا أنا محتاج قروشك ولا أنا محتاج شعبية بتاعك to like me or not. I don't care if you like me or hate me. One thing I want to do is that people of Equatoria must be respected. And if you don't respect Equatoria, you're my enemy. If you don't stand for Equatoria and you're a son of Equatoria, you're my enemy. That's all I could say. وانا بشكر every warrior that is stand for. والناس اللي بيضحكوا علينا الويل لكم. إلا كان ربنا ده ما حي انتوا laughter بتاعكم ده حيكون forever. لكن I promise you, you will pay for it. انت كان دايرين وما دايرين. إلا كان أجدادنا ديل إحنا يا الحرام يا معلش انتوا بتيجي تمسكوا أراضينا. Thank you. Bye.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta minjuba. Yeah. Anina Equatoria. Teresia samagesi manena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi. Equatoria birapa. Yalpilwa pijama, asan bellet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina Equatoria. Kelele na hibo nefusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, hasan bele na biraba, arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my Fanangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka. Great Equatoria balanda bare. Kakuwa kiliko. Lango lugoya. Ajoli tokosa mundo. Yangara moroze mare. Mundare. Nyambara. Otumu mare makotulo. Lubara bunga ya lobe.
Tokosa mundo.
Nare.
Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa mabigesi manena. Anina wahi.
Again, شكرا اللي بيحضرونا هنا, and thank you to Equatorians who are watching us. Now, Mr. Feldman, you want to see my face? The only time you see my face when Equatoria is free, okay? So that time you're not being Equatorian anymore. Good luck anyway. Bye.